do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? How'd the interview go with everybody? Jesus, how much stuff was spoiled in it, by the way? I've seen that sentiment more from this thing than from any of the others so far. This one's all about PoE 2, isn't it? Isn't this one all about PoE 2? They've all been about PoE 2? Ah, they haven't felt like they're about PoE 2. They felt like they're more about PoE 1. Okay, well, Zizarin did this interview, so I have to assume that it is instantly on YouTube because he's on top of his game. It fucking is. Lovely. Here it is. Let me grab that. And bring it on over.
Hi, is this Rainy here?
Okay. Here it is. Now let's see. Let's point it at this thing. Then we go cinema mode. Easy. Easy. Now, we're not going to start watching it like right away, right this second, because I'm going to give people a few minutes to get in, but I'm definitely going to watch it. There's some serious PoE1 stuff in there. I know. Do you want to try the double stick gaming? Nah, not right now. What I do want to do is change filter blade before we get started. I want to do the least amount of thinking so I can pay the most amount of attention to the interview. So I'm not going to make any changes from yesterday for right now. I want to do zero thinking. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change maps to all maps not corrupted, because I'm done with that corrupted thing. Corrupted 8 mods, just not good enough for me. Not enough return. Then I'm going to come over here. UnID'd. Evidently 600. That's so good. So the 8 mod corrupted ones are great. And I've got a few. But what happened is I ran like 40 maps. And I have like 10 back that suit my regex. And only 4 of those are better than my normal 6 mod maps, right? Like 4 of them are like 130, 140 quant, and the rest of them are all like 104, 110, etc., which is what I'm getting already out of rolling them myself. So might as well roll them myself, right? Yeah, I needed to see. Look, it was worth a test. I would have continued to look anyway. But okay, I'm going to move these down here. Make that stack of 3 chaos orbs or regal orbs or val orbs before I even pick them up. I'm going to get rid of those. I'm going to get rid of those. What else can I get rid of? These are just stacks. I'm okay with picking up those, I think. But singles. More things have to be turned off. More stuff to turn off, please. Those aren't singles, those are large stacks. General currency. Greater Eldritch Embers, Filter Blade thinks is worth like 3C a piece. They're not, right? Interesting. They're still 1C a piece. I can barely deal with running 48 maps. Imagine rushing into 120, right? Rolling maps is the worst part of the game. Okay, no more graders. I still want to pick up sextants though, and GCPs, harbinger orbs. Is there anything else I can turn off? writes that down. You want something to write down? You want to find out what the worst parts of any video game are? Because I can tell you without even playing any video game, I can find the worst, most monotonous parts of any video game.
Find characters ready.
Real easy. All you do is you go to the websites where people make cheats.
Here is your
and people
daily
make
reminder to
automators
use
and
your
people
Prime.
make bots and people make things. And you look for all of the things that get a lot of attention on those websites that people pay for that don't just automate all your gameplay. Not the bots that farm currency for you. You look for the other shit that people are paying money to a third-party website to cheat to not have to do. Like rolling maps or alt spamming things or jewelers infusing automatic links. Like those sort of shit. That's the sort of shit that exists for this game. You can do that for any game on a split second. Take you 15 minutes to find out the worst part of every video game. Just by going to those websites to see the bit that people are willing to pay money to not do. And then you get a list. You get a list of all the bits that people hate. It's that easy. Varanus. Thank you very much for the Prime. See, GCPs are still like 4C each. I feel like I do want to pick those up still. Maybe I just turn off this whole fucking goddamn tab. I use my Prime, but I keep getting random gifted subs. That's fine. Okay, we're turning off anything that's not at least 4 chaos. Except woke sextants. Ah, man, am I going to turn off woke sextants? Surely not. 80 to a div. Div's 160. That's only 2. That's only 2 chaos. Okay, single woke sextants. They're going off. I'm setting it at like 4 chaos being the minimum for a single thing. Except the Grandicas, they're technically 3.5, but in bulk they're 4 or 5. So I can leave just the Grands on. GCPs are the same thing. They sell for more than 4 in bulk, like 4.2 or something. So I can leave a GCP on, but everything else that was under 4 chaos is gone. He's just a map blaster for Legion and like having over 100 div running in the stash. I mean, just fucking everybody better hurry. Why would they get suddenly more expensive? Oh, are there like hundreds of new boxes being added with more troll maps probably? Yikes. Zero maps, so just still 2 for 145 each. Mage Blood's 130 now. Jesus. I bought mine for 110 And then I was like a little bit annoyed 2 days later because it was like 90. And now it's 130 again. All right. Where are the sextants in the stack list? Sex. There you are. Okay, so I've got this tab here for just stacks of 2 or 3. What am I going to make this tab? Annulment shards, ancient shards, blessed orbs. This is where chaos, regal, unmakings, regrets, filed orbs, and chaos are. I was thinking about good old Tornado Shot, never played it. Yo, Tornado Shot's literally the best build that you could possibly pick to run legions. Like if your goal is to blast the shit out of legions, Tornado Shot Deadeye with a Headhunter on is by far the absolute best thing you could ever pick. By far. Here's the thing. I don't need to be picking up most of these, actually, even in stacks of 2. So let's move Chaos Orbs up to here. I'll pick up 2 Chaos Orbs together. And let's make Regrets, Scours, Regals, Unmakings, Val Orbs, and everything 4 stack minimum instead. Make it 3. We'll make it 3. 3's fine. You gotta throw away fire traps to keep it stunned halfway through unless it's just one mob. I just hold right click and eventually one goes off. Or I flame dash away and then throw one single trap. One single trap causes the big explosion. Generally, the answer is I don't need to though. Usually there's only one mob. That's when I need to throw it. I don't actually need to throw a trap when there's... farming out Unix until they're self-found, specifically those that are global drops without div cards. Generally speaking, what most people do in most leagues is they farm Ghosted Rogue Exiles because those have the most amount of uniques. Right now, you're going to do this exact MF strat, even if it's in tier 7s. You're just going to do Abyss Cemetery things in tier 7s or as high as you can do them, even if you're not in the MF gear. As long as you're doing the Juice and the Abyss multi-strategy, you will get all of the uniques that you need. Every single global unique drop, easy. No problem in solo self-found this league. No problem at all. You're just going to farm Abyss with multi-proj, same as always. Oh, one more thing. I'm done picking up gold rings and I'm sad about it, but I'm done picking up gold rings. Where are you? Unique items. I'm also done picking up Taster Hates. So there's 2 belts. And I'm gonna make this one over there because you don't need to ding at me anymore. Okay. You're fine. You're fine. The other thing I'm going to do is turn off the beams on all of these. They can keep their markers on the map so I can still see them, but we don't need beams on those anymore. And the next thing I'm going to do is, what are they called? Scarabs. Okay. You literally don't have to have a beam either. You can also be 36. You don't have to have, well, you can keep a beam, but no sound. But you can also be, wait, 36. And then you can only be 40. And you're the one that keeps the sound. There we go. One of your killed mobs that pop up too slowly. Yes. Does also having minion damage roll good with it? No. No, because well, first of all, I don't take spiritual aid, but you're thinking about spiritual aid. But spiritual aid is increases and reductions to minion damage apply to you, not more multipliers. So minion damage is a minions deal X% more, not X% increase. So it doesn't actually work for that at all. Doesn't work with RF at all, you mean? Yes. Alright, so filters updated. I'm gonna run one map with this new filter so I can pay like the full amount of attention. And then we're gonna listen to this thing. Oh, except I might want to redo my tree slightly, because one, I can do legions now. Two, I'm not going to be running the 8 mod corrupted sexton anymore. So if you decided to keep it, how much did the hat cost? What if I have horror essences which are full to a div? Isn't that only like 12 div or something? Nice. I didn't say it was a lot. Fair enough. There you go. Had no idea how hard that was. I'm currently running this one, which is a wand. Which does make it worse because the implicit does nothing, but otherwise, I mean, it's double multi +1 damage over time fire damage. Because nice didn't cover it. I mean, so the problem is, righteous fire doesn't gain damage with plus levels anymore. It only cares about your life, really. It gains like the tiniest amount of damage with plus levels. This is going to be much better for the fire trap portion, but it's not going to help it's also the auras and whatnot. But that's why I only wanted 1+1, the +1 all. That makes it a lot easier to make. But also, here's a better question. Can I get a screenshot of your atlas? Because I just need to... I need to fit some Legion spawn chance on, but I don't know what I've got that I shouldn't have. But I want to like come down here. I want to get all 3 of those. I want to get this one and this one. And -1 point, I never did the breach invitation. Oh my god, go do the breach invitation. What the fuck? You could have just done that at any point on your radar, right? You've got the ability to do that. Oh. Ah. So it's breach you're not spec'd into. That's where the extra points are. That makes sense. Legion is better. I couldn't do Legion at the beginning. So I didn't have enough area scaling. And so at first I thought, Legion's just really trash for Fulcrum, but it isn't. It isn't. It just is right away. And the 3 right of blue. Right there. It is right away, but then as soon as you get some area scaling, then it's better. Now, I don't really care about the beast thing, I don't think. Listen to this interview with... No, I did not. But I'm going to. After I run one single map with my new setup. Maybe I do care about beasts a little bit. Okay, so now I'm gonna use Legion Breach Beyond Abyss, and since I'm not using Kato anymore, this is also the last set of maps that I'm gonna do without using winged scarabs too. I'm just gonna change to wings after this. I started without them because I was like real poor, and now I realized I'm not real poor anymore, so I can probably just start running winged shit on everything. So now we're gonna run Legion. With that mirror in your stash. It makes me angry. No, I have plans. I have plans. I'm gonna break it. I'm gonna break it. Find a mirror. I did. Exclamation mark mirror 2. Oh, I don't want Gilded Legions. Hang on. Fuck you, Gilded Legion. We want Polished Legion. Yeah. Either Polished Legion or Winged Legion. Gilded Legion doesn't exist. Winged gives you 2. That's worth it. If you're not using Winged, you go down to Polished. Fuck Gilded. You should use your Winged now. You need to convert them all. Yeah, but I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna finish the maps that I've already rolled and prepped exactly the way I had planned on running them, and then change the whole strat over to the winged ones. It is time to change to winged. The main reason I'm not going to change to winged right now is because when I change to winged, I really want to try and pay attention to like how much more rewards I get and whatnot. And what I really want to pay attention to for the next like hour and a half, 2 hours is the video we're going to be watching, not the gameplay. Which is why I'm not changing anything else about the build, but I'm just testing this one thing for one map, test these filter changes, and then off we go. There's something in that video that makes you... No, I haven't seen nothing. I haven't seen nothing, and I don't want to know nothing until I watch it, which I will start on my second map right after this one. It's mostly just a little bit of stalling to make everybody like give everybody time to get in here, right? Everybody who's interested. Yo, why do I have this piss weak trail? Stupid event that has no juice at it. That's why it's a piss weak trail.
Hello.
The gain rage thing is cool, but not on its own. Nope.
Trust the wisps.
Do you challenge us to see a different health globe? Nah, that's from a Kirak Vault Pass in the past, a few leagues ago. The new one is purple. Oh, I thought my flux program made it purple. No. F.lux shouldn't hopefully make red things purple, I would hope. I stopped using F.lux because I got sick of explaining why my screen looked different at different times of the day. For all the people who had like never used F.lux before. I feel like I was using it for like 20 years. into purple HP without that ugly hat. I really wish that they would start giving us the cool MTXs that changes shit, like make you float, change your health globe and whatnot, in different areas that aren't the armor I wear, so that I could use whatever the goddamn hell MTX I want, but then also change the look of my health globe or make my character float or whatever. Like, why are they tied? Why do they have to be tied to specific armor pieces? Like, that's really shit. I mean, no. Oh, right. Yep. All right, looks like that's it. 5.5K. It's not the worst. I'll take it. As a side note, this is the size of Righteous Fire that I always want Righteous Fire to be if I'm going to play it. If Righteous Fire can be at least this big, feels great. Oh, looks like I accidentally started an abyss crack. My bad. Split 32, enemy 33. I killed her. Oh, yeah. Oh, whoops. Didn't realize that started a thing. My bad. I was just like standing next to it for ages, blowing it up. Boom, boom. All right, everything seems to go fine. Silly Great Wolf talismans. I'm going to be a little bit sad next league when I don't have a reason to build a character worth more than like 100 or 200 divines. And we go back to being like, oh, well, no difficult content. Maybe we will have a reason. Maybe. But we haven't had a reason in like 2 years, and now we've got a reason. And there's no shot this goes core. As much as I want it to go core, there's no shot. Absolutely zero chance, right? What is happening next week? I meant next league. Like when this is gone. The bit I like here is nothing to do with the amount of currency that's dropping or what it's done to the market or anything like that. It's about the fact that we can make maps so difficult that I want to continue to invest. And then when I continue to invest to be able to do more difficult content, I then get rewarded more for it. At like a good proportionate rate. That's what we've not had for like 2 years that we've got again now. And I love it. I love it. But most of the last 2 years, the answer to what could fill that niche that I'm talking about has just been, oh, but there are Uber bosses. I don't like bossing though. So murder everything. So I need you to regen less. I'm gonna try this mob with my stick. Yep. Boop.
I cannot do this yet.
I would have killed him. Eventually. But I'm now curious myself. We just say that I have frostbomb. I mean, I definitely would have killed him eventually. Just say I'm very encouraged by the interview. Minion? Yeah. You're the first even remotely negative comment I've had so far, but we haven't listened to it yet, but I will start it after this map. One more set, please. There they are. Cool. You're good. Die, bitch, die. Okay, where's the third ritual?
I cannot do this yet.
Where is the third ritual, actually? Must be in the boss room. Yeah. Yo, this guy's still for life. It's alright, I'll kill him. Oh my god, was there a portal on top of me? I'll kill him. I thought for sure he'd be dead by now. Okay, don't you get like 15k map? 15k is like a really good map. It's usually more like 9 to 10 ish per map when you're fully doing it. Like as an average. Which is still like 5 div a map average just for doing the harvest. Not counting sacred blossoms and shit like that. Die, bitch, die. I don't even care about killing you. I just want my ritual with all my rares in it. There we go. So many. Am I gonna crash? Hey, I didn't crash. Jesus. Jesus. Not crashing equals ship map. Alright, let's see. If I do... Right, that one. So if I hide that one from you, you should no longer hear game sounds. Now, I'm going to make a coffee real quick. And then it's time to watch this thing. Alright, I'm interested. Let's make a coffee. I'll be back in a second and then we'll fucking watch this thing. More info. Coffee. All right. Under her sitting. Thinking about having the interviews. And the name is not the same as the order. Yep. True. True. Anyone have the path building from before he went RF? Yeah, in the last YouTube video that went up today, the full fulcrum video, it's there. Along with a bunch of explanations about how it works, why it works, and what the other options are. Because there are a ton of options. Alright. Are we ready? Are you ready, kids? Let's see if this is loud enough for everybody.
Hi, this is Rain here with a interview with Path of Exile 2 developers Jonathan and Frishi, and I'm honored by them joining me here today, and we're going to ask a lot of questions.
Out there, maybe?
I figured we can start with you introducing yourself and what you do specifically at Grinding Gear Games.
Yeah, so my name's Jonathan Rogers, and I'm the game director on Path of Exile 2, which is certainly keeping me busy at the moment.
My name is Rishi, and I'm a game designer on Path of Exile 2, mostly working on items and anything in that nature, which also keeps me very busy.
But you're doing some PoE1 stuff as well.
Yeah,
when it comes to item stuff, you kind of,
Good.
help out there as well, for sure.
And then there's Ascendancies in PoE2 and
a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
It's a lot of stuff to do, yeah. So I want to start by saying I actually really liked what you said in one of the previous interviews about a lot of people try to ask questions on behalf of other people and creating artificial problems that way. So I'm mostly asking questions that I specifically care about myself because I feel like I'll be able to ask better follow-ups. So there are some duplicated questions that I feel weren't followed up. So just wanted to say
that's a
about
good
that.
way to do
Thanks
it.
so much for taking time to be here.
No problem.
And I figured we could start with sort of a re-follow-up. And I wanted to ask, is everything going to be tied to maps in the same way everything is in PoE 1? Or will there be more standalone endgame? Because you did talk about how you really like delve and stuff. What I'm asking about specifically is there a chance that we'll get a completely standalone endgame? So think about delve with no reliance on maps, or heist that is completely self-sufficient, so that during an entire league you could go, I don't want to do the mapping system at all this league.
It would be possible, but what I will say is that it's very important that anytime you can...
Just real quick, I'm not sure about that. It means there'll be better follow-up questions, but it also means some views might not be represented. Yep, some views don't need to be. And also some views don't need to be represented every single goddamn time. Like, it's one of the bigger problems when you try and make content like this. Every single person thinks their viewpoint needs to be brought up and fought for every single time. And that's mental. It's mental.
effectively choose the difficulty of content, you have to have some kind of tie to economic value in order to make it so that you can't do content that's too hard for you. So the reason why the map system is like the way it is effectively to ensure that, right? Because in order to earn access to higher maps, you have to do lower maps and so on and work your way up the chain. So any in-game system that you want to have that's independent of that would have to effectively do the same thing. And so that's kind of important. So like we do have some stuff It's very hard to have stuff that's not economically tied to the map system in some way. Like in the case of Delve, you've got like sulfite, which you sort of need to be able to get somehow. In order for Delve to be completely untethered, you have to be able to get sulfite in the mine. And I guess the fear we would have around that is basically that it would become boring, that you wouldn't like, that wouldn't actually be enjoyable in some way. So I guess we'd just have to feel confidence that it would be okay to be able to just do that forever in order for that to be okay.
So I guess my follow up there and like how I would solve that is actually a further question I have. But I feel like loot right now is very like homogenized in Path of Exile. I think it started somewhere around Legion where we started getting a lot of other League mechanics as rewards as part of Legion, right? Like you would start getting catalysts and other things like that. So I personally think that if any mechanic that was like that was the only place to get it, then you already have a reason to keep farming it there. And I guess my follow-up there is that something we're going to see in PoE 2? Like things being very specific, the only place to get things? That's something I really enjoyed with Heist, that like Grand Heist was the only place to get replicas.
Yeah, we definitely feel like having rewards tied to a mechanic and only that mechanic is definitely a good thing, and we will definitely try to be doing that going forward. I think in PoE 2 for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, I think even in PoE 1 we're kind of trying to walk back a bit some of the like other ways to get content. Like we've been kind of moving more in that direction. There was definitely a period there where there was like way too much like use of other leagues rewards, I would say. And yeah, I completely agree that like for like in order to make it so that like it's really good for diversity of endgame to have it so that each is got rewards separately.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. No, I totally agree with that. That's something I was really hoping to see with like less homogenization
I also agree.
of loot.
Awesome. When they're in different areas.
So you have talked about this a little bit, but a lot of the marketing so far feels to me personally is like very focused on the new crowd. It almost feels like you haven't really been targeting existing Path of Exile players. We're obviously not seeing a lot of endgame yet. Maybe that's because it's not ready. But yeah, we're not seeing a large amount of like endgame stuff. And also, I remember in a previous interview when showing off cosmetics and stuff, I know you guys focus on like making it very like readable and like easy to see what's happening. Do you think there will be any more targeting things for existing Path of Exile players that are getting increasingly worried that PoE 2 isn't for them? For example, specifically showing off endgame.
This is a really, really good question, but also at the same time, while none, and I do mean none, of the marketing material for PoE 2 has been aimed at existing players in any way, they're all aimed at new players, 100% of it. I would say every interview they've done is mostly aimed at the existing player base. Like we're not attracting brand new PoE players with these podcasts and interviews and stuff. Like that's not right. Like that's not going to attract any new player. That's for us. Just throwing that out there.
More really cool and complex interactions, like even the druid slamming the ground, volcano stuff activating, that's super cool to me. Right. More things like that.
I mean, I think that it's sort of interesting because when we're making marketing, we have to make sure that we're not going to just completely alienate a bunch of people who've never heard the game before. So we have to be really careful to avoid that. And I think that's why we kind of make sure that everything tries to be a bit more understandable for new players. So yeah, like I guess the assumption is that like as far as like getting really deep into the weeds, we can do that kind of thing in this kind of context more, and then our existing players will be able to kind of appreciate that. But when it comes to like releasing big trailers and things like that, it really needs to be kind of like, okay, let's make sure that people don't think that, I mean, you know, we've already got a reputation of the whole like Path of Excel kind of thing going on, so we just have to be a little bit careful that we don't completely alienate people before they've even had a chance to try the game. And I guess the other assumption is that a bunch of Path of Exile 1 players are likely to want to try Path of Exile 2 out and find out the fact that all the depth is still there. You know, they're likely to just to try it out anyway, if you know what I mean, and find it out. So yeah, I mean, effectively, it just means that a lot of the time, yes, we have to make sure that the marketing is more new player friendly.
He's absolutely right. We're all trying it anyway.
You would be open to, for example, doing a live stream with a streamer where you're playing Path of Exile and showing something akin to like, here, this is like a pretty good pace. This is like blasting.
Yeah, absolutely, we should be doing that. But I think that we don't want to be doing that until we get a bit closer to beta release. And I mean, as we get there, I'm sure there will be a lot more stuff like, I mean, 'cause there's going to be various events and other things like that that we'll get to as we get closer to the beta launch. And you know,
listen, we've been through this a lot. Show me something. Show me 5 seconds. 5 seconds of an end game map at like juicing pace. At like, just show me combat that moves at that point. Just a little 5-second clip. Just do it.
Don't worry, I'm sure you will get your chance to try the game again.
Okay, it's very cool.
At some point, it's at some point. But yeah, it's really a little bit premature to be showing in game right now, I think, because there's still quite a lot more to do. I've sort of said before that we don't have like full progression testing that we can do quite yet, and that's becoming actually really soon. To the point we can do that, and at that point we'll know what we need to do in terms of when getting to end game, getting like tuning the field to make sure that you feel like you've got that power progression all the way through the game, and then where you kind of end up actually feels good as well. So that's still something that we need to sort of nail down, I would say.
Cool. A problem for me right now is, especially with beasts and essences, I'll sometimes be fighting an essence or a beast that is like a real fight, and not necessarily tied to its reward either. Like, it's not necessarily super worth it to fight it. Where I'll maybe be fighting it for a minute or two, and then I run up to the map boss and I snap it out of existence. How do you approach making that different and balancing that in PoE 2?
Well, so the bosses are going to be a lot more involved in PoE 2, right? Like a PoE 1 map boss is like, for example, there's Hailrake as a map boss, and if that lasted minutes, it's just going to be boring, isn't it? So, I mean, a lot of the bosses in PoE 2 are going to have many different mechanics that you have to fight through and everything, and that on its own is going to be quite a bit different. But I believe there's also some changes
so
in
Mark,
PoE 1.
There is some issues basically in PoE 1 where because of the way that multiple mechanics can stack multiplicatively, you can get into a situation where there really is too much life, effective HP on monsters, like due to that. And I think that Mark has some kind of system that they're slowly introducing in PoE 1 where there'll be some way to effectively demultiplicativize that. I don't know what the word is, but make it more additive so that it actually scales more reasonably. And I think that will mean that you sort of don't get, as many of those sort of situations where something's just unfairly and ridiculously tough. Yeah. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to say that it will never be the case that a rare could potentially become harder than a map boss, because I think that it's cool when you do have a interesting combination of mods that just leads to a situation where something is interestingly difficult. But what we don't want is just like this thing is just impenetrably tough to the point where you just can't even like you're just scratching it. I think that's definitely bad, and I know this is something that we want to get fixed in PoE 1 as well. So hopefully PoE 2 also benefits from that. But just the fact that all of the bosses in the end game will be actually good bosses will mean that like it's okay to balance them harder, which will mean that relatively speaking they'll tend to be much tougher than what the rares will be.
Awesome.
And it's also a rarity thing, right? Of how often a rare is going to.
Sure. I mean, there's stuff around that as well, of course. Yeah. So
from what I'm hearing, right, or the majority of the map bosses are going to be like more substantial fights. But a follow-up question I have there is it can feel really good to like maybe have a specific build that is maybe very bad at bosses, right? I think back in PoE 1 we had Valsparkers that couldn't do bosses at all. Do you see that being an approach players can do where I can make like a map specific build and it still be worth it to just like blast through the map but maybe completely ignore the boss? Or is it going to be expected that you're killing the map and the boss, and that is the expected gameplay loop?
It's a very interesting question that I guess I haven't directly considered until this moment. So let me think about that. So,
well, there's a fraction of the reward that comes from the boss versus the map and versus league content. So I guess in theory, if you could do the rest of it fast enough that you could give up the reward from the map boss, it would be okay?
The intention is 1/3 from the map boss of reward, roughly. So that basically means that if you can do the 2/3 more efficiently such that you can overwhelm the 1/3 that comes from the map boss, then that could still be plus EV for you. But I'm just thinking, like, do we actually want to incentivize that behavior or not? It's an interesting question.
I have a direct follow-up too that might make you think about it differently as well.
I'll have a look at that in a second.
It was initially supposed to be about core bosses specifically, things like Eater Worlds and stuff. But is there going to be like very distinct different loot between the map boss, like something that's only
Ooh.
accessible there, versus the rest of the map?
That's actually
yeah, I mean,
interesting
we
too.
generally do that, right? Like generally speaking, the map boss does have specific loot, right? Like it's not the whole map, is my
Wouldn't say
understanding.
generally speaking.
Well, the map boss is well, if you're just talking about regular
Oh,
maps,
sure. If you're talking about
Yeah,
regular
yeah,
map, well,
yeah,
okay,
regular
so for
map
regular
bosses.
maps, generally not so much, right? But
Yeah.
it's just that's more of a thing when you've got like specific
like a
important
specific
bosses.
boss will certainly
yeah.
have it. Yeah.
But that being
absolutely.
said, I actually do like having like even more specific content in certain cases. The thing we just got to be careful of is we have to make sure that our systems don't encourage just running the same thing again and again and again for absolutely forever. Like it's
Oh, but
nice to
that's
be
what I
able to
like.
target farm something for a while,
Yeah.
but you just have to be careful that it's not like the economically best decision is everyone runs this one map and then that's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
that's
that's tricky.
That's why I'm such a big fan of like more target farming in specific things, so that there's like you have so many options of things to track down. And I wanted to ask you about, how do you feel about loot tables and target farming? And in all my time playing Path of Exile now, Path of Exile 1, I have only been able to discern one single item that drops anywhere, but also has like a higher chance from something. It's Remi's Concoction from Aziri, or from Aziri's Trial. That's the only thing I've been able to discern in 25,000 hours.
Right.
Is there going to be more things like that that are like similar to Diablo 2, right? Where Nightmare and Dariel is a higher drop chance of Stone of Jordan. Are you approaching that in any way, like loot tables and target farming of things that
well, the
do
funny
farm
thing about
globally?
The funny thing about that is div cards kind of are that in a way, because div cards ultimately are a way to target farm a certain thing. So I guess like, I mean, we haven't discussed whether or not exactly how div cards will come back and so on, but like if they like, I mean, but effectively like div cards do serve the purpose of allowing you to target farm for a certain item with higher chance at a certain area.
Yes, but there's a big difference there in that div cards usually drop in one zone. I'm talking about things that maybe drop globally, but something has a higher chance of dropping it.
Right.
Which I quite
Well,
like.
the unique that the div card gives drops globally is, I think, what.
Yeah, that's what I
Right.
mean. So like if the unique the div card gives
Sure.
drops globally, then the div card effectively serves as like a way to
Sure.
target farm that thing over, even though, you know, so I guess I would say that those systems kind of seem a little bit similar to me. As for whether or not the actual map boss itself would drop like more as opposed to the map, I guess we could consider doing that for something like a div card. Like it's a potential way to kind of make it so that you've got that like that situation like that. But I mean, my understanding is that you had some issues with div cards in PoE 1 as they are right now. So I'm curious to
Yeah,
talk
'cause
about
they're
that if you want to
shit.
talk more about
Yeah,
it.
that's my next follow up. So, because
Wait. He has the same opinion as me, right? There's two major problems with div cards in my brain. Two major problems with div cards. One, stack decks. Stack decks ruin the entire thing from head to toe. Stack decks are trash. Remove stack decks immediately, just completely gone. There's no reason for them to exist. They actually ruin everything. Goodbye. Second, boss drops should not have cards that drop in global content. You shouldn't be able to bypass doing a boss to get a boss drop by collecting a card, unless you're doing the bosses to collect cards. How do stack decks ruin things? Because they stop you from needing to do the bosses to get the cards. Right now, they don't ruin things. But if you were to fix, in my mind, if you were to fix divination cards so that things dropped where they made sense, right? Like boss drops were locked behind bosses, but if you don't get the unique, you will be slowly gathering these cards to guarantee the unique. That's fine. If you were to do that, stack decks bypass it anyway because they can give any card, which is ridiculous. Okay, so we fine with that instead of deleting them. I mean, they don't do anything, but sure.
I was watching the Crypt talk about this, and yeah, I personally feel like divination cards, especially for boss drops and stuff, super devalue what they drop, especially with something like the Void or when they can come from Diviners. I'm not inherently against a divination card for a boss drop as a pity drop from either another really challenging boss or the boss itself. But yeah, I wanted to know, how do you want to approach divination card and strictness to keep boss drops exciting?
Yeah. So we were actually just talking about this. So yeah, do you want to?
Yeah. So I definitely agree with you in that it always makes me sad when a boss drop comes from a div card before a boss is even killed.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yep.
we were talking about how
Every league.
it might just be better. Like, look, we don't actually know how div cards are going to come into PoE2, but if they did, they would only be limited to world drop items and not boss specific items. Because I mean, in theory, we could have
Okay.
the boss drop a div card
That'll
for
do.
the boss's loot itself, but that sort of defeats the purpose a little bit.
Exactly. So yeah, like basically, I think we were saying how if we were doing it, we probably would prefer that we excluded things that were in boss specific loot. But I know there's even other things like, so the other one that kind of also causes this is the reliquary.
Yeah, it does.
And like Mark was saying that he feels a bit sad about the fact that, you know, like you've got foil things of a thing dropping before you've actually got the ability for the players to get the non-foil one.
Yeah,
Seems a
absolutely.
bit backwards. So there's like a bit of an issue there, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something we definitely need to bear in mind, I would say.
Yeah.
And we did sort of discuss a few things about ways
Taylor,
to.
that's me.
Yeah, but I don't know if I don't know if I've got a specific solution I'm quite happy with yet, but that is definitely a concern. But at the same time, like I know that players really do enjoy the process of being able to create things like div cards, so it's something that I do want to try and have something like. I do like things like that being in the game, so you know, it's just a matter of making sure that we're controlling them right.
Yeah. Yeah, and like obviously, well, my thought was you could have like boss pity drops that just can't drop from generic location div cards or the void, right? That the boss itself is the only place to get the pity. But a follow-up I have is all divination cards right now are made by supporters, right? As a company, you haven't made a single one. Is that something you're thinking about changing, or do you think that will be a supporter pack?
I would say that I do like the fact that the players can know like that a certain piece of content is like player designed rather than company designed. Like I kind of like that separation. So I think that I would want to maintain that sanctity if we're doing that. But yeah, it's as I said, we have to sort of work out what exactly our rules are going to be for stuff like this. I mean, one question people have is like, are you going to do the whole design a unique thing again in PoE2? And this is a tricky question because like it is like. Rishi's normally the one who has to actually to actually do it. So
I didn't
you
do
can
enough
say what your
damage to stop
experience is
them.
like with regard to that stuff.
It's generally so, and I'm not trying to sound hypocritical here because I actually started as a supporter that designed a unique as well, but it's actually really hard to make them, and the time it takes to make a supporter unique compared to a unique that we just make in-house is massively different. So if we were to do it, it would be, I don't even know like how much it would cost, like the company time and all of that, you know?
Part of it is just like there is an awesome community feel you get at the like, you know, like I just remember the early days of PoE1 with, you know, supporters doing that stuff. It just felt really cool. And so it feels sad if we weren't able to do something like that in PoE2. Like that's why I'm kind of keen, even though it is kind of painful in a lot of ways. I think it still might be worth it just because like it's like there's just an awesome sense you get out of that. I think the main problem with it actually is not so much the process of designing it with the community, but more the afterwards when like some other thing like some new item will come out that's like better than the one the supporter designed for some purpose, and they're like, oh, you have to buff my thing, and like effectively they've got a sense of ownership over the item after it actually goes in the game, and that's kind of like that's actually probably the worst part about it. But yeah,
because one of my questions was if you felt that you're too big to do that now.
I don't want that to be the answer. Like I don't want to have to.
So,
I certainly don't want that
might be
to
the
have to be
answer,
how we
though.
say that.
I
don't think we wouldn't do it just because we're too big. It would be for other reasons if we didn't do it.
Yeah. So obviously there's two solutions I thought of. One is increasing the price, right? That will like limit the money. But you could also have a raffle that people sign up to like I'm willing to pay whatever the $500 or the $1,000, and then like 3 people are picked and they're like the lucky ones. That would be interesting as well.
We could potentially do something like that, but I don't know.
We've also done it as like, you know, like a contest, right? The winner of a race gets to do it. That was the most recent time I think.
Yeah.
That
Thing
we've
is,
done
I'll never
this,
win a
so,
race.
I mean,
I actually think that there can be, when you've got too few people doing it, can actually be an issue as well, because then there's this weird community pressure thing of like a unique will come out and then the community like, oh, you wasted your thing on this and this kind of stuff. So there's a little,
that's
there's like some
happen no
annoying
matter
things
what.
around that.
Yeah.
that happens with the current supporter uniques as well, right? Like when someone designs a unique, they expect it to be at a certain power level, and when people decide that it's not, they sometimes don't feel like, like they don't feel happy about the result at the end of it because maybe they didn't make an item that was strong enough or whatever. So yeah, there are definitely a lot of issues too.
Right.
It's very cool that you're talking about that though. Are there any supporter related thing like the Valdos or the
Actually,
div
don't know.
cards or previously created uniques like Voltaxi? Is there any of that that is going to be transferring to PoE 2?
Just some uniques, is my understanding.
Yeah, so those things won't directly come into PoE2 like that.
Mm-hmm.
But for uniques, like, okay, so generally speaking, like we want what we would call iconic uniques from PoE1 to be in PoE2, like in some form, you know, like even if like there are changes or whatever, like anything that's kind of iconic, you want to be there in PoE2. And so effectively, like if a supporter unique happens to be iconic, then it'll come in, but not like it's a different unique now because like it made the stats will be changed, whatever. It's like it's not supporters unique in the same way as it was before. But because it's become iconic, it can now, you know, be a unique that.
Excuse me? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 67 divines. Oh, another 7 there. 50, 60, 75 divines. 75 divines. 15 annulment orbs. And 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 86 exalts. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you can just press amount in inventory. Yeah. That's insane. That's so good. All right, continuing on.
That would be in PoE2.
Like even if the stats are different, like ideally it'll still be recognizable of the item that it once was, and you know that sort of thing. So like a PoE1 player will look at it and be like, oh yeah, I
remember that.
I know what that item is.
So Voltaxic and Cloak of Defiance are very likely in PoE2 then.
I would say.
I would probably say so. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. I've tried to have like a mix of questions, not so much like staying on one topic necessarily. But one I'm very curious about personally is cosmetics in PoE1 right now are very often tied to one specific piece of armor. Like right now we have flying, but that's only on the chest.
Yes, I was just complaining about this today.
In PoE2 to have it that's just like, okay, your character can fly without it necessarily be tied to that exact effect.
Please. That'd be great.
So we discussed this a little bit. Here's the thing, like, if we divorce the cosmetic completely from the function, I feel like you're going to end up with a situation where you end up kind of like with the cosmetics we were making back before, where there's like just a lot of like, I don't think it's as interesting. I do understand why players certainly want in some cases for those effects to be available on different slots or things like that. But I think that, I don't know, like it thematically as far as design goes, it's just so much better to design an item where you're thinking like, oh, it's a, you know, like it actually puts the game design, I'm not doing a very good job explaining this, but it puts the game design kind of back in the cosmetic design process, which I think is something that makes them a lot cooler, a lot like better for our designers to work on.
Right.
So it's kind of like I think there are maybe some cases where we haven't tied the function enough to the actual armor or piece, and that's the cases I think where players are asking for, oh, I wish that this could be separate.
Yeah, like flying specifically would be very cool to mix and match with different sets.
Or
right.
changing the color of my health globe. More importantly,
I think in those cases maybe we should be considering doing. I do think that
like I don't mind so much the flying really. It'd be nice to fly on whatever I want. That'd be great. But what would be more important to me would be like the changing of the health globe and things like that. Like changing the color of my health globe should not be tied to an armor set. Right? Like I want to have a purple health globe all the time. As soon as I unlock that this league, that'll be the only helmet I ever wear for the rest of the game. The purple health globe looks way too cool. I no longer need any helmet MTXs because I have to wear that helmet MTX because I want a purple health globe. I don't like that.
MTX system needs to change somewhat. In fact, there are changes in the works, and the funny thing about that is that because the MTX system is shared between PoE 1 and 2, that means that any change we make to that has to be in PoE 1 as well, because they'll be the same.
Yeah.
And so I think that we do want to have like I think the slot-based system is kind of holding us back a little bit at the moment, and so I think that we need to change up how that works exactly. Like we still need to have slots with regard to like reskinning particular elements of your body. But I do think there's a lot of cases where you want to be able to equip something not in a slot so that you can have just like a list of just like here's as many things. And I think we even added a thing for that technically. I think we even did a thing for a couple of microtransactions recently for that in PoE 1. Although
yes, I think
we might have done.
Oh,
but I
let me
feel
out,
like
let me out.
I definitely think that more stuff needs to kind of work like that. And we might end up going back and changing a few things to make them a little bit easier to equip in that way. But it's at the same time though, I wouldn't want to say that we want to get away from the idea that mechanic and an item should be divorced.
Okay.
I think they should be
Finally
unified,
died.
at least a better design.
Okay. Next question is about Detonate Dead. It's a very hot topic. And you've talked about how it's very important to improve the visual clarity, make it very easy to see. But I feel like in a game like Path of Exile, there will always be moments where it's like it is under something, whether it's your filter, whether it's like a lot of effects and stuff. Like there will be like a perfect storm where it just is under something. Is there a really important need for it to be tied to corpse health when it's a monster ability?
Well, you feel strongly about this, so you can answer that.
Okay, I'm not sure how I feel about the monster side of things, but I do feel strongly that the player skill needs to be tied to corpse life because
I agree with that.
there should.
In PoE 2, we're introducing Detonate Ground.
Be a difference when you detonate the corpse of a rare monster versus a magic monster. And then the question is, well, why would it be any different when it comes to a monster, right? Now, and I feel the real problem is that there is a lack of telegraphing, right, on the monster side, really. Like,
the telegraphing change we want to make really should make it so that you can see it. Like, I don't think it will be impossible to see once we've done the telegraphing change that we want to make.
Yeah, like basically, is it okay for a monster to detonate like another rare monster's corpse, and it takes 5 seconds or some large number of time, before it detonates, but it will kill you if you stand there? I think that should be okay as long as you can see the telegraph clearly enough.
Do
so
you
the
think...
question is basically, can we make the telegraph clear enough?
Yeah,
right?
I guess, but do you think it's good that there are, because Detonate Dead can become untankable, right? Like borderline untankable. Do you think that's a good thing, that like, you possibly cannot tank this hit?
I think that it is okay to have some mechanics like that. I mean, it's not like I'm saying you want to have something like that every day.
Okay.
But the ability for something like that to be able to happen, I think is fine.
I think that's okay
it's
too.
Not like, I don't think we should have a policy of like there are no one hits or something, like no one shots at all in the game ever. I don't think that's a good idea because I think it handcuffs you a little bit too much. So that's that. I guess that's sort of how I would feel about that. Is you just want sometimes that, and it makes for interesting stories and sort of stuff like that to happen, right? Like if it's unfair, that's a problem, right? That is a problem. But if it's just like, but if you were warned, you screwed up, you should have known better than that, and it's on you, then I think it is okay for that to happen sometimes.
You still know She-Corpse exploded the corpse of the boss.
I know,
right?
I know. It is great, but I'm also a big fan of being able to like, pre-prepare. I think that's a very important approach to hardcore.
Right.
To like math out and think like, I am now immortal if I play in a certain way, and
Right.
But yeah, that's fair.
Should complete immortalness be possible? Well, I mean, I guess you want the occasional thing, right, to make it possible.
It should be, but it should be very hard to get.
That's a good answer. Pretty much direct follow up. How or are you? Can you talk a little bit about how you're going to approach making monsters dangerous in PoE 2? Because the game pace is going to be very different. And if I recall, a previous answer was that you felt it was dangerous or hard to make monsters dangerous when players are one-shotting the screen without on-death effects. So is the approach to that going to be different in PoE 2?
As far as making monsters dangerous go, like I think that the one interesting thing about that is that the mechanics of the average monster in PoE 1 are probably generally less complicated than they are in PoE 2.
Oh yeah, there are some monsters that have more mechanics than some bosses, right?
And from PoE 1,
Yeah.
sure, yeah. And so like that means that in your general mapping, like there will be more complexity around like some of the stuff that can happen. in terms of like the difficulty, I mean, so like, I think like maybe part of what we we're talking about before with the thing you were referencing was to do with like basically how fast can a monster kill you and that kind of stuff. Like like you know, can you get one shot and this kind of thing.
Well, also just like what type of mechanics can we expect to see? Like I really like volatiles, barriers, the mana ring, and things like that.
Okay, so you're talking about rare mods specifically.
Sure.
Oh, I mean, sure. I mean, like that stuff. We actually need to do like a whole refresh of more mods for PoE2 around the stuff. There needs to be a lot of design stuff like that. I wouldn't say we need on death effects to make. I wouldn't agree with the idea that we need on death effects to make things hard.
Good, because on death effects are like the worst. That's the thing though. Not all on death effects are the worst, right? Like bearers are fine. Bearers have this like. They're unmissable even in like the thick of the most juiced map, with the exception of like complete lag, but without like having, you know, one frame per second, which is a different thing, right? Like bearers are fine. That's technically an on death effect, and those are fine. Saying they don't want to expect players to stay in the league for a long time. I'm a little bit worried. That sounds like a big spoiler because that hasn't happened yet. So relax.
Like it's a thing that can make something hard, but I don't think that it's like required. But yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of like, you know, designing more rare mods and, you know, and things like that. I mean, it's an area that we can do. It's sort of hard to be a bit more specific than that without like I wouldn't say there's like one thing that makes it hard, right? Like it's just a matter of like, you know, we add a bunch more mods and make things.
I guess something I'm curious about then is I would love to hear how you feel about on death effects, and also talk a little bit about any mechanic like that volatile, mana ring, etc., that you like or don't like.
Well, I think I talked a bit about on death before, and basically the idea that on death, what it does is it means that you get something. There's something you have to play around when you're killing monsters in a pack. It's not so much that we want you to just die after you already won. It's a matter of like, okay, so as I'm approaching killing this pack, I just need to be a little bit careful because I know that there's something that's going to happen. So I like take them out one by one, or I'm just a little bit more careful around that stuff. So that's just that's the purpose that mechanic is intended to serve. So yeah, like that's what that's for.
To be fair, that is the mechanic. That is the purpose. That purpose that he's describing. That is how it worked many years ago, right? Like when we were playing this game 8 years ago and there was a giant pack of bearers, you would quite often kill a few, jump back, kill a few more, jump back again, kill a few more, jump through to the other side to get to the last bit of it, and then kill the remainder of that pack. And that was because of the on death effects. So it did used to do that. It just doesn't now, because we kill stuff way quicker. It's a very different game, but it did serve that back in the day.
But I mean, ideally, it's not like that's the only thing you should be careful about, right? There should be many different things that you're worried about when it comes to when it comes to this stuff. Yeah.
And then was there any that you really liked? Or didn't like?
I don't know that I would single out any one thing in particular. I don't know.
No, not really. I mean, generally, it's just things that make you approach combat differently is what we like, right?
Right.
And that's, I know, not a very specific answer, but that's really what we're trying to go for when it comes to, you see a mod and you're like, oh, I need to approach this fight differently than what I would normally do.
Yeah.
Just see a mod.
And just to make sure, I can't remember exactly. Obviously, there's a lot more pausing and stuff in PoE2. Does that mean that we can expect? This might have been answered. Can we expect to pause when we're talking to a vendor or something like that? Like, say, for example, one of the merchants in the current League Affliction, right? Being attacked while talking to them,
right.
It's very frustrating.
Please.
I haven't actually...
I don't think we've actually talked
about that particularly. Something that we could do. I agree it's kind of lame when you're talking to a world vendor and then monsters are attacking you.
Yeah, because it's so frustrating right now. I'm in Affliction and I'm like, I kill all the monsters, I look, I wait 5 seconds, I talk to the vendor. 10 seconds later, there's a monster gnawing at me, and I'm like,
Yeah, yeah.
bro.
I know.
I think that what my preferred solution to that, and there's no reason we couldn't do this in PoE 1, would be to like. I wonder if we can like. No, but you got to okay. You just got to be really careful of exploitation. But I kind of feel like I'd rather do something like monsters don't aggro on you while you're talking to a NPC or something like that.
Why?
Just 'cause
Why not just
like,
pause?
like when you pause the world, it is like you do notice it, right? Like stuff stops. Like like
Yeah.
if there's anything happening, like if you talk to an NPC and like fireball stops moving across the screen, like it does
Good.
seem a bit.
It was very
Not-
nice,
not-
I
not-
gotta say, in
No,
Ultimatum.
it's good.
I really like that.
I mean, yeah, but that's a little bit different,
Oh.
right? They've got like a different thing going on with that. But I as I said, I prefer thematically for in most cases to do some kind of like monsters don't aggro on you while you're talking to a vendor kind of solution because I think that
I understand, like, thematically, like, oh, I talked to this NPC and the whole world freezes. Like, how did that happen? Like, I get it. But in my opinion, it's worth losing that. Like, I guess realism, you could nearly call it. Like, I understand that you like lose a bit of that realism when you give me an automatic pause that happens when I talk to a vendor in my map. But the truth is, I don't care, and I don't think anybody else will care. I think the level of care about losing that little bit of like, this all makes sense in the lore of the world, it is like a 1 on my list of annoying. Like, I lose that little tiny, but then I gain the freeze. So like, I just don't think it's an important thing. I don't think any player is going to consider it an important thing. And I think everybody will like it if we freeze when we talk to NPCs like that. Realism argument is very weak. No, come on. It's not. Just real quick, like, realism in a game where you kill literal gods, sure. Calm down. Like, realism doesn't mean realism to the real world, right? Realism meaning stuff that makes sense that could keep happening, right? Like we can, the same as every movie or every book you've ever read or seen, right? It's not realism to this world that we live in. It's realism to the world that you're in, like the immersion that you're in. And they're technically right, you'll lose a little bit of that with an automatic freeze. Right? But like, the amount of people that wouldn't want a freeze to happen automatically when you talk to vendors is a statistically irrelevant amount compared to the amount of people that would want everything to freeze. Like, you'll have like 19 people going, I wish it didn't freeze, and then like 500,000 people saying, yay! So I feel like I feel like it's not gonna, it should just have a freeze.
Would be more thematically good, but I do understand that that's an issue, and we should really fix that because it's not very nice when that happens.
Yeah. Awesome. I would love to talk a little bit more about respecing and respec costs. I know you've talked previously about like making it free is not a good option.
Just to be clear, everything in the game is already coded that way. That we already have it. We already have the freeze mechanic. They've talked about this before. They can freeze things on an instant. It already exists. You can stop everything. You can start everything again. It's a choice to not use it, not a development time problem. We know this. We've already got it. Shaper freezes the whole map. Like, it already exists, and they've already mentioned it before, that they already have that mechanic and that it just works, but they don't want to use it. Right? Like, we know that exists already. Also, we're talking about PoE 2 and we've got a pause function built into the whole game. So like, it already exists.
But have you considered making the early game more accessible? I think that is probably, as somebody that like all of my content specializes on new players, and I almost feel like I'm doing them a disservice if I tell them to play around and experiment. The reason for that is a lot of people then come back like, hey, I'm level 60, my build does no damage. How do I fix it? And to a level 60 player who's new to Path of Exile, the only solution is make a new character, which does make some people quit. So something I was thinking about, like, for example, making regrets count for 5 times the amount at a low level, or free respecs until level 50 or 60, something like that.
Do you have any thoughts?
Well, I don't really enjoy the idea of a mechanic working differently early on and then, it changing at some point. And really, this is going down to understanding what passives are going to do to you, right? Like,
that is a big part of it. But I mean, just
also
to,
experimentation.
Right.
yeah.
Right. I guess it's funny because this one does come up a lot, and a lot of people just propose, oh yeah, you should be able to just free respec when you're low level, because it seems like an obvious answer to this kind of problem.
I don't think that's a good solution. I actually love that there's a cost and that your things have impact.
Right.
But it almost feels like permanently punishing the player when they're new and they don't understand.
Well, I guess there's two things that I guess to break down that particular thing. It's like the main thing there is that they don't understand, right? And like the don't understand part, I guess, is what I'd want to target, is because like ideally the best goal is to make them understand the impact of their choices. I mean, we talked before about how we want to have it so that you can see when you go to allocate a skill what the exact effect on your character will be as far as like DPS on your skills and stuff like that. And I think that will go a long way. I guess I still haven't hit on like a system that I think works really well as far as respecing goes. Like one thing we talked about, for example, that I think is sort of interesting and the kind of thing I'd be willing to do, would be that you can free spec specialization points. Like those are the ones that let you specialize in a specific thing. Like that would be the kind of rule that you could have, which of like is an understandable way to allow you to do things through the whole game. But you do start to run into issues where you'd have to make sure that you can only do it in town because you don't want to be able to respec like in the middle of a boss fight. Like they throw like a fire attack at you and you just respec in a fire into fire resist, and then you do an ice attack, and then you're like, oh, so I'll respec back. That kind of thing would be not good.
Yeah.
But funny though.
That's the kind of thing that I'd be more okay with. But like there has to be like ideally there'd be some kind of consistent rule that allows you to feel like you're not losing the character of your character, for whatever that means.
Yeah.
While also kind of, I don't know, it's a tricky one. Like, I mean, we do get asked this all the time, right? Like, it's one of those things that like it's just a constant issue on people's minds.
A minor thing too is I think we've made at least, like, I guess this isn't completely done, but the passive tree is meant to have more generic nodes at the start, and then they start becoming more specialized as you travel further out.
I mean, that's sort of true in PoE 1.
It is sort of true. But we're trying to make sure that is the case, right?
And that can kind of mean that you don't really have that sort of issue as much either. But,
So you've said that it's going to be more indicative on the skill tree how much something is going to do for your build, right? Will you be able to sort of, let's say that instead of left clicking a node, I right click a node and it anticipates that you have that. Will you then be able to see it without having enough points to go there? Because a big problem I see is, let's say that somebody starts as a marauder, right? And they end up traveling all the way up to witch instead of down to duelist, right? Because they didn't know like what kind of nodes to expect there and stuff. If they aren't able to like sort of plan it out a little bit, let's say they have like 10, 20 shadow nodes that they can assign to sort of pre-plan their route in-game a little bit. That would do it.
So you want to be able to...
See, I kind of agree that having free respecs up to a certain level, like they do in like many other ARPGs, isn't the greatest solution. Like I kind of don't love it. But at the same time, I've never heard a single suggestion that's better than it. Which is something GGG gets stuck with a lot. They get stuck on a lot when they know it isn't the solution. They know that the solution people are using isn't good enough. And then they spend sometimes 6 years sometimes more, with no solution, just leaving the problem there because they can't think of the better one. But they know there's a better one and they don't want to put in the one everybody else uses or the band-aid fix or whatever. But then it takes them 6 years to come up with a solution. And their solution might be better, but for the last 6 years, we were still putting up with that problem. So I feel like if you can't come up with the solution, you should just put the band-aid solution on. I feel like down a game is like this. I don't think getting free respecs up to like level 60 or something is dumbing down the game at all. Like I kind of agree that it isn't the solution, but I don't have a better solution. And I've never heard anyone have a better solution. And I've never seen a game with a better solution than that. Right? Like I don't know how to do better. So by default, it's the best solution. Does this... so I have better single target than the cast well stun builds, yes. But now I have to actually throw a trap. Perfect getaway progress. Yeah. It's probably one of the bigger problems that GDG as a whole ever has, is they want the perfect elegant solution. And sometimes it takes them years and years and years to come up with the perfect elegant solution for something. And the whole time that they're working on that, they don't put in the band-aid solution that would have made everyone quite a bit happier, and you just put up with whatever that problem is for years when it would have taken no time to put the band-aid on that wasn't good enough for them. And sometimes a band-aid solution is fine. Sometimes a band-aid solution is better than nothing.
You want to be able to see the final result on your character of
all the nodes up to
all
that
the nodes
point.
up to of basically pre.
If I take these 10
what it would look like,
nodes, it is, even though I don't have any skill points ready to put.
Right. We actually discussed this a little bit, and I guess I'm a bit undecided as to whether that's good or bad. So I previously said before that I want to avoid too much like path of building stuff in the game client because I feel like it can develop things. But on the other hand, like it does seem harmless what you're talking about, and it wouldn't actually be hard to implement once we've got the ability to. Okay, assuming that we already have the ability to show you what the change on your character is for a single node, right? There's no reason it would be harder to do multiple nodes. Like it's easy enough.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, it's the kind of thing I could see us potentially doing, but I guess I'd have to explore like what the full sort of implications of that are. It's the kind of thing we could potentially do.
Cool. Because I do feel. Sorry, go on.
Go on. No, you go on.
I do feel that endgame respecs right now are in a very good place where like I don't feel like it's a problem to respec a level 100 character. It has a very clear cost, but I do have a lot of regrets at that point. So it's just PoE sort of the reverse of a lot of other games there, where a lot of other games I play are awful at the endgame respec, but are very forgiving early because you're expected to experiment more and stuff.
Well, I guess one question with that is that do you feel like if you're a level 100 character and you want to respec into something completely different, do you find that to be easy? Was it easier to reroll a new character, or is it easier to?
It's easier to respec.
Easier to respec. Easier to respec. Very. I think the endgame respec in PoE is very easy.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean that's probably a little bit too easy at that point, right? Like because it's like you don't want it to be that you can.
What have I done? Oh no!
Oh no!
It's very hard. It's very difficult.
I think that's partly just to do with where the loot is at this point, as far as getting currency is concerned.
What have I
PoE
done?
1, like, it's pretty easy. It's not like look.
Moving on.
PoE 1
Next
is
topic.
what it is. Right? So,
Okay. I'm so sorry, PoE community.
Yeah, but the thing is that like like you want it to be that it's a mission you can go on, but that it's not necessarily like it's not necessarily easier. It's not supposed to necessarily be easier than re-rolling a character. I mean, look, if you're talking about an actual level 100 character, then sure, it's going to be easier because level 100 should be a hard thing to get to. Not that it is particularly hard in PoE 1. Well, depending on who you are, I suppose. But not that
Yeah.
it is that hard, I guess, in PoE 1 to get to level 100. But if you're talking about like your level, you're like a level sort of 80 character, I would hope that that it would be the case that re-rolling another level 80 would be a bit easier than
Oh, really?
completely 100% respecing the entire character back to 0.
If it's your
But I
first
think it'd be the
character,
case in PoE too.
Yeah.
I would
But I
think,
guess
at
we'll
least.
see. Like it's supposed
Yeah,
to be
we'll
a
have
bit of
to
a,
find out,
bit of a
I
mission
suppose.
to go on, right? Is that where you still maintain the story of your character and everything, kind of?
See,
Like
as a player, I do feel a little bit differently of it. I do like that there's a cost, but I do like that it's just that it is a cost. It's a clear cost. How much am I paying?
Mhm.
And then I can weigh the
Right.
pros and cons. But I don't necessarily want it to be like really difficult.
right.
yeah, I don't
As I
want
said,
it to.
I mean, we'll look into the balance of that for sure.
Mhm.
But at the same time, like, I don't want it to be trivial to be like, oh yeah, just easy, just like like just grab 100 regrets. It's simple as. But I don't know. Like, I feel like where were we 5 years ago, right? Like, how were things looking then?
Well,
About 200,000
it
players
has
shorter.
gotten increasingly easier.
Just
But I do
saying.
think it is something that causes people to play longer because ARPGs notoriously have a big problem with. Obviously, you guys get asked all the time if people can just skip the campaign and stuff because I think on software specifically, it can easily feel like a chore. So I do think a reasonable access to respeccing and remaking characters so that people don't have to do the campaign for the ones that want it. I do think there is a lot of value in that.
right.
I agree.
Understood.
I agree.
I guess what I would say though is that like playing longer isn't necessarily our goal within one league. Like we want you to come back and play every league. We don't necessarily want you to play a single league for like all 3 months, if you know what I mean. So like the argument really, like I guess when you look at it from that perspective, it's like
That's always been the
want
way.
you to try out something again next league. I'm not that I guess I'm probably coming across negatively here because I'm
Yeah,
just
a
gonna,
little.
Somebody asked a question about that earlier. Someone was like, how do you feel about them saying they don't want you to play for a long time? This has been the standard business model for the last 10 years. PoE was never been a game where they intend for everybody to play for 3 months. What they want is for people to enjoy it every league and come back every time. That's the goal. The goal is to get you back in every league. It's there was it was part of the GDC talk that Chris did, talked about Path of Exile being a game designed to be played forever. And part of that was to make a clear-cut distinction between like played forever and only played forever. Like it wasn't like they never intended you to play any other game and never intended you to go anywhere. The idea was to get the majority of people back every single league, or at least most of them. Everybody returns, everybody keeps coming back. It's not supposed to be that you don't play any other video games. They're not trying to monopolize all of your time. In it goes Lock! Let's go! But yeah, they're not trying to monopolize all of your time. They're trying to make a game you want to come back to every single time. That's the goal. Like every 3 months to spend $480 on a supporter pack. Here's the thing. They don't even really want everyone to spend $480 on a supporter pack. They're hoping that a lot of people will spend the $40 on a supporter pack. You make a lot more money. I don't know if this is still the case. It was the case at one point. I don't have access to their information, so I don't know if it's still the case now, but I assume it would be. Way back in the day, like when they were a very small company, they did make the majority of their money from whales who spent several $1,000s each. This person did spend $4,000 and this person did spend $8,000 and whatnot. But relatively quickly, and for a long time now, they actually make the majority of their money from a whole bunch of small purchases. Like, that's where it mostly has come from for quite a while. I assume that's still the same, because the way they laid it out to us was that the larger they get, the more that's becoming the way of things. So I assume that hasn't changed since then, because that was only, I want to say 2 or possibly 3 years ago when we were told that. So I assume it's the same now. Anyway.
But for sure, which I want to try and make sure that I'm saying, okay, I'm not necessarily out there to be like, okay, let's just make respeccing really hard. Like, that isn't really my goal. But what I will say is that I kind of want to, the primary feeling here is just, you know, making sure that you feel like my character isn't just like a, what's the right, maybe you're better.
It's not X amount of currency to convert into a completely different character, and I forget everything what my character was before.
I mean, ultimately it is that, right?
Ultimately it is.
Respecs do that,
Yes.
but you don't want it to feel immediately just like,
It's not just a trivial amount of currency, I suppose.
right. You want it to feel, yeah, probably. You want it to make it feel like there's a little bit of a thing there. Like I am going on a mission to do this. It isn't just like something that I can trivially do. I mean, obviously you get to the point. I mean, as a streamer, you probably feel this way a bit more because of the way that, like, you know how to acquire wealth at this point. Like so therefore, like, the wealth cost probably doesn't seem very high.
Yeah.
But I guess I would say that I would hope that for the average player, at least, average player, I would hope that it would feel like a cost that is, like, you know, relatively significant for them to feel like, you know, oh yeah, this is something that I would have to embark on. It isn't just like a, you know, like a.
Oh, I think. Oh, I just cut out a little bit there. I think I heard all of it. Yeah. I think I just disagree a little bit, but that is something that could be off-putting to people in the game, I think. So be interesting to see how you approach that.
I mean, since this is something that comes up a lot, I will like discuss it more with Mark and Rishi and stuff like that, because I mean, look, one thing that is important to me is that if there are issues that the players are worried about, that we don't dismiss them. Like, that's really something that's ultimately really important. And I think that it's kind of the philosophy that I've had more around PoE2 is like no excuses about the stuff. Like, if people are bothered by something, then we're going to find a way to deal with it. It's like, so like, if that's still really a concern, then we may have to go further than what I would feel normally comfortable with going with. But it's kind of like a I guess the like, it is something like, okay, there are areas that you can get to where, like, I feel a certain way about something, and if the players feel differently, at some point I just need to find a way to change my opinion. So, like, maybe that will be something that needs to happen here. But I'm hoping that it doesn't, and that we'll get this to the right place. But you know, like, if I certainly do, like, if we're in beta and people are still complaining about respecs, then we're fucked up somewhere. So like, we need to make sure that that's not a thing people are going to be complaining about.
I think that's a good
I really
point.
like that attitude, to be
that's
honest.
Important to consider too. The better someone is at the game and the faster someone is at the campaign, the less they're going to mind it too. Like, I personally don't mind doing the campaign because I do it in 2 or 3 hours, but there are so many people that maybe even after a few thousands of hours of Path of Exile still do like 10, 15 hours through the campaign. And to those people especially, I know it does feel like a chore.
Right. Understood.
Yeah. Very different question next. Is the private league system something that is staying in Path of Exile 2?
Yeah, we'll definitely keep it.
Yeah, cool.
I always hope that there are more things we could do with that, but it's kind of one of those things that ends up not really getting a huge amount of development time. But there's no reason. I mean, look, it'll just work as it works in PoE1 without us having to do anything. So there's no reason for it not to stay. But yeah, it'll be nice to do some more to it in the future.
So
That's good.
I have some extra ideas there for private league system things. Something I've always wanted to see, and I want to know how you feel about it, would be, let's say, a month in or 2 months into the league, crazier options unlock for private leagues, but they're tied behind a void league. So maybe you can have some positive mods, or maybe you can change the entire way the game feels, but it's like a month or 2 in. For those that really want to, they don't really want to continue playing other games than Path of Exile, right? But they do want maybe a different.
I know how the problems arise here. I love that idea too. And for me, and I'm sure for Ziz, that would be great, right? You give me month 3 when I'm like bored of PoE, but this is the Earth problem. Yeah. This is like prime candidate for the Earth problem, where you get like say you do that, you put in some crazy modifiers, you put in some like, I can have 100% XP gain, I can have 50% base movement speed to my character, and I can have 1,000 rarity and 100% quant added to the game, but I can't do that until 2 months in. Well, there'll be a large section of players who won't even bother playing the league, and they will just come 2 months in when they can build a private league. But here's the thing. Is that a problem? If there is a group of people who can't be bothered to play the regular league, but they still come in a month and a half or 2 months in anyway to play the new league, but in a private league setting, didn't they come back anyway? So like,
Different experience.
So we do want to be a little bit careful around positive mods. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
Well, there's always the danger of positive mods making it so the game is a lot more gifty right before the next league comes out, and then there's like this big, difference.
The issue is like, okay, let's say we had a league mod on private leagues for whichever reason made it really easy to get Headhunter. What
like
that would mean
league.
is that everyone can effectively just try out what it's like to have Headhunter, and they lose that aspirational goal as a thing that they might want to do next league. And so we just want to be really careful that we don't make it so that like we trivialize what it means to get a certain item in the game by making it so that like, oh, this is just like in this private league you can just do that. I guess that's kind of the main fear around having positive mods.
Okay, so I'm not saying that I understand any of the implications about that at all. I'm just saying as a thought that is worth having. You did that with this whole league. Headhunters, Magebloods, everything, they're worth a quarter what they normally are. And people are making 5 times what they normally are, even when they're not doing this MF thing. So it's now incredibly easy for people to get Headhunters and Magebloods comparatively to last league. And what's that's resulted in is a higher player count, better retention, and a better attitude. More people having more fun. So I don't necessarily know if that's actually the bad thing that they think it is. I before this league, I would have thought that is a bad thing. Making things too easy is a bad thing. I would have thought that. I did think that. But the result I'm seeing from this league, which does exactly that, doesn't line up with what I expected. So I'm not entirely positive anymore that that's the right way to be thinking about it. I don't know anymore, because I'm still having a lot of fun, and there's so many more people in the like less experienced people still playing longer than they've ever played before, making more characters than they've ever played before, playing a lot longer, enjoying themselves more. So I don't know, maybe that thought process is wrong.
It's like,
Well,
but basically around that.
so, but is it necessarily a problem with, let's say that, like I end up not really enjoying those positive mobs. They're not for me. So I play every league start. But let's say, for example, Empyrean, right? He loves these positive mobs. So instead, he waits like a month into the league and is exclusively playing on these like extra leagues. Still playing the same amount of time. I'm basically asking,
Right,
is
it's not a
that type
question
of fun
it's not a
bad?
question- It's not a question of playtime, like for us. It's really just comes down to not wanting to compromise for others. The feeling, like if you know that someone can easily get a headhunter without having to go through the thing that they went through, even if it is in another league, it can still kind of devalue just the whole experience of that.
Okay.
And so this is kind of the issue. Like we want, and this is another reason. So another thing people ask us a lot is like, oh, why don't you increase the drop rates of things in SSF? The reason why we don't do that is literally the same reason, that we don't want to make it so that
Don't fucking do that.
there is some way you can play that makes it easier to have the same experience. Now, I actually think, by the way, that my stance on that is softening slightly, because in practice it is always easier to get stuff in trade leagues because of the ability to do trade, right? So in reality, we probably could think about increasing the drop rates in SSF, although if we did that, we'd have to make it so you couldn't port your characters
Okay,
one
that's
to the
fine.
other. So I'm not actually saying this is a thing we're going to do, by the way, but I'm just saying like I guess my feeling on this is that maybe it doesn't have this problem because like you could probably increase the drop rates in SSF quite a bit before you got to the point where you'd actually have an easier time getting high-end stuff than what you do in trade leagues. But I'm just saying that like this is the kind of like when we say something like that, the reason why we're saying it is because we want to avoid the situation where it becomes easier, like that there's a way to get the same experience of having an item in a different place than like that's the kind of thing we're trying to prevent.
So I think that would be very popular for a lot of people. But if you consider doing something like that, could that be an additional tick? Because there's no worry about splitting that league, right? There's no economy or anything. Could that be a tick where you can have the boosted rates and no transfer, or you could stay in the exact same normal? Because personally, I would be really sad to have increased rates. I want to just play a more difficult version, but I don't want to go like all the way ruthless, right? That's maybe too hard. So having both could be an option because there's no
We would
splitting
have
of
to
economy.
think about that because you don't want to split the community again.
But
You
there
know
is
what I mean?
no-
Like you want to be a little bit careful
there
about
is
that.
no real
But
split
included
there.
anyway. So
Yeah,
so
they're
it's-
all alone anyway.
Cause I'm all alone.
Yeah.
There's nobody.
It's something to think about. Like it's something that I'm potentially interested in exploring. I mean, it's a little bit similar because you know, like Last Epoch has that whole thing where like if you play non-trade, then you've got extra items and that kind of thing. And
Honestly, Last Epoch's fucking trade system is so interesting to me. I don't even know how to. Like, it's so interesting. Like, I'm so interested to see how it goes. I'm so interested to see how it goes because it's so very different from anything we've ever had before. And they've managed to add an auction house to their game in a way that doesn't make me feel like they've ruined the entire game. Right? Because when people talk about adding an auction house to this game, if you just add an auction house to this game, you literally ruin everything. The entire game becomes kind of shit. It becomes a place where you either play solo self-found or don't bother for most, maybe not for most people, but certainly for me. I want to talk for everybody else, but it's, for me, you ruined the game. Right? Like auction houses, they're ruined overnight. There are more things we could do with trade here. Like we could, you know, asynchronous trading is maybe okay. Having instant buyouts from other people is maybe okay. Being able to trade while I'm in a map is maybe okay. But putting in just an auction house, not okay.
I think it's an interesting thing to rethink about in the context of that. Is that, like something we could potentially think about doing. But as I said, the key goal for us is just making sure that like if you look at the work it takes to get a high tier item, that it doesn't feel like someone else just has an easy time of getting that, even if they don't have the ability to trade it with you, even if they do go to void in the end. That there's still that feeling of like it's unfair that like they can put in less work and still be able to have that same experience, and that's what we kind of want to avoid.
I mean, personally, I'm not a big fan of boosted rates, but I know a lot of people would be.
Right.
Another thing for private leagues. Now, I don't know if this is even functional. This is sort of me being a little biased as an event creator here, but I've always wanted to do a similar thing of RuneScape's group found, where you literally lock yourself into like, this is the group you're playing with. I don't know if, are you familiar with it at all?
I am not familiar with that, but I can imagine how that might work. We can only play when other people are, or everyone from your group is playing.
No, it's you can play at any time, but they actually have a shared death system, which I think is really interesting. So if you're playing with 4 people, you have 4 deaths on hardcore. So one person can die 3 times, another person can die 1 time, and you're all moved to standard when you die. Things like that is a very cool approach to it. And you
That
can
would
just
be
only play
hilarious.
and trade with each other, but you can still see the ladder of other peoples that are doing the same thing.
Right.
So the yellow text in global, stuff like that.
Right. Understood. I mean, look, we could probably do some changes around here, but I can't say it's exactly top of my priority list as far as
No,
implementing
for
stuff
sure.
goes. Like, there'll
Sure.
probably come a time when I want to do more stuff around that because I mean, I do like those kinds of features.
Yeah.
That would be
Just a matter of
fantastic.
getting time to do it.
A
Very
shared
cool.
death pool
But
would
that's-
be.
I have
That'd be really
this
cool.
is probably my dumbest question. It's very silly, but I really just want to hear your response to it.
Mhm.
So visual clarity is always going to be a problem. Would an enemy skill filter be too silly? So Time Crisis had a red ring around bullets that would cause you to, like, when you're about to take health damage. So something where you're choosing like these skills are what I want to see the most, but I don't want to see auto attacks, or I don't want to see like this ability is not dangerous to the way I'm starting my character.
Well, I don't love it, I have to say.
Yeah.
I don't love it. Look, I mean, this to me it feels more like look, if this is still a problem in PoE 2, I'm really hoping it will not be a problem in PoE 2 because we've managed to sort out a lot of the visual clarity issues with with a lot of other ways that we achieve that, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I the idea of being able to have some skills you can't see does bother me quite a lot, I have to say.
That's fair.
I mean, I understand you're opting into that in your situation,
Yeah,
but like
yeah.
still, I worry about this, and I worry about what it would make. It seems I can't say I'm a fan, as I said.
Do you hate all terms of opacity with, like, let's say I want to see like maybe there's a max on it, but let's say I want to see like 30% less monster mods, or something I know is requested and I would love this is being to turn down the opacity of my friends. Like in a 6-man group,
Right.
I'd be hard pressed to see that there won't be opacity or effect problems with 6 people.
One thing I will mention is that you can't just technically, if you did this and you had the ability to turn opacity down for some sources, the effects wouldn't quite work the same. It isn't like different components of skill effects of different blend modes that will kind of break in certain ways. Like the effect won't look the same as how it looks just dimmer if you did
That's
that. So
fine.
from a technical perspective, I mean, it's not like you could do it and the effect would be dimmer, but the effect would not look the same as how it looked before. And so it will break some stuff, which is a thing. But at the same time, I guess I just like it's kind of one of those things where I feel like if you feel like you'd have to do that, we've kind of already screwed up. You know what I mean? That's kind of my feeling on this one as well. It's just another one of those like if you
Do we have
really
to-
shouldn't feel
we'd
like this
want
is
to
a
do it
thing you
now.
need to be doing. And I understand in PoE 1 where like that becomes a thing, but I really sort of would hope that isn't a necessary solution for us
So,
once we get to PoE 2.
I feel like with a game like Path of Exile, if you have a 6-man party, there must be some builds that would be visually cluttered with 6 people.
No, you're right. You're right. You know, on some level, it is impossible to completely solve that, right? Because we do have the ability to generate a lot of projectiles and things like that. There will be some visual clarity issues. Like, it's impossible to completely remove it.
Well,
And so I guess you would argue then, well, then why surely you need some kind of system like this? And I guess that is
I mean-
a thought. I don't know that I have a decent answer
Yeah.
for you there because, like, you know, it's
so this is back to the Band-Aid thing that I was talking about earlier, because other games and other ARPGs have solved this, but not as well as GGG would like to. Right? Like GGG would like to, if they're going to solve a problem, they would like to solve the problem. And having just like a slider on effects for party members obviously like isn't a solution. But it is though. It's the Band-Aid solution. I understand that's something we don't have now. So like, yeah, okay, sure. It would require like time put into it and whatnot. But if we don't have a better solution, then maybe we just go with the solution that already works if you don't have a better one.
it really is a challenging one.
Yeah. Maybe there can be a max minimum opacity, like you can't turn it down below 50% or something, so you still see them.
Oh,
but
I mean,
they're
it's
less
if you can do
overwhelming.
it, you'd want the ability to go it all the way because that
Okay.
isn't really like, you know, if you had the ability to do that, you might as well do it.
Okay.
Because you're already suffering from the brokenness, then you might as well just let it be broken all the way to zero.
Right.
But it's like, you know, it's one of those things where like my reasons for disliking it like aren't like, even though I said that stuff about the technical issues like that isn't really the main concern for me. Like, if I'm being honest, it's kind of just something to do with the whole this like the world should be some kind of consistent reality, you know,
Right.
like as soon as you've got this thing where like I'm turning off like, you know, certain skill effects, it's like,
Yeah.
you know, and maybe that's more of an excuse than it should be. Like maybe I should be more okay with this kind of thing, but because at the end of the day you are opting into it. But I guess it's like yeah, I find it
It's a tough
difficult to be
one.
okay with just turning off certain effects. I do find it difficult for sure.
It's a tough one.
Yeah. I mean,
This is going to sound interesting for me. I would also not be okay with turning off certain effects. Not off. Turning off certain effects does feel weird and wrong, and I understand that. Turning down certain effects, entirely different story. If I could make all my party members' abilities like 70% transparent, right? Like you can only see them like 30% of the particles. They're all dulled down, quite a bit more transparent than mine and the enemies. I would have that all the way down to 30 every single time, and I'd prefer it there. Turning it off would be weird, actually. Right? I feel like giving me the ability to turn them off would be weird, because I would feel like I had to turn them off for performance reasons all the time, which means they would all be off by default. I would never see anyone's abilities, and that would be weird. But at least getting a slider would be really good, like, at least for me.
I will have another discussion about this as well, because once again I understand the desire, but the hope is that in PoE 2 you're not going to be feeling like that's a big of an issue, because I think that's definitely in PoE 1 is absolutely a problem, right? Like for sure it is.
In Path of Exile 1 right now we have
I
like
want
Searing
to do
Exarch
30%.
and Eater Worlds and stuff that have rollable invitations. Personally, I feel like these boss mods are a little bit like dull because they're just map mods. Like there's not any like, you know, faster projectiles, or the Maven memory game is longer. The Maven memory
This
game
is
is
a 10k
faster.
juicer, by the way.
Is there going to be a similar invite system in PoE 2 where you get a boss that you can roll? And if so, is there a potential to actually get boss specific mods rollable?
I think this is probably just one of those things where it's like in PoE 2 the systems will be quite different, so this question becomes kind of not really like part of the same
Yeah.
like it's hard for us to really commit to anything particularly around this, since the systems are different, and like there may end up being systems that work similarly, but I don't know that they're going to work the same, and it'll be different design in any case.
Cool.
So I think this question just kind of ends up being like it's not quite relevant to PoE 2 enough.
That's fair.
But I like this is one of those things that I'll mention to Mark, and since he can do since he does PoE 1 design, he can be like, okay, like I'll take that on board. But yeah, I think it's not so PoE 2 relevant.
For anything, because I'm guessing there will be some form of something that will be rollable on a map or something.
Oh, there will definitely be rollable stuff in PoE 2.
Have you considered positive mods? Like you have on heist contracts, like there's no cost.
Well,
so I actually do like this, but I feel like there was a reason we didn't do them. I'm just trying to dredge up why.
well, we used to have like
we did.
pack
We did have
size.
maze.
Yep, we did.
Yeah.
Everyone rolled for pack size.
yep.
And then we added
Right,
pack size
that's
to every mod. That's what
right,
it was.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. Where are the rest of my scarabs? How do you get an explosion like that and it's only winged scarabs, but then also only this many? How does that happen? No quant? I mean, I got 226 quant on the map. There's nothing else there. They were all winged. Every single one of them was winged. Alright. Sure.
So basically, if you want to explain that a little bit more.
Yeah.
But...
So I mean, it used to be the case, right? Like back in the day when there were positive only map mods. I don't know if you remember Area as a Maze, which I guess technically isn't really positive, but it was positive because it increased the size of the map, right? And what ended up happening is I remember everyone rolled for that. and that was a reason why we removed it, and we added pack size to every map mod. Now, I'm not actually sure that was necessarily. I'm sorry.
Well, a big problem on top of that was that was because of map system. Like we would literally run out of maps without it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
But
yeah.
why is it bad if everyone wants to roll for a specific outcome?
I guess
That's a good question.
Yeah, I think we've had this discussion in the past.
Yes, I'm just trying
I
to
don't know
remember
if we
what it
actually
was.
had any conclusion there, but look, I guess on the surface, I don't see a reason why we couldn't have positive only mods. I mean, there are some which I guess technically aren't positive only, like sea witches. It's sure it's technically negative, but it's
It comes down entirely to this. Do you want it so that when you get a map that you have to re-roll it to get a certain mod, or do you not want that? And I believe the reason why we decided we didn't like that is because it became part of the mandatory chore you have to do every time you want to roll a map.
Yes,
now, there are
that's
a ton
happening
of
right
mandatory
now
chores going on
with
right
plus
now
2
in
proj.
PoE1 that you have to do in order to juice maps,
Well,
which is another whole topic, right?
Yeah.
But basically, the thinking is that you want to be able to just get a map to be able to like we still want to have it so that you can craft maps, and that can be an interesting thing. But we don't want it to be that every time you get a map, you have to roll a certain mod to play it, and if you don't, then you're at a disadvantage. So that I believe was the reason why we didn't like having positive mods.
Nice.
And so maybe there's another solution that allows us to have positive mods, because I mean I actually do like them. Like I think it's cool when you have the occasional thing, but I don't think we were able to find a good way to design the system such that you can both have that and not have that effect that I was talking about of having mandatory reroll as part of your map process.
Maybe
that was the issue.
maybe that's something that ends up being a league mechanic where the currency is like a positive thing, like a thing like Delirium Orb. They
Come back to that later
because you're a weaker character and you need a little buff or you want to go faster. Yeah,
but I mean, for example, you could have positive corruption outcomes on maps. Like that would be a thing you could do, because after that point, like you can't just re-roll the map until you do it, right? Like it's just a one-time thing you do it, and that would be fine, right? That kind of thing could work. But like it's one of those things where we just that's the situation we have to engineer.
That's very cool. So my least favorite thing on monster mods in PoE1 are things like cycling damage reduction, less chaos, less wither,
that's shit.
because they feel a lot like immunities in Diablo 2, which I personally didn't like. I don't know how you feel about them, but
I hate them.
I feel like they just it feels like just running into a speed bump, and it's not that the monster is dangerous. There's no counterplay, and it's not very engaging. How do you feel about that?
How do you feel about immunities in D2? Rishan?
Well, okay. So when there's no counterplay, I can see why immunities are not great. But there should be some counterplay to this, right? Like, for example, and I'm not saying this is necessarily the best solution, but in D2, having 2 elements was your way to solve immunities, right?
But it was certainly in D2, it was a huge controversy.
Yeah.
Immunities were a big controversy in D2.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't there at the start, right? It got added.
Yes, it got added by, I don't remember the patch number, but yes, it got added, and it was a big controversy for sure. I'm guessing from your question that you didn't like immunity. You don't like
I
immunities?
hate it. It's my least favorite thing. I do like really challenging monsters like spark mages and stuff, or some of the coolest monsters in PoE. The goats, amazing. I love them because and strangely enough, I kind of like revenants. I hate that I kind of like them just because I have to focus so much more
immunity.
in this map. So I do like danger
and life.
We aren't going to have immunities in PoE 2. To be clear, right? There want to be no actual
Wait,
I mean, I see. Okay.
including cycling damage
we
reduction.
shouldn't have a situation where we have a your build is just completely cannot do any damage due to due to a specific monster mod. But let me tell you why it is that designers do like having these kinds of mechanics in there, and the reason is because we want there to be dimensions to your build you have to focus on, right? So the really obvious one is offense versus defense. Another one that is another and it's really hard to have more things you have to focus on as a thing. A lot of stuff just boils down to some kind of DPS and some kind of defensiveness. And so then there's Magic Find, which is another one where basically if you have another dimension, which is the ability to do Magic Find, then that means that now you have to consider, okay, do I want to trade some of my offensiveness for Magic Find? It's like another thing to trade off against. Now, one of the things you can also have people trade off against is more types of different damage. Like if I have to have a way to do if my primary build is fire damage, then I have to have a way to do not fire damage in the case where something's fire immune, and that means that I've got another thing. Like I have to sacrifice some of my potential power in my primary element to be able to do something else should the situation arise. So this is the reason why designers like it.
Yeah.
I
On the
mean, I
other
get
hand,
it.
players do find it very frustrating when they've kind of got there. They want to be able to focus on their one thing.
But
So
yeah.
I'll put another couple of interesting elements out there. So number one is that in PoE 1, because of the way six linking is, you kind of can't easily focus on more than one thing. And in PoE 2, that's not really the case anymore. A, you've got multiple six links, and B, you have the dual specialization system as well, which means you can have the ability to do multiple, at full effectiveness, multiple damage types on your build. So that means that we could, if we wanted to, have immunities and have it so that your character, we could expect of you the ability to do that.
Yeah.
So as I said, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do full immunities, but it does mean that we can make some of the resistances in some cases more punitive and have that be okay. But that definitely goes against what you were just saying about, having like that less wither and this sort of stuff like that. That kind of stuff does get nerfed by that. So the question is that what we should be doing? Given all of that context, what do you think? I'm interested to hear your feeling about it.
I just feel like
the thing is, some part of what I like is building a thematic character. Like if I found out later on that my righteous fire dude that I'm playing right here would benefit more from having, let's just say, blight for a chaos damage over time channel to go with my righteous fire, and so I was dealing fire and chaos damage, I would like that far less, because that doesn't, like, I've built this strong burning man, I don't want to do chaos damage, I'm building a fire thing. Sometimes I build a multiple element thing, right? You're doing like a trinity setup and whatnot, and that's great because that's what you've built, and that is thematically appropriate. It's a trinity build. It does all three elements. That's great. But like the idea of sort of thematically keeping my character to the damage type is just something that I enjoy. I don't know if it's the same for everybody. I don't know if that's just a me thing, but I do like building like, I've built Burning Man, or I've built Freezing Person, or like stuff like that.
I just feel like I get to a roadblock. I feel like what's more interesting, I don't mind like extra life, because for any character, like I just feel like my specific build is being punished, and for all the other stuff, I don't notice it. So I do like when a monster is like extra life. I'm probably the only player that likes Soul Eater. Even when I'm playing with Steelmates, I will shout it out like Soul Eater, and we'll focus that monster down. So I think
like Soul Eater. It's good.
Okay, like I like dangerous monsters, but like any form of build targeted immunity, it's just not something.
So wither is one that I think is too specific for sure. Like I probably wouldn't be fine with doing like, okay, this exact like one skill is getting targeted.
Wither exists in a lot more.
Well, sure, okay, yeah, sure. But then, okay, but the question is fire damage, for example, right? Like, is it okay for a monster to have like minus 90% fire damage on it?
No.
Is that okay?
No, I would say no.
I hate it personally.
Yeah. You hate it?
I would say no.
Okay, understood. So this is one of those things where, if that,
I would say the idea of a monster being resistant to fire damage is okay. I don't know where that number lies, but it's nowhere near 90. And it's certainly under 50. Like, if a monster took even half damage from an element, I feel like is too much still. I feel like you could make monsters deal, I take 30% less fire damage because I'm fire resistant. Right? And that would be fine. But also, that also feels like even as high as 50 would actually be fine if it wasn't a random rare modifier. Right? If like this mob type is resistant to fire, because the mob's artwork is this fucking stone golem thing that's on fire already. And so like normal versions of it take 20% less fire damage, and magic versions of it take 30%, and rare versions take 50% less fire. And I know that mob type is going to take me longer to kill because I'm playing a fire build. Okay. Like that would be cool. Right? But like 90% is too high in all situations. It's just always too high. 90%, even 80%, or really anything above 50, I would say no to.
That's the case, then what we're saying is that you are not expected to do multiple elements, which means that then the dominant strategy is always going to be to all in on a certain element, right? And that's the concern. So in order for that not to be the case, you have to be getting something else out of the different. If we want you to be focusing on multiple elements, you have to be getting something else out of those elements. And what that effectively means is that we have to be more like, we have to make sure. I mean, so there's a reason to do lightning damage, right? Because of shock. And so it's like so therefore we have to make sure that the power you are getting for adding lightning damage to your build is higher than what what you would be getting if you were to all in on just fire alone. And like that's effectively, it just makes our lives a little bit more complicated designers, but that's fine. I mean, you can do that. But it's one of those things where like the reason for it though, like just to be clear, is because of the desire to want to make it so that the players have to focus on more elements in their build without having to go all in on one thing.
Yeah, like a monster mod that reduces ignite duration is a good example. Like the reason is so that if you're focused on ignite, you also think about getting more ignite duration on passives or whatever it is.
Or you've got some other thing that isn't ignite that you're able to do
exactly.
in some other situation. So yeah, but it's good.
I guess a big concern for me as a player would be a build is not going to be switching, most likely. Well, I'm assuming a build is not going to be switching from spell to like a pure physical attack, right? So anything that's like very punitive, that would be
correct. You're unlikely to switch from spell, although in some cases there will be cases where you do that. But for the most part, like if you're, but the thing is, but that would imply though that we still like it's still okay to be able to switch from say fire to ice, like this kind of thing can be fine. Like we can make that so that's an acceptable and reasonable thing to be doing.
That's fair.
But I mean, I think we probably want a little bit more pressure in this regard.
Also
just because of the fact that you can do dual spec, like we want a little bit of pressure there. But as I said, we're not willing to go to the full like total immunity situation. Like it's just a question of like making sure there's a bit of pressure there to be able to do something else.
I guess that a lot of the problem is especially like Chaos and Wither, because like pretty much every Chaos build uses Wither, so it's like double tapping the build, right? Instead of just being like a 30% damage reduction, it can be a lot more in some cases.
Right. I at the same time, I don't know that 30% of a reduction in a certain build on a mod is quite enough to be able to encourage the situation. Like if it's just 30% reduction in total DPS, then I think that you'll just power through it, and then you effectively, like, what was the point of the mod then? You might as well not have bothered. I feel like there's probably somewhere around the kind of like 70-ish% mark where it's like, okay, like it is a thing that I have to deal with now. Like it's not just a question of like, like, oh, just this monster just had a more effective life for me. Right. It's kind of an actual, like, I need a solution to this in my build.
So, okay. All right. So think about it for a minute. Right now we have a 90% reduction, and sometimes you can just kill them. So 70% is probably reasonable when you think about it isolated. The problem is we don't ever get it isolated. The mob that's a problem is the mob that has a 50% more life modifier on it, and then also regens, and then also leeches, and then is 90% immune. And now you can't kill it. So it doesn't matter if it's 90% immune, 70% immune, or 50% immune, because on its own, if that's its only mod, we're still going to be able to kill it. We're still going to be able to kill it rather easily. The problem is when it's in a combination. Right? That's the problem, is when right now is when it's in a combination. So you can't just think of it isolated of like, oh, how much should a fire resistant mob be resistant to fire? Well, 50% wouldn't be enough because then you'd just blow through it. Okay, but 50% would be enough if it also came with life and regen. Now it's going to be real hard to kill when you takes half damage, right? Thinking about going the high end to start a build that has a feature on the PO YouTube channel. Any tips or things I should know before starting the gear up? Everything's pretty much covered in the videos. It's really fun.
And so, yeah, like there's still some more to do around this area, I think. But I think that you do need to have some situations. I personally think you need to have some situations where a monster frustrates you and you want to find a solution in your build to deal with that.
Yeah.
But on the other hand,
agree.
I do hear the fact that you don't want full immunity. Like, I absolutely get that.
Yeah.
And I also think minus 90% is probably a little bit on the high side as far as, like, you know, you just...
Very much. Hello?
Oh,
They just explain why it is.
Oh,
that
I think
wasn't
we
me.
Why it is
Okay.
the
Out there.
design.
That wasn't me. It's fine.
Are you good?
yeah, we lost our cameras. Oh,
Uh-oh.
they're back on. We're
All right,
sorted.
Cool.
So yeah,
All right.
it dropped out a little bit there. You might want to repeat what you said at the end, like the last 10 seconds.
I don't remember anymore. It's fine.
If a monster-
Okay, well,
it's all good.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I was thinking.
If a monster is too important, we just leave. No monster is important enough. I think that's probably only true for like less than 1% of people. I think if you can kill a mob, most people quite often do hang around and kill it, even when it's annoying and takes a while. Like, I'm gonna kill this guy right now. Yeah, we died 400 times in Blood Aqueducts to kill one strong mob. Like, I don't know if that's true. I'm wasting all my portals if I'm mad at a mob, right? Like I'm gonna stay here and I'm gonna kill this mob and then I'm gonna open it in every other ritual and I'm gonna kill it again because it's got the audacity to stand here and look tanky like this. I should go get a frost bomb, by the way. I mean, I'm not even through this thing's energy shield. Frostbomb wouldn't do anything right now. I spent like 20 minutes killing a boss the other day. Yeah. This thing's got the audacity to be this tanky, so I'm gonna kill it.
Up was I think for me personally, what really like makes it stand out is that it's one monster, right? There's one monster that's something I've cleared everything else, but it's one monster that's there. It would maybe feel less annoying if, let's say, this map has a lot of monster types that are maybe like, I know this monster type is 50% lightning resist or 30% lightning resist. Then for that map, I'll be more incentivized to use my cold skill or my fire skill if I am using multiple.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess the thing though is that if you can tell in advance for a given map that a given situation is going to happen, the more likely outcome for that is that you're just going to not run the map. And so you just end up with like, okay, these maps I can't run. Like, what I'm saying is, like I mean, this is already the case that with map mods that we have right now, right? Where there's there are certain map mods that you're just like, okay, this map mod destroys my build. I just don't run it. So like, if it's only to do with things that you can see in advance, then that means that then you're not encouraged to actually modify your build to contain a solution to the thing. Otherwise, like, you just avoid the situation happening in the first place.
Well, I think it is a little bit different because you would
next mob.
still in PoE2, you, like you said, you do have more tools to deal with it. So then, like you said, it's just the fact that it's one monster. Like, I think if it's a lot, then I think it's more okay for me to find a solution to, like, I need to have 2 different elements. But that's still gonna, if it is like a 70% damage reduction, I don't know. I think it'll feel
right. So what you're saying the fact that, okay, there's this one boss here that's just like, it annoys you, the fact that there is a monster that
just one singular,
one monster thing there, and I don't really want to have to deal with it, so you just run on and not kill it. I assume a lot of the time in that situation.
Yeah,
I do actually sort of agree with you a little bit, but I'd have to think a little bit about a solution to that. But I actually kind of appreciate the fact that is an interesting thing to identify, because it's one of those things that there would be a solution for, and that sort of would allow that. And as I said, designers do want to have the ability to do this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. All right.
Another thing, and this was talked about a little bit before, but I want to talk more about identification. So yeah, ID scrolls and stuff. To me, that feels a little bit more of something that made sense in like CRPGs, like Baldur's Gate, or back in the day where you have like cursed items, you can equip unidentified items, and it's either a limited resource. Can you explain to me why? 'Cause you do like identification, right?
Yeah.
Can you explain that to me? I want to know.
Me too.
Well, okay. So this goes back to, I guess, what we call the town cycle. I don't know if you've talked about this
You can go
before,
about
but it's effectively okay. So you've done a map, you have a bunch of items. It's important to go back to town, do a bunch of things, and then go into your next map. And in PoE 2, you finish your map, you go back to town, you talk to identify all NPC, and then you look at your items. We feel like that loop is kind of important to preserve as as running map to map, rather than just having
This guy's gaining energy
when you
shield,
pick
not
it up,
losing
just
it.
automatically identifies.
There is also this thing where you get two shots at something like you get 2 moments of intrigue as far as an item goes. Like an item drops on the ground, you pick it up and you're like, oh, will it be good? Will it be good? And will it be not be good? There's this extra element of intrigue that you get there.
Yeah, that's good.
So that's kind of like an important one as well. And that's like one of those things that it's just a game feel thing, right? Like if everything's identified, once again, it's just another sort of devaluation of the experience of picking up an item.
And I understand that might be hard to appreciate with the number of items dropping in PoE 1, but the idea is when you see an item drop, you're like, ooh, what is that? And it is like an unidentified rare item of some kind. Then you take it back to town, and then you get a second moment there when it's
Okay, the things they're describing, I agree with. Those aren't a problem. The problem is it's not a limited resource, but it is forcing its way into my inventory and making me maintain them, even though it's no way a limited resource at all. So there's literally no reason we can't just have ID scrolls and portals just like be part of the UI. They don't need to be an item. Like the act of identifying things is important. The collection of a wisdom scroll is not. Right? Like, I agree with all of the things they're saying. The act of identifying things is a cool part that I do like. But the fact that I have to gather a portal for it, not at all. Already? Yeah, but why do I even have to have an ID scroll? Why does the ID scroll, or a portal scroll for that matter, need to exist? Like, I get why IDing items need to exist, just not why it needs to be an actual scroll.
It's like, oh, what's it going to be? And then you identify it, and then, oh, it could be good, it could not be good.
Yeah. Well, you did previously mention Last Epoch, and Last Epoch does not have identifying rares, but you still do get that feeling of you hover over a special base and you see if it's good then and there, and then you don't go back to town like you said, but you like look at it and you go like, oh, I actually do want to pick that up. So you still can have that exciting feeling without the identification part.
I don't know that I fully agree that it's the same. There's also the concern that I mean, I think it's to do with okay, I'm just trying to think if there's anything about that.
And was it
So you can just
like a bug? Probably.
Effectively, what you'd prefer then is just that you like everything's identified when it's on the ground. You can just mouse over and see it.
Yeah.
No.
And
wouldn't that mean though?
Well,
wouldn't that mean though that loot filters just mean that like
you could just
filter out absolutely everything and then like you don't.
So yes, but there's a second follow-up. Because something that was talked about during your Ziggy interview, which I was screaming internally because there was a misunderstanding, and they asked you about smart loot, and there's 2 definitions of smart loot because Chris referred to smart loot as what was called loot 2.0.
I yelled this out loud. During that interview. I'm like, no, that's not what they mean. That's not what they're talking about. No. We don't mean drop loot only for the character you're playing. We mean drop loot that's not shit. Like the talismans that one time. I'm so happy Ziz got an interview. Okay.
Which was that there would be a lot fewer drops. And this is similar to the end of Heist with Grun Heist, right? Like that both the items there and talisman would drop not necessarily like if you're playing a barbarian, it's going to be a barbarian item, or if you're playing a witch, it's going to be a witch item, but that the item makes sense. So if you're dropping an axe, it's not going to have like added lightning and added fist, right? That it would be a more well-rolled and smarter item. But then maybe
okay,
less
so,
items.
Okay, I'll clear up, I guess, a misconception of what the end of heist loot was and what talisman was, I suppose.
Sure, go for it.
So
Sure.
the way that was done, which is why we haven't done it since, is because we basically told the item exactly what mods to roll, and that feels a bit distasteful to me, because we are telling you these mods are good. You only want these mods on an item. We don't want these other mods on this item, and that shouldn't be how, I guess, items roll better. Where we just say an item must have 3 resistances in life and nothing else, and every other mod is basically reduced down to 0.
Yeah.
And that is what I guess the items at the end of heist do, and I believe talisman for that one league. And that was the reason why it was changed back, because it was like we said talismans roll with these particular mods rather than rolling with its entire mod pool. And I don't know that we should be telling people that these are the only mods you should care about. Anything else that rolls on this item is
another way to look at this, to frame this issue, I guess, a little bit, which is that, okay, there must be bad outcomes. Hopefully we can agree on that, right? Like, you don't want every item to be great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
So the question then is what percentage of outcomes should be bad, and well, that really is all it comes down to, right? Because like, what percentage of items should be bad at the end of the day, right? Whether or not they're bad because the numbers are bad or because the mods happen to clash or whatever, ultimately is irrelevant to the player, I think. What matters is just what percentage of items should be good, right? And I think we've talked a little bit before about the fact that we need to make sure that there's less items on the ground. There definitely should be less items, but we also talked about the fact that we want to preserve like value. So clearly, in some way, although we're not ready to talk about exactly what's going on, somehow, some way, there has to be a way to reduce the percentage of bad outcomes, but then also drop less, right? And I don't think that the way that we want to be doing that is by making it so that we care about what mods go together. And the reason I don't want to do that is because I don't think we should be making that kind of decision for the player,
right?
About what kind of things like should go together.
Okay.
But we should in some way make it so that there are less bad outcomes as a percentage of overall item drops in order to be able to drop less. And so that's really our task. So hopefully that kind of like philosophically arrives at where you kind of need to be to kind of like to make the drop system good. Yeah.
Have you discussed something like the higher item level an item is? It blocks some mods, like you physically cannot get tier 6 physical or below.
It is part of the conversation, but the system. So we have a system
good
design.
idea.
It's not like at the point where we're willing to quite talk about it yet. But ultimately, like, there are elements of that, yes.
Okay.
But like, you'll see more about that as we like a little bit later. But we're going to reveal like how the whole item drop system works in PoE2 before too long. But like there has to be in some manner a way to make it so that there are less bad outcomes as a percentage of the items that drop, and so things like that help with that for sure.
Very nice. Another thing. It's quite hard to balance that both like dropping items and crafting items are exciting. What kind of percentage do you see there, as well as adding things like maybe drop only mods? Like what kind of percentage do you see there? Because current PoE 1 right now, I feel like 99% of my items, if not 100%, are crafting, almost from scratch.
Well, it's really hard. Okay, just to just give a percentage, right? But our goal is to make items on the ground matter. That it goes back to why we changed the Chaos Orb in PoE2 in the first place.
Yeah.
Here's in my opinion, a better thought. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think the idea of what percentage of items on the floor should be good is a relatively flawed thought process. I think a better thought process to have is how often should I find an item I'm happy to see on the ground? Not necessarily what percentage of items are really good, but how many maps did I have to run to find one good item? it's in a lot of cases that's going to end up being the same, but not in all cases. And it's actually the important part, not how many bad items there were. It's how long it took me to find one good item, right? For the fulcrum setup, how important is a Val Breach? And if it is, how much cast speed do you want with it? Pretty important to be able to kill single things. You don't need any cast speed at all, but you do want... So I'm doing a weapon swap into this shield, right? But realistically, this shield was 10 div when I bought it, and it's like 100 div now. So there's a staff that does the same thing, stops you from being able to be interrupted. And the idea is that you weapon swap and then are able to cast Val Breach no matter how slow it is. It's Ziri's rule. There you go. It's like a 5C thing. All right, what did this person want? Don't forget fuses, tainted fuses. How much do you get for a div? I'm sorry, is it 5 to a div? Really? Huh. How many did you want? Just the 5? Okay. Thank you. Right.
Because
go.
if I remember this conversation, we were talking about how to make bases feel valuable. And we were like, oh, should we add more bases at the upper end? And we should do that. And then we kind of eventually landed at the idea of like, well, how rare can you possibly make a base? Because you always can reset the base. And then we realized that the problem was that due to the existence of the Chaos Orb, the Alteration, and I guess Scour to a lesser degree, every item that drops is the same thing. Now, when our expectation is you're starting from an item that dropped on the ground with certain mods on them already, and then you're crafting from there, there's at least some level of, interconnectivity there of like, the items on the ground matter, and you get to craft them on top of that.
The answer is both. Every item that you get should both have dropped well on the ground and be something that you crafted after the fact. That's like that. That's the intention that we're going for here.
Yeah.
Not to say that we're going to remove from scratch crafting or anything like that. You still do that, of course, you can. But I think that a much more viable path is going to be that you start with something that's already kind of got part of what you need, and then you go from there.
I'm like slightly worried about it, but I don't hate it.
And an interesting outcome of removing scouring is that white items found on the ground actually have value because they are the only way you can start from scratch. You can't you can't just get a blue item or a
That is nice. Sure. I do miss kind of back in the day when Val X's were worth something and stuff like that. So that is cool.
Right.
Yeah.
Are there going to be drop only mods in PoE 2? Like, is that a concept you like?
Well, so this is a tricky one, right? Because yes, I do like the concept. However, there is, I guess, something that bothers me a little bit. If the best possible rare comes from very specific content and cannot just drop from anywhere, so we just have to be careful about what sort of mods are drop only. I don't know if I have a great example off the top of my head.
You wouldn't want it so the highest ED
yes exactly
came from a specific place, because then every item that you start with would have to come from that place.
Yeah, like incursion mods is a good example of something that I feel isn't in the right spot there, because like the incursion mods are better than base mods in many cases, and you don't want to have to do that in order to start from that base, right?
So what you want is the highest. You want there to be mods that are good for specific builds that are dropping in certain locations. So if you're playing that build, you're like, I want to start from this. But not everyone has to make the same decision. And as long as there's diversity there, I think.
So as long as the mods are niche, I don't see why we couldn't do drop only mods. I guess we haven't really talked about any in
No,
particular,
but we
but
will have. There will certainly be drop only mods.
Yeah.
There will
Okay.
certainly be.
And do you like?
And it's actually better in PoE 2 than it is in PoE 1 to do that because we already have the expectation that a lot of the time you're starting from a dropped item anyway.
Very cool. So, do
yeah.
you like mailed items and things like that?
Yo, where's there?
well, that's a little bit different, I suppose, because again, there are some veiled mods that are just better in many cases to base mods, and requiring you to do that content specifically to get access to it isn't great.
But why not? Why is that not great? Because I personally love when
Well-
there's a specific area I have to go to and target farm.
Well, it's okay if there's like a specific build that does that, right? But it's not so good if every single build needs to do that, because then you lose the feeling. Okay, there's this feeling that I think is important to preserve, where any random skeleton that you kill can drop the best item in the game, and you sort of lose that if every single build wants to go towards a specific type of content in order to get the best possible thing. So
That has not been the case since Shaper and Elder were added. Like, it's been many, many years. Like, when was Shaper influence items existed? As soon as, like, that far back was the last time that had been the case, where the best items could drop on the floor. That's not... It's been a long, long time since that's been the case. I don't necessarily disagree. I'm just being like, you know, it's been a long fucking time since items dropping on the floor really mattered at all. Past the first, like, I don't know, few days.
That's why again, if these mods were more niche or more build
Right,
specific,
okay.
I feel like it would be okay. But it's just that if it's so, you know, globally better, that's where I feel like it starts to become an issue.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. How do you feel about item syncs like Valor, Recombinator, and things like that? And is that something we're gonna see?
Oh, just leave, dickhead.
Definitely going to have Varlobs.
For sure.
Kill this red
Absolutely.
boss.
There needs to
map.
be-
No way that will not exist.
then
There
leave.
needs to be stuff like that.
But
What about
yeah,
Recombinators?
there will be. Well,
Give us back recombinators.
I don't have an answer for you
Yeah,
about that
not
one right
sure.
now.
Okay.
But the Varlorb for sure, and that's a good one. And in a way, item syncing is more the case already with the way that Chaos Orb works in PoE 2, because like you can have an item that can be good and then you use it like to make it a bit better and then it screws it up, and because you can't scour it anymore, it's like that then becomes a useless
Yeah.
thing for most people. So that kind of stuff can happen now.
Yeah. I just Recombinators was my favorite PoE feature so far, so I had to ask him about it.
Okay,
Agree.
sure. I mean, look, we'll definitely think about that one. I mean, look, there needs to be an assessment of a lot of the like all of those things as we go
Yeah.
forward. So yeah,
Yeah.
I actually just need to kill the map boss here.
Awesome.
It's
I
the
have
final
some
one.
questions about pausing and how that's gonna work. Did you think about having, like right now in the party menu, you have some options, right? Where you can have like free for all filter or something. What if the party leader can also set things like only the leader can pause, anyone can unpause?
Right. I think that is a pretty good idea. Like I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want to have that. It's not something we've implemented yet, but it's the kind of thing we could do. And I think it's probably a pretty cool idea.
I don't
And
hate
is
that
there
either.
going to be a limit on how pausing works? Because right now, let's say that I can pause with no cooldown and it's just start, stop, and I'm doing Searing Exarch. It'll be incredible. Like it kind of like almost like removes the fireballs, right? You know exactly.
we're just talking about
Yes.
that as well.
okay.
And well, I guess there is no limit on how pausing
There
works.
isn't a limit.
There isn't
And
a
we're
limit.
not going to put one on there.
So we do have to deal with the fact that there is no limit on pausing, which might mean something like the memory game may not be possible because you could pause, write down what it is. And
I mean,
then-
that's just. I mean, look,
yeah.
we've done that mechanic. We don't need to do it again, and it
Yeah.
wouldn't work in a world of pausing. So we wouldn't do that one. As for Searing Exarch, though,
I mean,
I think that that's the kind of thing that you would want to be possible.
I mean, if the way you have to do the memory game is pause, write the thing down, unpause, pause, write a thing down, unpause, pause, write a thing down, then the reason that that would exist, the reason that somebody would do something like that is because your mechanic is shit to begin with. And it doesn't rely on any knowledge, any skill, or any reaction time whatsoever. It only revolves around, can I remember 6 things in a row? And which I can't. But I can do it and you can't, so it's a skill? No, it's just the ability to remember things. If I could pause in between each one and write them down, I could do it fine. You can train memory, therefore it's a skill. You fucking can't if you've got mental issues. It's like telling someone who doesn't have legs that they could just work out their legs muscles and walk better. Mate, I don't have legs. It's not a skill. I don't have legs.
Possible. And what we were discussing is that like it might be that there's some boss fights where we have to black out the screen when you pause.
Okay.
And that's just a way of dealing with that. I don't think that's relevant in most boss fights, but there might just be a few that we were like, okay, let's just do that. And we'll just add a feature for that in the few cases to make that possible. But I think because if that was the case, then I don't think that would really compromise Searing Exarch particularly.
What the fuck are you?
That does just add the extra step that you like record your
Why are you so
gameplay
low?
and go look at the recording. Like, what was it before I
I mean,
paused?
I guess at some point,
I just
maybe, but like,
Yeah.
come on. I mean, what would the I don't
No,
think.
no.
Surely it's better to just get good. Than
Oh,
it is to do
absolutely, absolutely. I just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
thinking of how to break things.
Yeah.
A final question I have with pausing is it going to just jolt back into like unpause, as in like everything is fully up to speed, or is it going to like
Yeah, it will.
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
cool,
It is.
very cool. Ooh, so this is there were going to be things that are rollable and stuff, but I wanted to talk about like the invites for Maven bosses, Eldritch bosses, etc. If there is a system like that in PoE 2, which you didn't want to confirm if it was or wasn't, I would absolutely love is instead of these being droppable things that we had to grind for, which can the feeling I sit with as a player, let's say that I'm doing the Twisted, right? And I kill the Elder Guardians. If I don't get the invite and then I'm killing an additional like 4 or 8 bosses without witnessing them, that feels like such a waste to me. So I would instead love if that was something similar to the Einar invites, right? With the Harvest Prison. So you get that as you click on Kirak, you finish the Twisted, and you get to roll the invite.
I guess what I would say is that like this is
The end game is just complete.
it's so
Probably
far
different
away from what
okay,
we're talking about.
I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
You should talk to Mark about this stuff because he's going to be much more it's going to be much more relevant. Like if these are the kind of changes that you imagine that you'd like to see in PoE 1, then this is the kind of thing you should talk to Mark about because as I said, this is just like quite far away from what we're thinking about for PoE 2.
Cool. So PoE 2 is so much prettier and more just everything looks improved. How do you balance making it look so much nicer while still optimizing it so that most systems can run it?
Well, the system requirements for PoE 2 are definitely higher than they are for PoE 1's like the start of the game. But a few things. So one of them is we still want a 960 to be the min requirement. So an NVIDIA 960. And so like that's still like a reasonably old card as far as like the ability to do stuff. So I think that it will be accessible to everyone. I'm not going to say that it's going to be the prettiest on that card, but like it is, it will be perfectly playable. Like, and 60 FPS, like playable to me means 60 FPS. Like anything less than that is just nothing, right? So like 60 FPS. But the modern content that's being put into leagues in PoE 1, so for example, the Wildwood and so on, like all of that stuff is done using the same tech and assets stuff that we're doing in PoE 2. So
Okay.
I would say that if that's running okay for you, then you should be fine. There's still always more optimization we can do. Like the engine still could use more optimization and so on. Like there's always more. But basically, if you are anything from like a 9 series NVIDIA card or equivalent AMD card. Then you should be fine. That will be okay.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of the reason why a lot of that stuff looks better is not just like particle spam. It's like actual improvements, like the design of everything, modern ability for us to create new content and so on. So it isn't necessarily that much more expensive than the stuff that goes in PoE 1.
Very cool to hear.
I wonder if he asks anything about the sound engine. I have to assume that they're aware that the sound engine we currently run is like literally the #1 performance problem that happens with this game at the high end, like by a long shot. I have to assume that they know that. I feel like I've never heard it talked about by them, but surely they are aware. They did a whole blog post for a new sound engine thing like a month ago. Oh, I did not see that at all. But okay, cool. Okay, nice. Months ago might be a stretch. It was before your time. I didn't see it at all, but good.
I have a question about multiple skills in PoE 2. So it sounds like we're going to be incentivized to use more multiple skills instead of just having one spam right click. How are you going to incentivize that without cooldowns?
So basically, in order for you to want to use one skill over another, you have to the advantage that you get for using it in the correct situation has to be high, very high, like high enough to overcome whatever desire you would have to just use the same thing again and again. So if we can make the advantage of that high enough, then that means that we don't need to artificially restrict when you would use something, because you only use it at the point when it makes the most sense to do so. So what that means is that there's a lot of balance implications for that, and there's like that. I think this is around the area where it was quite a struggle to get even internally our game designers to understand the sort of situation. Like if you've got an AoE skill and you're expecting that AoE skill to hit 20 targets, in PoE 1. The difference in damage between a skill that's single target and a skill that hits 20 targets is like not really that much.
Yeah.
But in PoE 2, the difference has to be very, very high. Like it has to be like, 10x less damage, this kind of thing, in order to be able to actually make it so that if you've got an AoE skill that does 10x less damage, and then that means that once you get, then it's advantageous to use it as soon as you get above 10 targets, right? And then the point where you're expecting to actually hit, like the point where you're doing double damage of a single target skill is the point where you get hitting 20 targets. Do you see what I mean? So effectively, we just have to make sure that the difference between has to be like way more extreme than it was in PoE 1.
That's a great answer.
And
I don't mind that.
And then this also is true for any kind of other situation where you've got like other skills where we want to that are dependent on so for example, like you've got the armor break combo where there's a few different armor break ones, but just to pick a random one, the sniper skill in so the what do you call it, power shot with armor piercing. Hitting an armor broken enemy on the mercenary.
Armor piercing bolts.
The difference in damage, I don't actually remember what the number is, but it's like it's a number like 400% extra damage on that hit. It's like a huge amount, right? To effectively mean that, like, in order to incentivize you not to just spam the power shot without the armor break, to actually make you want to do the combo, you have to actually do a lot of different stuff. And what that means is that the balance, as well, like comboing then becomes a thing you have to do to actually do decent DPS, because the situation mattering a lot, matters a lot as well. So effectively, there's just a lot of stuff around making sure that there's a lot more extremeness in like how different the damage is between situation A and situation B in PoE 2 than there was in PoE 1, because of the fact that we're expecting that you're doing different stuff. So yeah, effectively that's how we do it.
This also comes into on the monster too, right?
Right,
where
for sure.
Like the stats on the monster
Yes,
itself can be.
Yes, that's
can
the
be
other thing as
rather
well. And
extreme.
this actually gets a little bit back to what we were talking about resistance
Yeah.
before. So
Yeah.
the difference between monster A and monster B, like if you've got a monster with armor, then that is serious armor that the monster has versus another one, right? Like you're going to care about like this skill has got the ability to deal with armor and the skill does not a lot more because of the fact that the armor is more extreme. And so yeah, the differences between monsters are also very high. This is, I guess, might be a better framing around when we're talking about resistances and immunities earlier as well. Once again, we don't want immunities, but in order to make it so that you feel incentivized to use different skills, we really do have to make the differences more extreme to be able to achieve that.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just ask everybody collectively, not just PoE in general, other games as well, do you really feel like it's a better game in general or a better gameplay loop for you if you're using 4 or 5 different skills? Because for me personally, having to use more than 1 or 2 skills total, shit build, shit game, I'm not enjoying this, too many buttons, bye. And that goes for like other games as well. Like when you force me to use too many buttons, it becomes too complicated. You play League? Yes. And I don't build items that have use cases, like use in combat things, unless I have to, because I can't ever remember to use them. I already have more buttons than I wish. But you still use 6 abilities? I mean... You needed to play more WoW, you'd be battle hardened? No, I just built macros to do all my rotations in the correct orders. Most of the time I just have 1 or 2 buttons, and I spent a lot of time doing macros to make sure that all the buttons were done in the correct order. Thank you. Oh god, you were dog shit. That's unfortunate. Yeah. I was 6 hours behind world first on 4 different bosses, but that's fine. Definitely garbage though. Didn't actually get world first on any of them, so I guess technically garbage. We got server first on one, but that was like a day and a half. No, that was a week and a half behind world first. We were just the first on the server. I don't know if that counts.
Can we have a third-party two-factor authentication in PoE?
Burning Crusade.
So like something like
We should
Alfie-
we absolutely should have done this by now. We just have never gotten around to it.
Awesome.
I will. We do need to do that. It's just, you know, like once we get a chance, we will do that. But yes, there's no reason why we don't have that. It's just
Excellent.
literally. Well, I will tell you. I will tell you the reason why is because it's not so much that adding third-party authentication is hard. It's adding all of the crap around when people fail, like forget or lose or whatever it is, like all of the like support policy and like a million freaking annoying things around that. That's the hard part of that stuff. So yeah, that's where it's annoying.
Awesome.
Yep.
Next up, I have grouped together a lot of item questions as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there would be a lot of item questions now. So I was just sitting there like thinking item. I didn't have time to like mix it up. So some uniques in PoE 1 currently feel like they have no use. Like they're maybe only like reasonably day 1 if you find them while you're leveling. Is this something you think is a problem? And will there be a different approach to uniques in PoE 2?
Well, we're definitely going to have uniques that are whose main purpose is to assist with leveling, right? Like,
Yeah.
we do think that's a good thing, and we would like to keep that.
And mythics and heroics never existed when I was playing WoW. Those weren't even a thing. I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know what mythics or heroics are. That's how long it's been since I played WoW. Like those didn't exist. I don't even know what you're talking about.
As for uniques that don't have a use at all, so in general, our philosophy for uniques is that they are puzzle pieces, right? That combo with something else. Maybe they don't combo with something else immediately. Maybe they combo with something later on.
Mhm.
But they basically, well, they're meant to be unique, right, as it were, and they might be strong for your build. They might not be strong for your build. They might be strong for person A. They might not be strong for person B. So in that case, I would hope that the value of a unique is different from person to person, in that, you know, you find something which maybe you don't have any use for this, but somebody else might.
Yeah.
And I guess that is really, I mean, I don't know if that's really different to our philosophy in PoE 1, except for, I suppose, learning some of the things that worked and didn't work over the years.
I mean, in Magic the Gathering, you could complain that there's a lot of useless magic cards, right?
Yeah.
But the reason why that you have a bunch of things with interesting mechanics on them is so that there's a library of stuff, so that when, you know, someone puts together some interesting combo, or there's like some new unique comes out that enables something, that it just means that suddenly, oh, this thing that was useless before now becomes something that's useful for something else. So like, we like to have a library of stuff that's just kind of out there, and I think it's good to have that stuff.
Oh yeah.
And it's also especially fine if like, it is nice to have the experience while leveling of, oh, I found this weird thing, and now I'm gonna use that for a while, and so it is fun to have like just while you're leveling, stuff like that. I think that's good.
Okay.
And in fact, recently, so we've been doing a bunch of low-level unique design in the last month or so.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we've been starting like every week. We've been basically doing a review of
but there's a bunch of low-level uniques that we're doing at the moment. So
That's very
I like
really crazy too, compared to what you would think of PoE 1 uniques, at least.
Yeah, that was my next question. Do you approach unique items differently in PoE 2? Like, I would say already items without life can feel a little hard and stuff. So I would love to hear about like the design philosophy.
So, okay, I don't know if the approach is different in that respect, where more so that, you know, we just sort of know what works and doesn't work after years of experimenting on what does and doesn't. Like uniques without life. So I guess I'll address that. So
uniques without life.
We do want uniques to have a cost to put on, such that your entire like every single slot isn't just I have a bunch of uniques on, right? And sometimes that is accomplished by the uniques having a downside. Sometimes that is accomplished by the uniques not having resistances, or not having life, or not having, you know, whatever it is. But so I would not say we would want to lose that necessarily, but really what it means is if a unique doesn't have life, its unique property needs to be either powerful enough or special enough that it's worth giving up that life for. That's kind of really what our job should be, to make sure that that is the case.
We just to put it more succinctly, we don't want every slot on your character to be uniques. And if that's to be the case, then having it so that you still need rares for something, and those rares being useful for doing things like life and so on that you're not necessarily getting from your uniques.
Yeah.
Then that's sort of how we achieve that. And so it's interesting because it's a way of having a downside on uniques without actually being explicit about there being a downside.
How does that translate when life doesn't come from my passive tree at all, though? Like, not having life on a unique is not the worst thing in the world right now. But when every single piece of life that you're going to have can only come from your gear, then uniques not having a life roll will be a much larger downside. Yeah, meanwhile, unique. Rare. That's it.
upside. It's just the downside is there's much. If you're going to have a build full of uniques, you're not going to have very much life on your character.
Yes.
Right. That makes sense. And with Magic Find stuff in particular, quantity was removed, correct?
Yes. Well, player quantity.
Player quantity
Player
basically
quantity is
doesn't exist in PoE 2 to avoid the
And if item rarity still is a stat, is that something that needs to be both a prefix and a suffix?
What did you say? What did you just say to me? I can tell you one thing that is guaranteed. If I can't magic find in PoE 2, I will probably not continue to play it. I'm just saying, if the change to like, we're just doing rarity rather than rarity and quant, I probably just spend way more time playing PoE 1 than PoE 2. Like, way more. Like, it'll probably be a thing where I play PoE 1 for like 2.5 months and then PoE 2 for like 2 weeks or something. I'm just saying.
It is so we have made changes to the mod pool, right?
Okay.
And on every single thing. I believe it is not both a prefix and a suffix on most slots, but it is on a couple.
Okay.
And those slots are particularly because they are supposed to be more leaning towards, finding rare items or whatever.
So maybe rings and stuff.
Did we really not? Because it used to be a prefix and a suffix on all item slots.
Yeah,
right?
it's a prefix and a suffix on, I believe, helmets and jewelry. And it's only a suffix on the other slots where it rolls.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I think I might be misremembering, but
It's a big game. It's a lot to remember.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about how we changed it, not what it was like. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
For unique items, are there any big technological advances that lets you do new things, like giving more skill points or additional ascendancy points? Which, with my knowledge, that was not possible in PoE 1.
Well, it wasn't that it wasn't possible. It was more that I guess it was annoying because you would have to make it so you couldn't unequip the item or some other thing to prevent you putting it on, getting the skills, and then doing it. It always comes down to working out like how much time will it take to implement this massive unique, and is it worth all that time for one particular unique, right? Now, as for technological advances, I don't know if there's anything major in particular, but there are a lot of system changes that have happened. Like, for example, conversion has been reworked, right, in PoE 2, and Leech has been reworked. I guess we haven't really talked about it, but it will be. And when systems change, they usually allows for more design space, but that's not, I guess, really what you were asking.
Yeah.
One thing that has improved a lot and is affecting uniques quite a lot is that it is way easier for us to make new animations for player characters.
Oh yeah.
And to do armors and interesting rigging things and all sorts of stuff like that, which means that there's a lot more little special things going on with uniques along those lines. Like in PoE, in PoE 1, we would never like make a weapon that had a custom like attack animation or something like that.
Yeah.
But in PoE 2, we can do that because it's way easier. Because like we've got one rig now, so that means that we can do that, and it just works across all characters. And like it's just generally easier to do like little custom things like that. Like there's some cool stuff around that.
Which also leads into like custom skills on uniques, right? Because we can actually have a custom skill with an animation that
it's
ties
a lot
into it.
easier. It's a lot easier to do that kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, there's even like little details that I guess we could have done before, but they just become a lot easier with like like you can have like a unique where like when you that has little graphical elements where like I think we had one where as you get hit it charges up, and then there's like a thing you can do when it like discharges, and you can see it on the weapon like the charge going up and this kind of stuff. Like there's little things like that we can do. It's just easier to do that kind of stuff in PoE 2 with the modern art pipeline and everything.
Very cool.
So it's not to say that there is like it's not really so much tech, it's more just that like we have it's easier for us to do that stuff due to the fact that all the art is modern and all of the stuff that we've got going on with the engine overall is more modern. Yeah.
Would you be able to like expand a little bit on like leech reworks, regen, and defensive things like that?
Leech. Now, which of the 14,000 systems for Leech did we actually settle on in the end?
Well,
I don't remember.
I will tell you that Leech is a lot simpler than what you know in
We can
PoE1.
just explain how it works if you can actually remember.
Okay, well,
Oh my God.
it's actually really simple.
Yeah.
It is actually really simple.
Yeah.
An item just has X% of physical attack damage, leech's life, whatever it is, and that is the leech you get. The only difference is that monsters have leech resistance on them.
That's right. Yes, that's where we ended up.
That is it.
Monsters have leech resistance now. It's that simple. So as
It's
you go
just
through,
that
so
simple.
as you go through the game, the monster's leech resist increases in order to counter the expected whatever
the exponential damage,
Right, right.
because
So then-
you
yeah,
want leech to scale off of your damage, right? Like
Yes.
it's sort of not
Yes.
leech if it doesn't.
So
do that.
yes, it says a percentage, and it scales as the percentage goes up. It increases linear as you would expect, and also it so everything about that works as you would expect. The only
Yep.
difference is the monsters have leech resist. That's all
So
it is.
I have an important thing here. Is the purpose of this leech resist to make some things or some bosses immune to leech, or is it just to counter the exponential scaling?
The purpose is to make it so that as you get through the game,
So it should be consistent.
Yeah.
So we're talking. It sounds like we're talking sort of like how we lose resistances now. As you progress through the game, you kill Katava, you kill the next Katava. You now need more resistances to cap. It sounds like Leech is just going to be like that. Right at the beginning, I get 5% Leech. I leech 5%, but then at a certain point during the campaign, my 5% leech starts to mean I only leech 2.5% because they have some resistance, and then I keep going further, and now I'm only leeching 1%. So I need to get 20% leech to get back up to 4 so that I can leech again at a reasonable amount. Or something along those lines. That's what it sounds like to me.
Clear, leech resistance is per level. It's not like on an individual. I mean, I guess we could do individual monsters having
We
more
could,
resistance,
but that isn't
but
the purpose.
that isn't
Right.
really the system here.
Yeah.
The system here is just as you level up, like the monster level determines how much leech resistance it has.
Yeah.
Now, I should point out that there's no. I don't remember the names of the stats that leech currently has in PoE1, but none of that is there, right? Like you hit a monster, you leech that amount over 1 second, and that's it.
Awesome. That's
and
great.
and then it is not like there's no weird stacking rules or anything like that. It just stacks.
It just stacks. So if you hit 10 monsters, you get 10, 10 leech.
So
instances, that's
all
it.
of the weird complexity, everything around this is all now just very simple. The only concession is leech resistance on
Yeah.
monsters,
Huge.
which is effectively hidden because it's not going to be rendered anywhere.
Yeah.
But effectively, as you level up through the game, the monsters will give you less.
Yeah.
Oh,
life.
that's,
Although
that's
it should be we just tell you how much you would leech, I suppose.
Yeah, we could put that on the stat screen
Yeah.
probably. We could probably put on like the amount of life per hit that you'll get.
That's fine. I'm good with that. Leech is one of the most confusing mechanics in the game.
Yeah, it's a lot simpler.
That's fine.
Which is
Will there still be things
the
like
number of
overleach?
systems-
sorry, what was that?
Will there
I'm
still be
sorry?
things like overleach?
Well, we haven't really gone beyond like just the basic system, right?
Yeah.
But as we're doing ascendancies, we'll probably talk about some of this stuff.
Okay.
At the moment, I mean, there's Val Pact, which will make it instant,
Yeah.
and I don't believe we're changing that. So,
Yeah.
other than that, I don't know if we've done anything else. Like, we just wanted the basic system of Leech to be something that I don't have to spend 30 minutes explaining to somebody, and then they tell me, "Well, I didn't understand a word you said." Because
Yeah.
I've done this multiple times to people who have asked me how Leech works,
Mhm.
and I've explained to them, and then they're like, "Well, I don't understand anything." So, you know.
It's people always has a joke that
I know
during
that
my
feeling.
PoE university lessons, they're like, "Can you explain leech?" And I'm like, "No, not doing that." Yeah, so that's great. Honestly, it sounds so much better. Is there a possibility
And
of
what was the other one you asked about? Yeah.
yeah? Is there
Sorry, you asked about a couple of other ones. Was there any? What was
yes,
the other one?
sorry, regen as well, like things like life regen, because obviously with we've changed the way flasks work so much. So I'm mostly asking about like sustain, I guess, of characters.
Oh, well, life regen works the same as it does before. We're just, I guess, going to be a bit more careful about how quickly you can recover your life, I suppose. I mean, not to say you can't recover your life quickly. I mean, you have flasks, and, the pace of combat is still going to be fast enough that, you'll see your life changing, frequently enough. But, I mean, regen just works as it does before. We just will be more careful about, how much you can get, I suppose.
And have you already discussed keeping every mechanic like spell suppression, and we do have a lot of advanced things as well in Path of Exile when it comes to defense.
We're not removing anything like that, I believe. I don't think we're
Remove
removing
spell
any of
suppression.
those,
Do it.
but
Remove spell suppression.
Well, it depends on what mechanic, I guess. But
Yeah.
spell
Get
rid of
suppression isn't being removed.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
meant to be, you know, a sort of secondary system that
Right.
goes alongside evasion.
I don't remember the list now, but there were a few cases where we removed some mods from the mod pool by default, like so you'll have to get them from other
Oh,
sources.
yeah, definitely.
But yeah, like the overall, I think spell suppression is still in there. If
It is, yeah.
Yeah, spell suppression is still in there. That we liked that one. And there's a few cases, but I don't think we're directly removing anything being supported. Like it's just a question of where you get it.
Awesome. Is there a possibility of a new tier of items? Other games have things like maybe artifacts that are what they call legendaries and stuff, like a super legendary, if you will, or set items and things like that.
No set items, please.
Well, okay, so I'll address set items first, and we sort of, I guess, feel like we shouldn't need set items because we kind of ask you to make your own sets, as it were. You find synergies between uniques, and you kind of have a set there, right?
Yep.
And the other problem with the set item is, let's say you have, I don't know, a 6-piece set item on. It's really hard to replace any of those pieces, right? So you just don't find upgrades on those like slots or whatever.
We don't like the gameplay of set items.
Yeah.
Same.
So they would not exist. Now you could ask,
I agree.
well, what about like a super unique? Well, we kind of have those. It's just not explicitly stated. Like, right, when you find an item and it's like a high tier unique or a rare unique or something like, you know, like a headhunter or something like that, it is effectively in the player's eyes a super unique, even though it is just a unique. And I guess it's important to keep it so those are all the tiers that are there. I don't know.
Well, so I mean, I guess like okay, one of the really common things people imagine is like, oh, you have like you've got normal magic, rare, and then uniques are their own thing, I guess. And you could argue like, I mean, those effectively are tiered because internally we obviously have drop rates for different uniques, and you know, like we certainly see them as like, you know, like in a certain term, but we don't feel like unique just means that it's an item that has got fixed properties. So therefore, there's no reason to kind of have different tiers of them visible to the player, particularly. As for for rares, there's often the question of like, okay, well, why don't you have like, you know, another thing above rare that has even more mods and so on? And the reason that we don't do that is because we actually think it's important that like, so all 4 of the rarities that we have all have a purpose, and in theory, all of them should need to exist. So there should really be no reason why we'd want to add a tier above rare, because like all that would do was just add mod dilution. Yeah. And to explain what mod dilution is, it's very important in case, you know, people like don't know about it. It's really important that each individual that you don't add too many mods to your character, because if you add too many sources of mods to your character, then it means that each individual mod can't have very much effect on your character. Yeah. Like this is the reason why we don't add more item slots as well, because if you add another item slot, it means that the value of another item slot has to go down as a percentage of your overall build. Yeah. Basically, we think that 6 mods per rare is enough. We don't want more than that, and so therefore that means we just wouldn't want to add you know, like another tier of rarity that has more of that stuff above that.
So we're never getting pants.
No, you are never getting pants. Although, so here's the thing. No, but you are getting pants, and here's the reason: because the pants are now built into the boots of your character. So the boots, in the icon, it just looks like boots, but there's actually pants. There's unique pants that come with every base type that get added to your character.
You actually have pants.
Yeah, so the pants are now part of the part of the boots. And that was actually a really good change when we did it, because it means that like previously the armor, the body was like the main part of what made your character look different, but now the pants, the boots slot has a large percentage of difference as well.
Very cool.
I actually like that.
Yeah. In fact, there are some like real dodgy looking pants that we need to sort out.
Actual pants. That's cool. I'm gonna be honest. I'm like I want to say like 90% of what I hear makes me excited to play. There's only like little bits that worry me, and those little bits, they could easily be that we just don't have enough information, and so I'm worried because I have little bits of stuff, but I don't know the other bits that make it okay. Right? Yeah. I would say that you could move me from 90% excited to 99% excited with a 5-second clip of end game mapping blasting through at speed, like Headhunter and big speed. A 5-second clip of just like end game going fucking zoom and just blowing up whole screens. That would do so much. That would do so much. Ew, this whole map only has like 3k juice.
I look at them and like, especially some of the int pants that go on male characters look a little bit iffy, and we need to do some work on those.
Very cool, very cool. Are items going to be allowed, are chase items in PoE 2 allowed to be as powerful as Headhunter and Mageblood?
We
I
will
hope so.
definitely have chase items in PoE 2.
Sure.
Absolutely, and they will be ones that are strong. Now,
Sure.
as strong, it's kind of hard to really say, but they will be items that are exceptionally strong and exceptionally rare, right? Like that's going to be the case.
You need to have stuff that
you need to have.
to have that stuff so that you've got something to aspire to, right? Like it's really important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You
know, just as a random anecdote along those lines.
No, I love those.
We used to have a rule internally, which was don't balance by rarity. So the theory was that it's a bad idea to have something which is ultra powerful, but is the only reason why it's okay is because it's rare.
No, it's
and
a great
we
plan.
we worked under that assumption for many years, and then eventually we realized like I actually can't really justify that rule anymore.
For the Val Breach swap, do you have to have Breach and swap itself in main links? It has to be on the normal links, otherwise it won't gain souls. If it's in your off weapons, it will not gain souls. So while I don't have it hotkeyed on this set, because if I did, I'd just get stunned, it still has to be in my main links. It just has to be that I have to weapon swap to it to use it. That's all.
Because actually people really love stuff that's balanced by rarity. Like people like it to have it, so there's just an ultra rare thing that's ultra powerful. And so yeah, we stopped having that rule a while back, and so now we do allow ourselves to just have like, this is an item that is too powerful to exist except for the fact that it's ultra rare and therefore it's okay. So that kind of stuff we do nowadays.
Very cool.
And that will continue to be the case for sure. Yeah.
Nice. In PoE 2, could we expect to see more things itemized, like the Ashleen Slam and things that people are currently trying to buy as services from?
That would be cool.
Well, this is really I guess it's really tied to PoE 1 because I don't know if that's mechanic in particular.
Well, no, it does matter in PoE 2. Basically, yes, we understand the fact. In general, we are trying very hard to avoid any situation where where a thing that someone would want to trade is not itemized.
Yeah, and to specifically address Aisling Slam, that I believe there's some changes coming with that in the next patch as well.
I think there are a bunch of things getting itemized in the next PoE 1 update.
Very cool.
So So I mean that's the thing we're very much aware of.
I had a thing, like an idea, if you will, that I wanted to get your thoughts on. So obviously, I think this is very popular, and I've done this quite a lot when I play Hardcore Trail Leagues. I'll offer a boss kill service. Have you ever thought about offering a feature like that in the game where you have, let's say, a bounty board? You can request, hey, I want Cyrus to be killed. Here's my Cyrus set. And then in order to not be scammed, me as the complete...
Just real quick. I don't know what's left for me to tease at this point. Yeah, that seems like a pretty huge thing. Here's something they probably already know. You probably already know. The amount of people that will see the teasers that Grinding Gear Games put out is much larger than the amount of people who will see this interview. You can still kind of tease those same things we already know, because a lot of people don't know it, right? But still, they're letting go of a lot. They're still letting go of a lot, though. important for you to have something also. Show me some gameplay where we're interacting with the league mechanic and that causes a stack of 10 divines to drop, and I'm good. You don't have to show me anything else. show me interacting with the league mechanic and a stack of 10 divines drop on the ground, and I'm good. I need nothing else. That's it.
Leader of this bounty board has to offer my own set. So if I rip it, I lose my own set, not the buyer's.
Right.
And then the item goes to the person, etc. Like something like that.
Right. So this is effectively trying to avoid the need for third-party ways to trade for this kind of stuff that currently exists.
Correct.
Yes.
I guess my
You can
concern
say
with that
TFT,
is
we
I
all
worry
know.
a little bit about adding that as an in-game element, because the message would be that, like, I mean, I think you'd get a lot of characters who just like didn't complete the game without ever actually really beating everything.
Yeah.
So I'd be a bit hesitant to add something like that as a feature to the like. I said I'd just be a little bit hesitant about adding something
Yeah.
like that.
I mean, we're implicitly saying that you need to be killing all those bosses,
Right,
and
right.
having it as a
But
feature
obviously-
is sort of saying you can trade for. I mean, we're not
Yeah.
preventing you from
Right.
doing so, but
People will obviously do that, but I guess the thing then is that if there's no secure way to do it, it obviously incentivizes all the stuff around reputation systems and blah 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 blah. There's like a whole rant about that's like complicated.
Yeah.
So I understand why you desire that, because like, okay, ultimately what you're looking for there is like, what are all the things that people use TFT to do, right?
He said
Like,
the
that's
word.
that's what you're looking for.
He did. He said the word. Okay, before I get too excited, I've spent a lot of time recently saying, you know, there's really no replacement for TFT. Like, you're not getting around it. It's too much work. Nobody can do it. The only people who can make TFT even a little bit less relevant is GDG. Which I have said they won't do. They won't touch. I doubt it'll ever get touched. Because I don't think I've ever heard any of them ever even say the words TFT. Like, they've never acknowledged that it existed. I'm sure that they know, but they've never acknowledged it. So now I'm real interested to see where this goes.
For it. Let's try and have a solution to every single one of those, and that we think along the same lines as well, right? Like, when we're looking at the stuff, we're kind of like, you know, well, let's try to prevent any reason that you would need to have a service like that.
Okay.
Certainly we're thinking about it that way as well, but then a service like this I kind of start to feel a little bit uneasy about, because it would be very easy then to be like, you know, I'm effectively telling people we want you to be just playing the game without really playing it, which is a slight concern. But I mean, at the same time, we do have to be realistic that people are going to trade for that stuff anyway, so we do have to think about it. But yeah, I get it and understand. Cool. And obviously there's a whole big conversation around trade and stuff that you know is a whole thing to talk about, which I mean, I guess we could talk about that if you like.
I mean, are you fundamentally approaching trade from any different way? I believe I feel like I remember you said you weren't, but I would love to hear you talk about it.
Yeah, so previously we had said that we're not really wanting to change how trade is, but I think okay, so then the situation now is different, because you know, like, people are seeing things like Last Epoch and so on, and what they're doing with trade, and the people are like really liking what they're doing, and so then I don't know that we live in a world anymore where the current system that we have is good enough. And so that means that we have to change. And I don't want to necessarily go into every detail about that, but I guess what I will say is that, like, the previous feeling that we had was okay. Well, so let's talk about the axioms of like of like what we assume, right? So,
okay, before I listen to this bit. Do I put my foot in it and say what I like and what I hope happens and then get disappointed? Or do I just listen? Because this is a topic I've thought about a lot. I do not want an auction house under any circumstance. I don't necessarily need trade to change much from how it is right now. There are only a few things that I would like to happen. I would like to be able to just buy stuff. To just buy stuff that people have for sale as long as they're online. I shouldn't have to go and trade them for it. I shouldn't have to travel to their hideout, wait for them to come out of a map, wait for them to trade me. I want to be able to just buy a thing that's for sale. But I don't want it in an auction house, and I don't want to be able to trade with people while they're offline. Most importantly, I just don't want an auction house. I'd be okay with cross-instance trading, and I'd be okay with buyout systems. I'd be okay with all my items being for sale at a vendor that somebody could go up to and buy from while I'm online, but not while I'm offline. I'm okay with a lot of things, but nothing. Don't even mention an auction house, please, for the love of God.
We are a game that does not have bind on anything, right? We are not a game that has binding in it, right? That's a very important thing for us.
Okay.
So any system that involved binding, we don't want to do that.
Oh.
Okay.
Number two, if you have a trade system that's ultra easy, that has no friction at all, like if you imagine just like instant buyout with with no restriction, like everything's just completely free to trade, what you'll get is an exponential curve where effectively the stuff that is the most powerful will become very, 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 very expensive, and the stuff that's anything even below that will become extremely, extremely cheap.
I feel like that kind of already happens to an extent.
Curve. And effectively, if you imagine a game with no trade, you've got like a flat, effectively like power and
but that would get worse.
Acquire,
I agree.
Sorry, price and difficulty to acquire are completely flat.
Yep.
Not that, and again with no trade that would even make sense, but effectively it turns into a flat line, and then you get more and more exponential as you as you increase the easiness of trade. So therefore, the assumption is that there has to be some way of, in order for a game to be able to have trade, there needs to be something that restricts its use in some manner. And the previous way we looked at that was that you can either have instant buyouts or you can have instant like good search. And what we've been saying is, okay, well, I don't think players are going to accept anything less than instant buyouts, because I don't think there is a way to solve to solve the kinds of problems that people have with trade and PoE without having instant buyouts. So therefore, we now have to take as an axiom there must be instant buyouts, right? We must have that. There must be in some manner a way. How can we have that without having this problem? Now, previously we would have said, okay, well, in that case you can't have good search, but people will not accept a solution that doesn't involve the ability to search for items correctly. Therefore, we must have as well. We must have a proper search function.
Okay.
So what are we to do now then, right? Like if we must have instant buyouts and search, there has to be some manner of way friction to limit trade and some other means.
Yeah.
Now,
how?
If we're not going to have binding, that means there has to be some form of resource that limits trade in some manner that you have to play the game to get. And if that's the case, well, what resources do we have? Well, in PoE 2, we have gold.
Oh. Gold? For trading?
And if gold is something, so therefore we discussed basically gold can be a limiting factor. And if we make it so that you can't trade gold, you can only play for gold. And if we add a gold fee as a part of an instant buyout cost, that can mean that we can potentially have a trade system that has instant buyouts and searching while still having a way to and no binding and all that sort of stuff. So it is possible to do that. So we're discussing it, right? We're looking into this. I think that it solves a really important problem. I believe it is possible. We have to, as I said, there's a lot of details to work out.
Yeah.
There's a lot of issues and concerns. But as I said, I think that people will no longer accept an action RPG that doesn't have instant buyouts.
Okay, so I don't really care so much about the robot part of it. We'll just work around bots. We should ban more bots, but whatever. I'm just gonna choose to ignore those for a second. That does solve a lot of problems. I'm not super against it, but it does introduce a new problem. It does introduce a new problem, which is a degenerate player like me is going to have a functionally infinite amount of gold. My trade will not be limited. I play way too much, way too fast. Your trade might be limited. Poor fucking Farmer John gets to play 3 or 4 hours a week. He's never going to have enough gold to be able to buy things. That's choosing to ignore the bot problem. Yeah, that's a concern. I would say that's a concern, Diggs, that needs to be part of the conversation, not necessarily a problem with the system, like not a reason that couldn't exist, but rather something you would need to be careful of. Like something that like you could not have a system at all where I have a 100 div item that I misprice at 10 div, and while I'm staring at the item in my stash going, oops, missed a 0, some bot just picks it up out of my inventory. You can't have that problem. That would be unacceptable, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that a system like this wouldn't work. It just means that some problems like that have to be accounted for, right? They have to be accounted for. You could not have a bot just pick it up out of my stash the moment I've priced it. So it doesn't mean that the entire idea doesn't work. It just means that part has to be part of the conversation when they decide on how to do things. Like you have to make sure that that's a thing. To make gold character bound but not account bound and not tradable, would it hinder bots? No. So I'm for the most part choosing to ignore what bots will do in situations like this, purely because I really hate that they even exist at all, and I wish that we would do something more about bots. I can't fathom that they can't ban way more bots than they currently do. The amount of bots and RMT stuff that goes on that's so easily trackable that they don't ban is unfathomable to me. I don't understand it. And that's a question I'd love answered at some point, but it's something that I tend to try and ignore. However, if we're going to talk about it, the one thing that bots in all games do way better than any human ever will is pick up generic stuff like gold. Right? They're way better. Spoiler, it's harder. So I don't know anything about programming. What I do know is social engineering. And one of the easiest ways to find the entire group of people who are doing that is to literally just go onto whatever it is, JSPN or whatever that site is, buy gold once and then start tracking it from there. Or not just once, but maybe a few times. Spend fucking $20 this week, $20 next week, $20 that week, and then start following those accounts. And every few weeks, just be like, fa-boom, everybody's gone. Fa-boom, everybody's gone. I don't know how hard the like technical side of locating bots is. That must be insane. And if you put a bunch of effort into it, then the people who make them will also just put a bunch of effort into it, and then it's this infinite cycle of infinite dev time that gets spent fighting bots. But like socially tracking them my way feels like it should be easier, and I don't know why it isn't. I'm convinced that it must be way harder than that because no game has ever solved it, right? And I know that the price of what I'm suggesting is a minuscule amount of money. It's like 1 or 2 people's salary at most. And then what, like $100 a week or $200 a week? So the price of doing what I'm suggesting isn't high. So there has to be a reason that it doesn't work. There has to be a reason that that's not efficient. But I don't know what that reason is, and I can't figure it out. Right? Like, I wish I knew that. And I would love at some point to talk to somebody who does understand why it doesn't work, just so that I could get the actual information explained to me, because it confuses me. Also, Little Bunfu, thank you very much for the raid. Because the arms race is always on the bot side, they have infinite read. No. You're talking about tracking bots in game. I get that that's an infinite battle that costs way too much money. Right? I get that. It's an infinite battle that takes way too much money and that you're always going to lose. I'm talking about why it never gets solved the social way. Like, I've never heard of it being done the social way. Take the drug dealers down every week. Well, not every week, but I mean, that's how we do it in real life, right? Like, that's how it's done in real life. That's how every major drug bust gets done. It doesn't get rid of 100% of it, but it's better than not doing it. Like, by a long shot, better than not doing it. And like I said, there has to be a reason. I'm not saying, hey, why aren't they doing this? They're stupid. I'm smart. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm saying there must be a reason that that doesn't work. But I don't understand it. I don't understand it, and I wish I did. And I would love to sit down at some point with somebody who really does understand it, so that I could then understand why that doesn't work. That's all.
As a trade for a trade system, so therefore we will need to change. And as I said, that's we have to move with the times, right? Like, we can't. And as I said before, I don't want to have any excuses if players are not enjoying something. We need to find a way to solve that problem. So we will solve that problem. We will find a way. That's my thinking on it anyway. So hopefully that, if you've got any questions about that, feel free to
I mean, I can feel myself being posted to Reddit right now. I think most people will be very happy about that.
Right.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've always been asked about my take on an auction house in PoE, and I always said, like, in PoE 1, like, you have no way to tax it, right? What are you going to do? Like, do 0.5 of a Chaos Orb. So and that's what I did in previous games. I would sit there
cannot
flipping
work
items,
without
which is very
attacks.
destructive.
Right.
But with
Yep.
something like attacks, then you can have that. So, yeah, that'd be really interesting. I'm guessing you were also thinking about maybe just like a trading orb, right? That you would be, if you weren't.
You could do that.
That's an unhinged thing to say, Steve. But all right.
But I don't like the feel of it as much, and I think associating gold, like the end game sync for gold being trade, is actually good because it makes sense that that's what gold would be used for, and like it all kind of fits together, so I think that would be, I think that can work well.
Are you worried? Like, are we going to have captures on the auction house? Like, how are you going to combat bots, basically?
Well, they do have to play the game for gold, I suppose, but
yeah, so that would be the main thing, is that yes, because the gold is it would not be tradable. It would mean that you effectively have to play the game. Sure, you can bot playing the game, but on some level, if you're doing that already, then like you're sure. I mean, we need to prevent bots in whatever way we prevent bots that we do.
Yeah.
So that's what it is.
Awesome.
But yeah.
Well, another follow-up question: would everything go on the auction house, like currency, items, uniques, everything, or would there be something that you still have to do person-to-person trading?
I think that people would want to be able to trade anything in such a system. I can't. I mean, that's basically the thing.
I hope it's not an actual auction house.
One thing I would just want to talk about there is that, like, stuff that has its own sync. So currency items, you don't necessarily need to have the gold cost of transferring that be very high, because it already has a sync. You don't get that exponentiation factor quite so much. But stuff like equipment, where there is no natural sync for it except for, like, crafting failure, I guess. You do actually have to make the cost for trading equipment to be quite high in order to preserve the like, so you don't get that exponential being too high. So effectively, you would have to prepare yourself for the fact that the gold cost for buying equipment in particular could be relatively sizable. So that's part of the whole, like, the trade you're making here with us of being able to have this feature, is that the gold cost for it would be quite high for equipment only.
Do you think you'd be taxing both the buyer and the seller?
I believe that the buyer is the right place for it, because sellers want to be able to just, in order to incentivize people to use the system over the old one, you'd effectively want to make sure that the sellers can still just dump all of their stuff into the into tabs like they normally do, and it's the buyers. Because, I mean, ultimately, when you look at the who's the person bearing the burden of this right now, it's not really the seller that's the person doing that. It's the buyer, because the buyer's the one who has to fight through all of the fake listings and all of the, like, annoying people that don't reply and all of that garbage. So effectively, they're the ones who would pay for the tax on this, as it were.
Yeah. Okay. Very cool. That's
okay.
exciting. I guess. Are you concerned at all about, like, third-party mods for the auction house then?
Third-party mods.
Yeah, like basically
like
like
stuff
something
that just tells you what price it should be and stuff like that.
People using, I think that, or like just scanning the items and, like, trying to buy things out that are underpriced, things like that.
Yep, that's a problem.
Well, I mean, on some level, it's very hard to completely eliminate that stuff, but we will definitely, like, I mean, we will use our anti-botting stuff that we do to prevent that kind of stuff.
Awesome.
But I will say, though, that as distasteful as the botting stuff with that is, I think you have to design your system to be able, like, if your system if the only thing making the system work is your anti-botting, I think you're kind of screwing up. Like, you have to, it has to be resilient to that. Like, the taxes have to be in the right places. All the stuff has to kind of work enough so that even if there are bots, it's still okay. Like, that's like, and it's funny. This is like, I feel like I'm coming out of a totally left field domain here, but it's like people get angry at high frequency trading in the real economy, right?
Yeah.
As like a thing, but the actual thing that high frequency trading does is improve liquidity in the market. So I'm getting, like, real financy right now, but the thing that HFT does is improve liquidity in the market. So what it does is it gets the buy price and the sell price closer together, like it effectively and so HFT in a game like PoE would ultimately do the same thing. It would mean it would get the price of it would converge the price of the items closer towards the actual true price that they should be priced at. So ideally, we don't want botting anyway, but if it were to be full botting, what that would mean is that the prices move to their fair market value much faster than they otherwise would. And the reason why the fair market value is not what you want in a lot of games is because that's what leads to that exponentiation thing. Like, the fair market value of like a very, very good rare, but that's level 5 is very low because most people only stay at level 5 for a very short amount of time. So what we don't want is for people who play the game at the start to just be like, oh, for like a freaking, wisdom scroll, you can get like some amazing rare that level 5, right? That's what you're trying to prevent. And so the gold taxes kind of put a price floor on the on things to prevent the stuff. I'm getting real financy here right now.
No, it's great. I'm just
I know, I'm
you're
good with this.
talking, trying to think of questions and write them down so I don't forget them, because this is very out of left field.
Sure, yeah.
So yeah, my first question is buy orders. Is that something that would be potentially a thing where you can like set up a buy order for someone to fill it?
Well, we I don't necessarily know that I want to get fully into all of the detailed mechanics around this, because as I said, we're kind of talking a bit off the cuff here about all the stuff. But
yeah, there's still a bunch of issues there.
There's a lot of issues to sort out. But I guess there's so much. So I probably can't go too many.
That's fair.
Details of
We got a lot.
But,
we got a lot.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
but
next
Phil,
question.
if you want to ask more questions, I will tell you where what.
Okay.
Like, feel free to ask more questions about this topic if you like, and I'll just say whether or not.
The only other thing I thought about was limited slots, yes or no. Like, would you be able to list 100
No,
items?
please no. Please not on that.
Well, I would say that it would probably be similar to what we already do with regard to I don't want to get too far into this, but effectively, stash, like, we don't want to give you like, we ultimately sell stash tabs as like a thing, and so space, like, to store items is a thing that is part of what we sell. So I wouldn't want to make it so that you, like, generally speaking, more space to have stuff is means you pay real money to get that, right? Like, that's what we have. So what I'm saying is you should probably expect things to work similarly to that way, where, like, if you've got the ability to store more stuff as a player, then that means that you'd be getting more stash tabs or something along those lines. Yeah.
So
basically something like that.
2 follow-up questions already. Is this going to be a paid feature or available for everybody?
Oh,
but we don't want to restrict something like this to only, like, certainly something like this would have to be available to the general general public. But as I said, as we do with stash tabs, it's like the more like, if you want more space for it, if you want to be able to store more items in the system, then you would need to be paying more. But we want to make it so that you can use it as a free player for sure.
And is this something that is like, is this going to be PoE 2 only, or do you think this will go into PoE 1 too?
Well, the
That's
problem
a good
with PoE 1
question.
is we don't have gold to be able to
exactly.
do that. I also wouldn't want to put something like this into PoE 1. I would feel like it would be a dangerous idea to put this into PoE 1 without testing it in PoE 2 first. So I think that PoE 1 does need something along these lines, and I think we need to kind of work out how that could happen. But I think it will be very hard to do that before PoE 2 goes into beta. Like, I think it would just be very difficult because like, we need to be able to test this stuff and how the economy would work and so on. So it would be quite dangerous to put it into PoE 1 in advance, which isn't to say that could never happen, but it would be it would be tricky to do that. As I said,
there's just so many changes that will have to happen in PoE 1 for such a system
there would have to be a lot of changes to be able to make that work.
Very cool. Very cool. That's all the things I can think of for trade. That's
Okay.
That's great. People are going to be very excited.
Well, I guess we're coming up to 2 hours now, so we probably want to consider wrapping it up pretty shortly.
Yeah.
But if you have any last minute questions you want to get in or anything else you'd like to cover, then we can do that.
Let me pick a few here. I wrote way too many questions. I have another like 40, so we definitely won't get through all of them.
All right.
Let's see. I labeled some as important.
A six div. Nice.
Global announcements and things like that is like a big feel of what makes the game feel alive for me. Is that something we continue to see in PoE 2? And will we get more options for them? Like, let's say I want to see like anyone over level 90 die.
I would have to think about that, but I mean, sure, we'll definitely still have them. I would have to talk. I think everyone over level 90 would surely start to get a bit spammy. But I mean, look, we could. I'll talk about this. There's not a thing that has come up before about being able to customize those, so I'll have to.
But just global announcements will certainly be.
They'll still be.
Yeah, awesome.
Yep.
So masteries are removed in PoE 2, right?
Correct.
Why are they removed? And are we going to see the return of things like cluster jewels?
Why did we remove?
The reason we removed them is because we felt that we would rather put the things that were special in masteries
That's right.
into nodes in the tree itself. And we just kind of felt like,
Okay.
I mean, the reason why masteries existed in the first place is to allow those niche stats to be put in the tree without having to define exactly where you went on the tree. But I don't necessarily know that we really love that. Like, I think I actually kind of prefer that they're just in a specific
No.
location. You have to go to where they are, and that's fine. But basically, anything that's special about masteries should be just in the tree itself.
Yeah, because the downside of what masteries did is it made the stats on the notables feel rather basic because all they have is just a bigger number of the small node, right?
Yeah,
And you
so
lose a lot of the flavor.
We
that
want the
notables
notables to be. We want the notables to be the flavorful thing, and that's that.
I kind of agree.
Yep.
Well,
We just think
actually,
it's better designed to not have them.
Then I only have one. The most important question, save for the end. Pineapple on
Yeah.
pizza, yay or nay? Both of
oh
you.
no.
Absolutely not.
And absolutely yes, I love it.
Yes.
Oh my god. All right. There it is. Thank you so
Alright.
much for joining me. Really appreciate that. That was a boatload of new information. So yeah, thanks so much for taking time to be here.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah,
And,
soon. POE
All
to
right.
beta.
Huge.
Yep. And hopefully we get to do another one of these before too long.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
right.
Bye
Thank you very
bye.
much. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Actually huge.
All right.
Shh, quiet you. There we go. Huh. Well, the one thing I've got is I really hope that whatever system they come up with for trading isn't actually an auction house, though. Because auction houses are very, very bad. That doesn't mean you can't do a lot of the things that they're talking about. You can do instant buyouts. You can do a whole bunch of things. I just don't believe in an auction house. But I was listening. I swear I didn't hear them say auction house. I swear I only heard Zizaran say auction house. They did not say auction house? Ah. I didn't think that they did. Wait, what's this thing? Another tweet? There can't be more. I just listened to the whole interview. So auction houses single-handedly ruin games. Auction houses are not... Auction house is never the answer. It's never been the answer. It's not the answer now. That doesn't mean nothing changes. But...
Or a Neon, as some of you know him, the director of POE 1. By the way, Neon Spider, or a Neon, as some of you know him, the director of POE 1, did say, ignore this for now. You can say it after the podcast. I have just changed cycling damage reduction rare modifier so that it will not result in any immunities. This will be in 3.24. It'll effectively work like elemental equilibrium for non-physical damage only. So it'll have plus resist to the last damage type it took, and thus is capped by resistances. But things like penetration and curses will reduce it. It makes it a lot easier to deal with. I saw it in your questions earlier, so I just decided to fix it. By the way,
Yo! That's amazing. That's amazing. That's great. Yo, why wouldn't you leave that for the hype team to post in a few weeks? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You can, that's Explain please, I'm noob. Have you found any cycling damage reduction mobs so far? It's a rare modifier type. And what it currently does is it cycles between physical, fire, cold, lightning, and chaos. And it can only take full damage from one ailment at a time. And I think it swaps every 4 seconds. I think it's every 4 seconds. Don't quote me on that part. And then the rest of the 4 elements right now, it has 90% damage reduction to. Which means if you can only deal damage to this on this damage type and you encounter it here, then for 4 seconds it can only take damage from Fizz. Let's say you're a chaos build. It can only take damage from Fizz for 4 seconds, and then fire for 4 seconds, and then cold for 4 seconds, and then lightning for 4 seconds, and then finally your build can do damage to it, but only for 4 seconds because it's going to rotate around again. And if you can't kill it in that 4 second window and it has like a tiny bit of regen, you're fucked. And so cycling damage reduction is like just really painful and annoying. And it sounds like that's, well, not sounds like it, that means that's going away. They're changing that entirely. So instead it's going to work like elemental equilibrium, which means basically if you only deal fire damage, when you hit it, it's going to gain 50% fire res. But you're still going to be able to curse it and you're still going to be able to penetrate it and whatnot. So yeah, it'll be resistant to your damage, but not 90% resistant to your damage. It'll be fine. So that sounds great to me. For 3 seconds. I thought they changed it so cycling damage reduction was damage reduction for 3 seconds. The 3 damage types that rotate, not 4. No. Fire, cold, lightning, physical, chaos. I don't know about the seconds. It could be 3 seconds. It could be 4 seconds. Like, I don't know the specifics. I just know that it rotates through them and can really only take damage from one type at a time. Once up fix proximity shields and then the game will be great. I'm actually fine with proximity shields. Is that a weird thing to say? It feels like a weird thing to say. Let's see. Close that off. We got rid of that. Unmute my alerts. There we go. I think you just cancelled yourself. Yeah, I mean, proximity shields is fine. The only reason proximity shields isn't fine is when the pack is large enough that firing into them causes massive amounts of lag. But I don't think that's a problem with the mechanic as so much as it's a problem with whatever the fuck causes that, which is the same problem that the immunity shrines have. You fire into an immunity shrine that's off screen and then the whole map comes grinding to a halt, right? Like there's that problem, and proximity shields sometimes cause that. But I don't think that that's a problem with the mechanic or anything like that. That's just, you know, that's just a different thing, basically. How would you level a Deadeye as an alt hollow palm to maps and then swips, or just level as lightning arrow? I'd just level as lightning arrow instantly. Yeah. Bow leveling is amazing. Even for like day one of a league, bow leveling is great. There's no reason to go hollow palm if you're leveling a Deadeye. It's just a really good mechanic already. Hollow palm is trash and not updated. Well, that's not true at all. Hollow palm is still a fucking fantastic way to level. It's very, very quick and a lot of damage. That's absolutely, completely untrue. Oh, excuse me. You don't need to be hearing that. There we go. You plan on playing Ellie on release? Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me take it the crowd to cover a few other items. Speeds hollow palm on every class. It's also like, that's also like 8 times more expensive, and also just a really, really annoying to gather, and also personal preference. Because when you one-shot everything in the entire screen with hollow palm, and you one-shot everything in the entire screen with Stormbrand, and you one-shot everything in the entire screen with Lightning Arrow, it doesn't matter which one you pick. Thank you. Yeah, we have enough twink items that it doesn't actually matter what skill you use to level. It matters that you pick up the twink items that are appropriate to level the way you want to level. And then it's just about running as fast as you can, which is good. That's where I think leveling alts should be, by the way. Like, I don't think that should change. But it does mean that being like, hollow palm is shit, is just a lie. Like, it just doesn't, it's just a lie. Everything is actually great. Just pick up the right twink items and you can level however the fuck you like.
I give you to my ancestors.
Yeah. Yo, where's all my juice that's around the outside? Should be some. That might not be enough to bother. This actually might not be enough to bother.
Heed the Morrigan.
minute to roll 49 corrupted unID'd maps. Corrupted unID'd maps is like a whole nother level of shit. Which sexton do you give up for that?
Hunt or be hunted, exile. This one is
No, well that's not, that was just our test. I'm not running those anymore. I skipped Legion to run them. Now I put Legion back in again. Was that what you... Is that what you drop again?
You are well prepared for the end. This is a fight. You have been captured, beast. You will be a survivor, or you will be fooled. This one is captured. I now will take
Just
it.
beyond Delhi unID? Delhi? Are you doing mirrors?
Off you go, little beast. Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now. This one is captured. I now will take it.
Yeah, this is totally not enough to bother doing. I should have just left this map. I'm gonna leave as soon as these guys are dead now.
I cannot do this yet.
Yeah, I didn't notice it was so low until I just noticed there wasn't stuff dropping in my map, and then I looked down and was like, wait, this thing's incredibly low. Why am I here? Go run that game. Haley J, I love that name. Love that tattoo. What's that say? Rotten pizzas. That's great. Alright, let me out. Give me a dumb jungle valleys. I've only ran like 4 maps. I don't have any jungle valleys. I mean, you can have as many as I've got, but there aren't many. I think I only just took off the corrupted. Oh wow, I've already got 32. 8-foot Pac-Man, thank you very much for the Q1 sub. Oh my god. This tab is very full. Oh, he's coming here. All right, sure. We'll do that. Honestly, these are fine to put in guild. They don't stack. Stuff like this go in guild really easy. It's not like currency. The reason currency takes so long is because it doesn't just add the currency. It picks up the whole stack of currency, adds the 10 to it, and then puts it all back down. Dumping maps in guild is way quicker. I came by for the build recommendation in the private league. Great community keynote. Nice. Nice. Oh, let's go. Next. Next. Better juice, please. Guess who's back? Back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend. Nope. 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 Probably no. Almost certainly no. I don't think that's worth anything either. Nope. Never mind, I found a COD tab that had 100 maps in it. Nope, 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 nope.
Heed
Honestly,
the
I should just
Morrigan.
stop fucking looking. There's never any good charms or tinctures, ever. Oh well, I didn't get to the fourth one. I think I was close, but I didn't quite get there. A little controversy because it feels so empty without me. Oh man, I want to play some PoE too. How long until the fucking beta again? Five months? That's too far away. That's too far away. Blakey, can you move that up? Just get that moved up to February for us. That'd be great. Thanks. I mean, this is 5.5K, but it is mostly blue. I found your wolf whistle. Are you referencing my Twitter? Like, nobody follows me on Twitter. I don't like make Twitter content. I didn't expect anybody to even notice when I tweet shit. Can you pull up your regex on your stream? I mean, I can just paste it to you. I mean, I can if there's a reason for that. Why? Whoops, didn't mean to press that. I have it saying must have 2. No chance to avoid ailments, no reduced effect of aura, no max res, no cannot regen, no reflect Ellie. I can actually do reflect Ellie now. I should take that off. No players cannot regen. What else have I got? Anything? Oh, that's it. I should actually take that off. There's one more mod I can run, Reflect Ellie. It's fine. Is something that makes you immune? Yeah. It's a trap. That's secondary damage. The explosion's secondary. It doesn't get reflected. Wait, really? Yeah. Volatile dead or detonate dead were the only things that were killing us with reflect. Did ignite work with that as well? What do you mean? You can't reflect and ignite it. You can only reflect hit damage. It was DD and volatile dead that were killing us with reflect, or that would. But I'm not doing either of those anymore. I'm just a trap build. Trap and righteous fire, and you can't reflect either of those. Oops, didn't mean to start. Oh, yikes. If I never knows a billion maps as a chieftain. So it's only the spell portion that gets reflected, not the corpse portion, which is the smaller portion. To be honest, with 90 max res, you can probably just run reflect on DD, no problem. Damage does increased chaos damage implicit affect a summon raging spirit? No. No, it would not.
I cannot do this yet.
I'm stuck. Bum 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 dum dum dum. Another winner. So you got Tankiness that fixed it. Another thing that helps fix it is if you've got that support gem on that makes you do less hit damage and more ailment. Which I can't remember the name of. Not Void. It's not Vile Toxin. It's a green one. Deadly Ailments, that's the one. Yeah. If you're a chieftain, you've got any amount of max res and you're using like even like 85 or so, and you're using Deadly Ailments, you're probably still you're definitely still reflecting to yourself, just for so little damage it won't matter. How's this compare to what you were doing before? I'm going to be honest. It's barely any different at all. Now that I've made the change, I don't know if I care. Like, like I actually don't know if I care. Like, it's so very similar. It's basically exactly the same thing. Hang on, never rewire something. Never can. Single target better? Better in some situations and worse in others. So for I have on-demand single target now. But I also don't have the ignite that follows me. So that ignite that follows me is way better single target than what I can build. But I have it on demand now. So better in some cases and worse in others. stand tall. Ba-da-ba-da, dun, dun, dun. Probably random backpass of complexity. Is it just slam items and good brewer? There's one thing about this, that's like a turning point. And that's you can completely drop determination and your armor flask and put in a different 50% aura in a different flask when you get around 75 to 80% ish physical damage taken as anything else. Before that, you probably still want to run determination and maybe even an armor flask, because you have to deal with fizz. That's probably it. That's basically everything. Does the RF damage feel on low life? I mean, about as good as the cast while stunned stuff felt. So not fantastic, but good enough. Here's the thing, I could get a lot more damage out of putting it in a Dawn Jewel and rolling a bunch of jewels. I could respec my tree, get like 8k life with some Adorns set up. I don't actually want more damage than what I have. I wouldn't mind like a little bit more single target, but otherwise I will kill spires too much, so I don't really want any more damage than what I have. Just trying to wait for this third one to spawn. Oh, never mind. I accidentally killed it from 2 screens away with Prolif. My bad. I've been chewed up and spit out and booed off stage. I think we're done. I'm pretty sure that there wasn't any in the back half. I double check before I launch a new map. Yep, we're good. We're good. Alright, what do you got? Nothing. We'll grab those. Nope, no one cares about that. Or that. Oh, please, there are a lot of maps. Okay. Attacking plan already. Temporarily sort of portal gem for it. Oh, decoy totem. That works. I can pull more mobs out with a decoy totem. That sounds horrible. I'd have to make that a red socket, but I could. When it's fixed, wasn't it old tech? It's fixed after. You can't go around while you're doing the rim job. But I think you can still do it if you do it on the first pass. So you can't like walk up to the edge because that would spread the edge. But you could throw a decoy at the edge while you're not standing there and have it pull in mobs for you to kill. Right? I think. Right, I'll be back in just a second. I need to visit the bathroom. Whew. Okay. Where are my exalts? Throw some of these in here. Bum, 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 bada, bum, 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 bum. Oh no, my juice. There you are. I should try this decoy totem thing. Is buys 144 deli orbs. Holy fuck. I don't want to do any of that, but I'll try. Let's check. I think it's insane. Exclamation mark press check. Right. We'll start with my voice. Anyone got all of the garbage delirium orbs? A big pile of them they want to sell. Specifically, I do not want the expensive ones. I want to buy all of the ones that are like 40C a piece. Some of them are 35, but I'm just going to pay 40 for all of them. Which means not the currency one, not the scarab one.
I'm still a piece of garbage.
And there's a third one that's expensive. Diviners. Not diviners either. Also, earlier we were buying these all for like 10C, and now they're like 40. Oh, that's nice. I don't know how to price check it though, other than like... Like it's at least 70, but... It's probably not 600. Oh, that one's yours. Let me get rid of the spell damage portion. Look, I'm going to be honest. I'm probably guessing. But my guess would be somewhere around the 300 mark. It could be 400 or it could be 200, but my guess would be 3. It could be, I'd probably start it at 4 just to see. Well, you've got a suffix as well, which should be able to be, I think it's damage over time as a craft. How many of me were losing when I exalt slam the tab? My experience is like 20%. Alright, anybody got deli orbs they want to sell? Anyone? Anyone at all? All the shit deli orbs. I will take every shit deli orb you have. I only have 2. I'm preferably hoping for significantly more than 2. Dum, 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 dum. 624. $624 divided by 159. Basically 4 div. I'll just call that 4 div. Okay, next person up has 468 chaos. Have some of the armor and deli orbs that I can get rid of. Just tell me the amount of total deli orbs that you want to get rid of. But also don't sell me the currency or the divination or the scarab ones, because those are very expensive. I'm only after all of the trash ones. Okay, that's 1,000. Divided by 159, splits it into divines, 6.3. Call that 50. I'll take them all. Yes, please. And I do just whisper at BalorMage. Oh, that's not bad. There we are. Have 17 if you want. Yep, I'll take them too. Almost made me put single chaos back on the filter. Hang on, I need to work out. I need to work out how much for 17. Uh, 17 times 40 equals 680. I have 82. Yes, please. I'll take all of them. Let's try it. Hey, what if 40C? I fucking love that. Cool. 82. Clear. 82 times 40 is Jesus. Is there a regic for confirming I'm at 6 mods? No. 3280 chaos. $20 div and 80c. Jesus. That's so many. How many deli orbs do we need total? I've got like 130-ish here now. Casually spent 40 divines and deli orbs. Oh god. 144? Jesus Christ. Okay. Hang on. 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. I got 170-ish. Okay. Easy 40 div spent. And then juice to make them not shit deli orbs? No, I just run the shit ones. I don't give a fuck. I'm not doing that. I mean, I'm gonna need plenty of red to change my scarabs. And plenty of blue to change delirium orbs, apparently. I do have 6,000 of each of them, but... I'll buy all your red and blue. Just so I don't have to worry about it anymore. Whatever you got. One have a lot been focusing on yellow. Rep. Alright, I want to finish my fucking maps. Got 5 more maps set in this thing. Oh, 6 more. Damn it. There was already one in there. Alright, I got 6 more in this setup. .2 and 1.4. 4.6. Oh, I'll take it all. Somebody please help. Exclamation mark overlay is how you do that. The floating flask. Thank you. Oh yeah, right. Okay, hang on. So I have to make this a red socket so that I can swap a decoy totem with this to try and get more juice.
Got my eye on you.
Okay. So I need to make that red and then green. Perfect. Couldn't have fucking planned that better. It never worked that well my entire life. I've never had such an easy time recoloring anything ever. That's the best that's ever gone. That is actually the best that has ever gone. You ain't got nothing nice to say, then don't say nothing. All right, let's buy a decoy totem. And we'll test it. You. That's how streamers try to explain off coloring. Yeah, it's just that easy, right? What the fuck is that? Is that a Spectre Kaduku? What the fuck? How? I didn't know you could do that. Okay. Well. What makes it so you ignite is a circle around you. I'm new to the build. So I'm not running that anymore. As of like yesterday, because I'm testing out Righteous Fire. But normally, I'm going to be honest, there's not a big difference between the two setups either. But normally it's the Fulcrum. That's why it's a Fulcrum build. Elemental ailments you inflict are reflected back to you. So you become immune to freeze and immune to shock, so you don't worry about either of those. And then whenever you ignite, it gets reflected on you. And then this node makes you not die from it, unaffected by ignite, which is not immune. So the ignite's still on you, you just don't take the damage. And then you can just prolift that to everything as you run around. I try and play MF Caustic Arrow and this build doesn't work. How does it not work? In what way? What do you mean by prolif? So proliferate is the hang on. This node ignites you inflict spread to other enemies within a radius of 1.5 meters. So we call that proliferate. Like that's what that's called, and it's shortened to prolif. Which just means we're ignited, that we're immune to, but then to a radius of 1.5 meters around us, everything else gets ignited as well, because we are prolifing from ourselves. And then that scales with area, which is why I have area there, area here, area here, area there, area there, area there, area there, area there, area there, so that I have a much bigger area that I'm prolifing to. Okay, let's try this little decoy totem thing. So we're gonna launch. And it gives low damage on yellow mobs. Yeah. All the things are very, very, very tanky with juice on them. You just have to do a lot more damage. Hell tab is rolled and ready for orbs. Fuck, I should have given you orbs before I came into this map. So the idea is that you would throw decoy totems at the wall like that. I don't know how many X you gave me, but I had 210 and I'm down to 35. I gave you 110. So. Oh, excuse me. First things, put always attack without moving on, because I just tried to place a decoy totem in it. So the idea is, so I just discovered that area, right? I only want to walk close enough to activate it. Right? But I think the idea of decoy totem is that you would throw it at the edges of your screen in directions you weren't going to walk. So like, I don't want to get any closer than about here because I don't want to explore any more of that because I see the trail heading that way. But I could throw a decoy totem as far as I can, and if there was a mob there near the edge, it would get pulled in. If there was. Which obviously there isn't here, but if there was. Because I want to go this way where the juice is. Doesn't appear to be. Oh, there's juice this way? Yeah. Excuse me. It should have been pulled with a decoy. That's what I thought too. I'm just testing it, right? We're just figuring out if it's... like... oh, there we go. Right? Like those. See, I'd already pulled those though. Like they already existed.
Welcome.
I give you to my ancestors.
I mean, those are a pretty cool combination. Oh! I think that's worth buying. $35 div? Do I just buy that? That's the first one that I've had. It makes my map look quite a bit shitter though. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yo, where's the next trail though? I mean, I think it's that way, but it could also be that way because I haven't worked out what wall I'm on, but I think I'm on. Damn it. That was just a loop. That was just two ways to get to this event. Unless it's that way because there's yellow there too. It is. Oh, shield MTX is nice. Yep. It's got the iridescent effect on both of them, and it's a dark prism shield. Oops. Didn't mean to press that button. Now it's just harder to see. There it is, still there. Looks like a skip. Never ever call that until it runs out. I've had maps that look like skips and then they end up with 6k. Like, I think the path will be this way. Okay, it was, but I don't know how to tell you this, but it seems like you're running RF. You okay? What's wrong with RF? Last league I played RF for like several weeks. It was really fun. Oh, we already checked that. That's where I spent 1,000 blue juice. And you fucking loved it? Yeah, it was great. I was real sad about the RF nerf, which is still overall an RF nerf. At least to the ways I want to use it. No, you can come cook. Let's keep in mind. Yep. I'll have a good look over all the stuff you sent on Discord as well. Probably later tonight. Like, I saw the big list. There was a lot there. And I was just like, that's too much to stop and read right now while streaming. But I'll definitely have a look over it and see if I can figure out everything you mean. I'll probably have questions. Yeah, see, we're keeping this map. 4k yellow and 1k blue. I do wish it had the 2k blue, but you know, that was a good charm, so. But 4k is my cutoff. This is 5, so off we go then. Alrighty then. Work, work. Stop touching me. At some point, those references I just made are going to get so old that nobody gets them. Not yet, but there's already like, there'll be a decent amount of people here who didn't know what I was doing just then. With the work, stop touching me. There'll be people who have no idea what that is. More quantity, please. More quantity, please. I don't get it. It's a Warcraft 3 thing. Like Warcraft 3. Like not World of Warcraft. Warcraft 3. There's the like orc peons, and if you like continually click on them, don't issue them commands, you just click on them over and over again, they would start with just some voice lines about like those things. Like they just start with work, alrighty then, things like that, and then if you just click on them enough, they'll be like, stop touching me. And then they'll go, don't you have something better to do? Everything sad that the ruin apparently caught. It wasn't really a rework. It wasn't really like a remaster. It was a full rework. They did a whole bunch of really bad things to it. All right, bud, that's a fucking juiced soul eater you've got over there. He's also not taking damage even from these explosions and whatnot. Oh lord, oh lord, oh lord. It died way too quick. Oh, it only just got its 3 stuff out. Okay, we're good, it's fine. Okay, we got him. fine. Why can't companies that come out with remasters basically attempt to just port it as close as they can and tuck everything out? Yeah, no, that's what they should be doing when they go to remaster an old game that everyone loves. What they should be doing is trying their very best to keep the gameplay exactly the same. And they should just be updating like graphics and engines and like making it smoother and load fast and all of that, and just trying to keep the game exactly how it was. That's my opinion. Like when you're trying to remaster an old game, you should just be mostly doing a visual thing. Like it should be mostly a visual thing. Even bug fixes, realistically, it depends on what the bug was. Like if it's a bug on a 20-year-old game that people love, like a well-known thing that people like actually run and use the bug, don't even fix the bug, to be honest. I feel like what's the play effect when you kill a mob that's juiced up? The government challenge are very similar with purple petals. Ooh, I do like it quite a bit, actually. To answer that, I like it quite a bit. It looks very cool. You put explode on with the mage, explode all the time. Only magic flasks work with the mage blood. Man. I just want to get my dilly orbs and go to bed. Hang on, I'll just come out right now. I could have come out as soon as I came out of the wildwood. Which color juice do you want? If you want to change delirium orbs, you can, but I wasn't gonna bother. Blue. There we go. The most disappointing remake or remaster or whatever that has happened for me personally, Final Fantasy VII. My absolute favorite Final Fantasy game that has ever existed of all of the Final Fantasies, and I've played a ton of them. Final Fantasy is what got me into gaming to begin with. 7 was and is by far my favorite. The remake is absolutely fucking nothing like it. The order, by the way, goes 7, 5, 3, 8, 9. That's the best Final Fantasies in order. 7, 5, 3, 8, 9. Yes, I think so. 6 was pretty good, but it didn't make my top 5. Was pretty good though. I also didn't hate 10, but then 10 came with 10-2, and that really bothered me. I didn't enjoy that at all. Man, send up, man. Die, bitch. I'm gonna need you to die quicker. Ten is one of my favorite games from childhood. 7 was so boring I never got into it. Oof. 7 was by far my favorite. 10 nearly made my top 5. I think it's going to be either 6 or 7. But 10-2 came out, and 10-2 was trash, and it tainted my thoughts about 10. Also, Tactics nearly made the top 10. I really love the Final Fantasy series, guys. Like a lot. I kind of see what the big deal is. I haven't played any of the new 7 though, like at all. The Final Fantasy 7 remake, I literally haven't played a single minute of it. Because like I looked at it and I was like, that's not Final Fantasy 7. That's a bastardization of the Final Fantasy 7 story that isn't even the same, with some different characters and some missing characters and none of the same mechanics. Pass. I'd love to find a way to make this build do like just like 4 or 5 million DPS. Like I don't even need that much. Just still more than I have now. Okay. I switched to the Warlock version yesterday. Have you tried it? I have not, because nothing about it looks good. Like compared to this. It looks like the budget version of this is what it looks like. Hey, look, a divine. Yoink. You have single target and like 90% of the same clear. Do you really have single target though? Oh, I didn't get an explosion. Rip. Isn't it beautiful? What do you got? Yeah, it is. You're the king of a mist, at least without making a coffee while it dies. Okay. Double XL, double XL. Do we to Val them? Or we just have all the maps for the rest of the league? Nah, I wouldn't Val them. If we were going to Val them, we would have done that before Deli Orb stage. But also, Varling's like 1 in 8 to go unID'd, and those ones would be better. But then also... Wait, no, you Val them after Delirium. You do have to Val them at the end, don't you? I don't know. I feel like you're going to lose way more maps Valing them either way. Like, that's just probably enough maps to, like, even only half of that tab. Like, I'm still, that's probably the end of MFing by the time I get to the end of those. Fuck it, I'm Valing them. Oh my god. You're gonna lose so many maps though. I bet you lose half of them. It's not about how much they cost, it's about how much time you spent rolling them. The reason I said no is because I wouldn't have wanted to roll as many as you already did. It's that. It wasn't even that long. All right, well, I'll give you some Valobs.
I cannot do this yet.
Come, buddy. Keep walking with me. Is there anything else in this map? Come on, stop. Come watch these maps go up in smoke. I'm in Discord. It's gonna be terrible. You're gonna lose all the maps, man. Bum. Half of why this takes so long is because I find like one leftover mob and I just like, okay, well, fuck it. I'll just stand here then and wait. Like, I'll just hang out here until it fucking dies. Oh God, you're gonna ruin all the maps. I mean, it was all your time. You spent it rolling. It's not my time.
There's so many maps.
I bet we lose at least 50% to changing to something that doesn't suit our regex anymore, or just no, it's just that because they can't go to Val. Well, so it's only that. So they can be unchanged, which is fine.
Yep.
And then they can go unID'd, which is better.
Yep.
And then they can change into 8 mods, which 3 out of 4 of them won't. If they change into 8 mods, they just won't fit anymore.
I need 10 vowels.
Oh yeah, hang on. I've got a casual 900.
I had 1,500 before I sold them all. I've got none.
There you go.
Maps. Regex. Let's go.
Yeah, it's going real well so far. Are you sure? Yeah, this is a bad move. Also, they can become Val Temples, turns out.
We knew that they could be Veil Temples. That was always in the cards.
Yeah, I would stop. Oh God. Oh God, it's the worst.
Don't forget the unID'd ones are there. You just can't see them in the...
Yeah, it's still pretty bad. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, it's horrendous. Oh, it hurts me in my soul. This is not even a money problem. We're rich. It's fine. It just... Oh my God. Pretty sure you missed that one. Oh, you didn't. All right. See, he's so surprised that one gets left that he double checks he's actually clicked it because it didn't go great. You can just type corrupted, make sure. Yep. Okay. So of 144 maps, 30 of them went unID'd. And how many stayed in our regex? About 40-ish. So 12, 24, 36, 7, 8, 9. So 39. Well over half of them are gone. That's so painful. Oh, that's so painful.
But looks like that one has to have changed.
It did.
That's 130%.
Yeah.
We got some of them upgraded.
Yeah, plenty of them changed. Like, have a look.
There's not many that changed. There was like 3 of them.
No, there are. There's a few in there that are 100, 110 that have 8 mods now. Just happen to have 2 projectiles as well. I imagine most of the ones that changed to 8 mods did not keep 2 projectiles. So they'll be above the line.
Oh, Oh,
Uh-huh.
that's even worse to look at.
Yup. Like, that's just painful. Just out of curiosity, what about if we do our regex but without the proj?
That we could, so it's just one that we could run.
Yeah. Same as our normal regex, just not guaranteeing +2. See, that's better. Like, if we didn't have to have +2, which we do, we absolutely, those are worthless. But if we didn't have to have the proj, this would be okay, right? If you could add all those in, then you wouldn't feel too bad about the loss. That would be like 2/3 maps successful.
More fun this way, though. Think of all those Deliobs that just got yeeted.
I'm tempted to use the non-proj ones with just like a Legion Breach MF strat just to see how it goes.
You're more than welcome to.
They're not going to get used for anything else. Literally a blue map that had +2 proj on it is better than an 8 mod corrupted one that isn't. Right? Like it's so important. We tested it was like half the profit. Yikes.
I love this game.
It's painful to watch, that was.
On a side note, there's no real downside to doing it on tier 16 versus tier 14. Like, we got 4 Thou Temples in that. Like, 4 out of 144 is... Oh, no, sorry. 4, 5, 6... We got 7 out of 144. That's like... That's not enough to care about losing.
I mean...
From that side of things.
Yeah. Also, I don't want to run tier 14s just on principle.
Yeah.
That's the real answer. I want to be in tier 16s because tier 16s are higher than tier 14s. That's how it is.
So, which maps do you want to run? Do you want the IT'd ones or do you want the normal ones?
I don't really care.
I'll give you all the normal ones then. And I'll see what I can do from 30 unID'd maps.
Alright. The unID'd ones will be better because you get to run the unID sextant.
I assume you made this tab officer only. That's why it's here.
The one that says Meeps, yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you putting them on that side? You can't control click from your back from your.
Yeah, I realized after a few seconds there.
Yeah. Well, on the bright side, I didn't have to roll these maps, so.
I'll
So
be honest,
thanks.
I think I came out on top there. You paid for the deli orbs, and over half of them went up in smoke.
Yeah. But I didn't have to. Like, okay, I spent like 40 div on deli orbs, but I didn't have to roll all the maps, so I don't care. Not rolling the maps is worth a lot to me. Like,
I've got no doubt, George, that just these 30, like, there's no question about, like, I just did a set of 48 maps and I made.
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah.
I haven't
Yeah.
sold.
There's
my
0%.
Scarab
We
tab.
couldn't. That could have cost us twice as much, and we still wouldn't even care. But like, look at this tab. It's worth like 300 divines. I haven't sold it because I can't be bothered. Like, I just can't be bothered.
On the plus side, I can roll my scarabs into winged ones and run these unidentified winged scarabs as well. That
Oh
was
yeah.
cool.
Okay.
I think I ran out of juice to do them though.
Let's just put these over
Scab.
here
These-
and dump all these in here for now. That'll be my part of my next set, which is not enough to do a full set either. I still need to roll some more maps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I needed 9 more maps. Back into my maps.
And I'll just chuck your runnable ones into that tab.
Oh yeah, I might play with that. I wanted to try a different thing just to see how it felt. Might as well use them for that.
What do I do with these other ones?
Fucking pretend they don't exist.
Do I just vendor them?
That feels real bad. But also I'm never going to run any of them, so... Check them for Diggs' regex to see if you can give them to him. Otherwise they're useless.
Oh, they're all ones that don't have... I don't think there's any with Proj.
Nope.
Proj. There's 2 that have Proj on them.
Yeah. I gotta hit disconnect.
Gotcha.
That was painful to watch, guys. Watching them all disappear.
Exile.
I don't think I could have done that. Valed them all. But it's 100% right. Baylor would burn money to not do that shit. Like 100%. Couldn't hurt me if you tried, buddy. I will take the juice though. Is that for the other trail? Yeah, that's what I was already planning. With those 2 there, I'm pretty sure that's a trail right here. It is. Unless it's just a little tiny fucking loop that leads back to itself. That'd be terrible. Oh no! It's that fucking dude! It was so quick! Ah, man. This would have been like a 6K map. Now it's a 4K map. I fucking hate that mob. I hate that mob so much. The guy who made that mob, I hope that just occasionally he has a dream, and in that dream nothing of note happens. He goes to work, does a boring day of work, goes home, does his normal shit, and goes to sleep and nothing has happened, and that during that week he remembers that dream as if it happened, so that it feels like he's worked 6 days and only been paid for 5. I feel like that's the meanest one I've said, honestly. I feel like that's the meanest one I've said. Not afraid to take a chance. Dun, dun, ba, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Could have been a 6K map. It would have been so juicy. Then I graduated the war. Oh no. Oh, at least I got to spawn all the mobs. This is the bug, isn't it? Where they just stay here? Yeah, it is. Cursed map. I mean, it's got like the min juice that I wanted, but there was so much. If I got the opportunity to give that forest a rim job, there was so much. There was at least another 2,000 in there, at least, and I hadn't even completed it all yet. Pop, explode, do it, I dare you. I dare you to explode. Damn it. Any other mobs in here? Yeah, come over here, bud. There we go. Damn. Neither of them popped either. Elder stays a play areas. Just curious. Honestly, the officer ranking guild is really just other than, so there's two things. One, I should take away a bunch of officers again, which I'll probably do tonight. That people are only got promoted because of the private league. Generally speaking, officers aren't, being an officer in the guild isn't anything special. You don't have any special rights or anything for being an, those are just the people that I personally play with, like my actual friends, like my real life people that I play with generally. And we do that so that I can use an officer tab and trade with the people I'm playing with, but without anybody else being able to trade with them. That's all that is really. Except in the private league, whenever we do private league starts, I'll have a bit more organization next time, and people like you, if you want, we'll have access to all the officer tabs where we'll put locked things and whatnot that we just want to track, stuff like that. Like there'll be an actual use for it next time we do a private league start, and we'll have to work out how to figure out like who's been around long enough like that, but that would, like, you'd be a prime candidate for that sort of stuff, right? If that makes sense. I just got to endgame on an RF and I'm dying to bosses in tier 9. I'm missing something here. I've run out of mana for fire trap. Do I need to get life tap? You definitely need life tap for fire trap. You'll never be able to you'll never be able to maintain the mana for fire trap on RF, or at least on a chieftain or jug. And also you need something to be proccing the life tap, so that you have the life tap debuff, so that your righteous fire does more damage. As far as why are you dying to bosses in tier 9 maps, did you do this as your league start, or are you respecking into it? Like, are you re-rolling? Because that'll be two different sets of answers, that's all. Oh no, too quick. Whoops. See, not enough juice. I only got like a third of the mobs I was supposed to get then. Rip. Which class? Chieftain, Jug, Inquisitor, Super Lab Chieftain. Alright, so real, like, do you already have Cloak of Flame? And what is your max res? Max res is 85 at the moment. What shield are you wearing? This guy only had one juice in the last map, and now he's got 2 juices. Oh, rip. Phoenix shield? Okay. That is the correct one to be using. So that happened because I tried to weapon swap in the wrong place. I got impatient. If I didn't get impatient there and I just stood there, I could have face tanked him forever. The downside of this weapon swap thing cannot be stunned is that I lose 60% of my tankiness while I'm weapon swapped. I lose the whole blood dodge tank. Max res 85, Phoenix shield. Okay. You've given me all the right answers, which means I would need to look to see what you're doing wrong. Because you've answered all the questions correctly. Do need more fizz taken? You always want more fizz taken, but you shouldn't be dying in yellow maps, so something is missing. I can have a look after this map if you want. Ooh, you need to hit the shorten button before we do that. Bum 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 bum. I guess maybe I'll test the Warlock version and see how badly I hate it. Yep, that boss man had a different amount of empowerment in here. That's interesting. So every time they respawn from a ritual, they're actually new mobs, not actual copies of the old mobs. That's interesting. I don't know if that's useful to know, but it's interesting. Everybody die. Oh, nice currency explosion. 17C. All right, let's have a look at this part of the building. I think that was this map done. Yep. All right, let's see what you have to do to die on a chieftain. Hopefully it's something obvious. Avoid being frozen, that's fine. Legacy of Fury is fine. That's also fine. That could be better. That's interesting. I don't hate that. Where'd you get this build from? I made it? Wish you didn't. Okay. So bit of pathing issues. Our pathing is a little bit dodgy. The first thing that stands out to me is we don't need this at all. This is nothing. There's just a whole lot of wasted points, especially since you've created a square here. So like get all those points back. At least start with that, because those give you nothing. Then we're right here where we can get more life nodes. We also don't have either of the masteries, so we should be getting those. Take 30% reduced extra damage from critical strikes, 15% life, 50 flat life, right? So we should be grabbing stuff like that. We shouldn't need or even benefit from Unwavering Stance. Not really. There are two options. Either you're going to have high health anyway, because Righteous Fire stacks a lot more health now. Or you're doing the immutable and Blood Notch gem trick. Either way, you don't actually want Unwavering. From here, you can get these 3 max res, which brings you up. I don't know why that's not in here. You can also become immune to corrupting blood, which is pretty good early. You won't need that later, but it's pretty good right now. I also don't think those 3 nodes are worth it. I assume these are here just because we need dex. You also don't need that dex right now, so there's no reason to have that either. Which will let you take a lot more life nodes. What's our regen at? Okay, regen's a little low too. Also, apparently you don't need that dex node either. That's interesting. Okay, I don't hate the gear when you're poor. That's fine. Oh. Alright. So I think the first thing you should do is buy this amulet that I'm wearing. Obviously you're not going to be able to buy like the absolute best rolled life and life recovery like I did, and you're probably not going to be able to quality it either, because that's very expensive. But you should, the role you care about the most is the gain % of missing unreserved life before being hit. This alone will make you very, very tanky. So get the best roll on that you can afford. That would be my first step. RF doesn't really scale that well with plus levels anymore. Really barely scales at all. Which means this amulet basically is just giving you 11 damage over time multi. At least for RF. It's still giving you a level to the trap, but that's less important right now. Right now you're dying, so that amulet will help a lot. That plus just getting a lot more tanky by dropping all of this stuff. And you can just, you know, take a lot more life nodes and whatnot. I would probably go with an immortal flesh, yeah. If I were doing this on a budget, like a very low budget, this is the budget belt. The one you care about is the life regenerated per second. Try and get over 300 on that. Right? Try and get over 300 on that. We want more regen than what you have. That puts you at, between those two changes, that puts you at like 1700 regen now, which is quite nice. I also think the sulfur flask is bad and you should have a ruby flask on. That 20% less fire damage taken is probably going to give you more regen than the consecrated ground that you're almost certainly not standing in. So that'll help a lot as well. Replace that one with a ruby flask. Just any ruby flask at this stage. I'm not really sure Herald of Ash is worth it at all. All right, your next priority after that, which will cost slightly more. So if you have less than a div, you might not have enough to do it right now, but it should be your number one priority. 6-link helmet. 6-link body armor, and then a pseudo 6-link at least helmet, so that you can have good damage on your fire trap and good damage on your righteous fire. So when I say 6-link, you might not be able to make one like this. These are gross, right? These are gross. It's got 2 supported buys and life and 30% more. But you could make a 1, right? 30% LE and supported by something, right? Just that's significantly cheaper and significantly easier. In fact, you can probably buy them quite cheap. So first priority is going to be a 6-link chest and then a 30% LE supported by either one of these, Burning or Conk. Obviously, if you happen to hit both, great. But you really only need one, because that'll solve a lot of your damage issues, which I can tell is also quite low. But that is something that does cost, that'll cost you a few div. Like, you'll be able to afford it quickly, but you might not be able to afford it right now. So right now you can do this stuff for basically free, right? That amulet's very cheap and someone offered it to you from chat. The immortal flesh is practically free, and the rest of it is respecking out of this shit and into more life and more regen and less crit damage and the life masteries. And like, I personally like nearby enemies have 50% reduced life regeneration, but other people take this regen 50. Some people take nothing here. I like the nearby enemies life regen thing because fuck them. Actually, screw them. The one other thing you can probably do right now, and you probably should, is drop Herald of Ash, because it's not very important. Put Vitality on your life instead, right? By using whatever this is, Arrogance support, because it uses very little life because it's flat. And then that'll let you put in Purity of Fire, which you don't have. I would put in Purity of Fire as well. Which will put you at 89 max res. Ideally, in a perfect world, later on, you want to get this to... I think it's 23. Yeah, level 23, eventually. You've got +1 somewhere. Yeah, on your amulet. Level 23 eventually. For now, just buy level 20, because they're cheap as fuck. And that'll at least get you to 89 max res. So those are things you can do for practically free. It'll help a lot. Then make a bit of money and get the 6 link and the helmet. Criminal. Boom. Boom. Chance of getting through a native pass brand that does 28 million Uber? Fine. Easily. I'm pretty sure that won't be a problem at all. 1 second. Right. Don't need relics if you don't get hit, right? POB. I don't have a POB for this at all. My account is public. I do have one for the Fulcrum version that I was until yesterday. But today I'm trying Righteous Fire. My profile is public though. So if you want to have a look, you can just put BalorMage just here. And then it's that one, level 100. Please no die. Dum 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 dum. Still doubting I dropped a mirror, but I had 40% juice, and I was to dupe, and I was sad that it didn't dupe. I'm not sure I like what this league has done to me. Okay. Okay. There's some mobs. Those mobs didn't have any juice in them. I mean, if the mob doesn't have juice, then there's no trail that way. Must be this way. Haha! It was. Okay, there was another way. I don't think it's that way. I'm pretty sure There's nothing down there. Yeah. There was another way. Here. Oh, and here? Okay. I don't know if it's worth traveling a little tiny bit out of your way to pick up that extender thing. I have no idea how long that extender thing lasts. Like, is it 2 screens worth of juice? Is it 5 screens worth of juice? Is it half a screen worth of juice? I have no idea. I lost my trail though. I was following it to here and then it could have gone this way. I think it should be that way, but I don't see it. It wasn't that way. That's the dead end. It has to be here. Can you recommend someone to replace for expedition? What? Okay, I fucking give up. Oh, here it is. I gave up and just decided I was going to run where I thought it would be, and it was right there. In what setup? So I don't think it's worth investing into expedition any more than 2 points if you want to. So you only need those 2 to get the big explode, and then you just slap expedition on with like a scarab or something. And with those, when you only need 2 nodes, I'd probably lose,
Get your magic find characters ready.
Probably just 2 of the 10% ritual nodes. Crusoe AU, thank you very much for the prime. About helping peeps. Of course. That's the whole job. Be funny and help people. That's it. Funny looking counts. It's only 4.5. This is barely above the cutoff. But it's above my cutoff, so I'll run it. Come on, juice. Let's go. Banana. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to start that Legion at the same expedition. Nope, Abyss. I didn't mean to start that Abyss at the same time. Probably fine though. Oh, so many things to click. But, and can I get it to work for blessings? Yes. You can find it at !overlay, and you can get it to work for blessings. You can put all your flasks, blessings, anything you want on it. You okay with these? Yep. The video, the place where I learned it, was from Ziggy D's video, which is right there. I have to assume that if Ziggy D is pushing it, that it's fine. When do you kill the spires? So you damage them a bit below half, and then they spawn all of these things, And basically one wave comes out of those holes immediately, and then another wave comes out like 3 or 4 seconds later. And then that's it. That's all you need to wait for. But they do keep spawning mobs after that. It's just that only the first 2 waves drop loot. So we don't care as long as all 3 sets of holes get to spew out 2 sets of rares. Which doesn't take very long after they've spawned. It's easy to great way to deal around the corner. Don't let this wholesomeness fool you. Ziggy is the nicest and most wholesome Australian I've ever seen, to the point where I am not 100% convinced that he is Australian because he's too nice. Necessary for the last week in the middle of the screen? No, you can put it wherever you want. Remember, is Balor blind? It's not about blind. It's about not having to look all the way down here. We hurt the spire a little. That's probably not going to be enough. Yep, it is. There's all 3. You can see 3 separate groups. Everything can die now. Wish I had more damage. More damage, please. Do more damage, please. I'll fucking try it. I'll try the warlock thing tomorrow. I can't imagine a world where it's better, but I'll try it because why not? Thing is, I missed 6 fucking res. How do they even get 90 max res when they're a warlock? I mean, I can get one from a corrupted chest, and I could put like Rise of the Phoenix on instead or something, but I'll have to have a look at some of the warlock versions and see. I'll probably have to put determination back on if I do that, because I'm going to lose 20% fizz taken as. And everything die. I'll take him. I'll take that too, thanks. I'm gonna try to cane swap first. Mostly because every day like 48 people ask me about Warlock, and I'm sick of hearing about it, so I want to be able to answer the question having tried it. I think that was it for this map. Except technically this, which I should probably do, but...
This way, exile. Bud, I got a present for you. It's right here. Have this group. Oh, one of them has to explode. There we go.
Go to Hinekora.
I keep picking these magic jewels from the thing and just organ voling them just for whatever adorned things are around. Same sort of random one, like 8 div. Oh, it's probably not worth the time to do, but I'd be real excited if I hit a really good adorned jewel. Excuse me. Double Adorned because every time a skill that works. It's fine. I think Adorned is probably the best way to do Righteous Fire at all. Or at least the non-mana version. Although come to think of it, the mana version is probably best done as Adorned as well. You really make an Adorned, you have to hit 130 to beat the selling price? No, to make an Adorned build. Not to make an Adorned jewel.
Keep learning. Welcome.
I don't think anybody cares about that. Not with that tier. Nope. When items randomize all stats or just add modifiers, I don't want to break them. I've never done before. Eldritch implicits are just implicits. If you're talking about lesser, greater, grand, and whatever kickers. Yep, they just add implicits. They do not re-roll your item. That was a lot of juice on that path, but it was also a loop, which is kind of shit. Okay. Okay, I mean it's 5.5k, but it's all blue. All of it. Lots of crits. More altars, please. I want more quant. Do it. Give me more altars. A double day, yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's go. More divine orb. Clearly got this passive done. That's a remarkable. I was missing one unique passive. Slash Atlas passive is a command. Same as slash passives. It'll tell you all the ones that exist and what you've got. That way you can check all your invites and everything. Oh, okay. Let's go, Abyss Crack. A hiding stack decks, nothing came out of that diviner's box. I have no idea. Can't remember if I'm hiding those or not. Maybe. Well, I'm still missing 5 invites. Okay, that's a lot of Atlas passives to still be missing. Just missing my feared. I'm not gonna lie about feared. I quite often finish the entire league having not done feared. Like quite often. It's just such a pain in the ass to do. Sometimes I'm just like, I don't need that one passive. And then lazy about yeah. I'm surprised Pineapple stayed on MFing so long. I know it's not normally the thing that she enjoys doing. I expected you would just MF to put a bossa back together again. And then as soon as you got there, you would just be like, bye MF. I'm farming Baldur's maps again. So ya. An Arctic armor, do not use it all. No, I've got it on. I'm using Arctic armor. What did I have to do to fit in an extra aura? Oh, I had to change my anoint in this setup to an RMR anoint. That's the thing I went with. I have all supplies saved for a field run, but I don't think I can do it. I need an adult. Uh-oh. I'm not an adult in this case. I cannot help. I am tanky enough that... Oh, whoops. That spire spawned with nothing, so I insta-killed it. I'm tanky enough that I could probably eventually kill a field. I think we would be looking at like a 45-minute invite, though. Like, is it like... Oh no, this guy's got consecrated ground. It's bring your own mob time. Yeah, cop that. Get that explosion in ya. There we go. Uh, 4.5 hours. I think it'd be a long fight. Do it for the content. I think I would have to just go to bed with the field fight open and just come back later. I don't think it'd make good content. That'd be very boring. Field fight ASMR stream. I'll kill you eventually, buddy. I will kill you eventually. Holy Z DPS. Oh yeah. Still a lot more DPS than I had as a Fulcrum build, but it's still low. It is still very largely just an explode build. Like the chieftain explode is good, and then when no chieftain explode is pretty bad. I need to come up with a solution for this style of build that does at least a few million DPS. I don't need like pinnacle bossing DPS, but I just need enough so that the map DOS like this dies in like 4 or 5 seconds, which that's not very much, right? Like that would, if I could just 4 or 5 seconds. That would be enough. Well, Chieftain kills it in 11. So double that. I want to do twice that much damage. Is that using the Warlock stuff? Warlock and Greyspire? Greyspire, really? Not even Fulcrum? What do you use as your skill? Like what's the, is it a cast on stun or a righteous fire or a trap? Could be any of them. I got the armor knight, but I can't activate the Arctic armor. Do you have the vitality on arrogance? Like my banner and vitality are on arrogance. Asked DD of chain. Oh, yep. I might have to try that setup next time. Yes, both on arrogance. What about an enlighten? I've only got an enlighten 3. And it fits. You also have a charm where your banner costs nothing mana wise. Yes, but my banner is also on my life, so it wouldn't stop me from putting on the other thing. If I've got an enlightened 3 as well. The only other RMR that I have in the entire build is here. That's it. That's the only thing that you could be missing. Or one of your auras is linked to something it's not meant to be. You can check them in your just in here. Turn all your auras off and see if any of them have little numbers, like little letters rather, not numbers. Die, bitch. Feel free to link that path of building here if you want. If other people are interested. And I forgot we can reroll favor in the rituals. I'm gonna be honest, the whole time I've been doing rituals, I found a single divine. It would probably be better if I just never opened them. Probably. That makes you feel better? Yeah. I mean, so there's mobs that way. Excuse me. Okay. There's a wall there. There we go, cool. What the fuck? I was following an... I'm positive that this is all just like a visual thing. Like if my eyes were just better. How can I be struggling to see colors? Like... If I struggle to see these sometimes, how the fuck is anyone else supposed to? Like color for that sounds like super arrogant without an explanation. For my whole life before I was a streamer, I am a offset printer by trade. So I've had like a lot of, basically I've had a lot of eye tests, and as far as like color differential goes, I'm like top 0.5% in the world at being able to tell colors apart. If I'm struggling to see things, it's bad.
Greetings.
That's a little under. I don't know if a rim job saves this one or not. It might. Oh yes, juice. I also use unflinching jewels. Doesn't that stop you from getting stunned? So then you can't use the blood notch thing? Oh no, unflinching's this one. Right. That's fine. Right. I thought it was this one. No, not this one. I thought it was That one, that's unstoppable, right? Okay, well, we made it to the mandatory minimum to run the map. I don't think it's an exceptionally good map, but come, buddy. Either come with me or stay there. I don't care which one you do. Even though the price on them is through the roof. I mean, earlier today I picked up like 75 raw div off the floor at once, so I'm not even using winged scarabs yet. So like, I don't know. Price of things doesn't matter. Oh, killed that one too quick. Not enough juice. Tell you what, I might have to up the minimum amount of juice I need in the map. I might have to go to 5k instead of 4. The effect of the map is a challenge. The wildwood with Kong effect is a challenge? What? Wait, does conk effect on the map change how much of the wildwood you can see? I didn't even know. Repeat what you asked. The conk effect on the map device, not map device, on your map, change how far you can see in the wildwood. Oh, not conk effect, conk ground. Yeah, conk ground ruins everything. It's the exact same color as the exact same color as the yellow wisps. I don't know how you're supposed to see anything. Still enjoying the RF over Fulcrum. So They're so very, very similar. Like, they're so very, very similar things. I'm probably going to try Warlock tomorrow, just so that I've tried it. We'll see how I feel about that one. Think of the consequence. Motherfucking conscience. Come on, buddy. Spawn a spire. Have purple juice. I dare you. Hey, purple juice. One more, please. Yes, like that. Perfect. Now we'll just stand here. Oh, and still nothing? We cleared the whole place. Come on. Quickly do this thing. So Balor, that's me. Does he ever build Poison Pathfinder something? Sure. Love it already. Sure. There's 250k HP and 8 million damage. I assume it's just not using the gloves. 8 million DPS is too much. Because do you have a controlled way of keeping the Spire alive? Any idea? Yeah, have a look. Okay, well, I mean, there's nowhere for me to go except this way. So I don't have to worry about looking for juice because there's literally... Okay, good, there's a juice trail. There's literally only one way out. Excuse me. Now I need the juice trail. That way? Yep. Cool. Okay. Stunned. Nope, nope, nope. All
Move
trash.
quickly.
Is this going to be a way to go anywhere here? Well, I'll grab that. Yep. Nice. So this way then? Yes. Huge. No. Okay, good, 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 good. It should be... Okay, it's that way. Should I make a diamond shape? Yep. That's what we're doing. In theory, there should be a path that leads this way somewhere. There it is. Yep. Oh. Here it is. I need you to turn back to yellow right now. That's enough. Oh, oh, hang on. It's not there. Oh, yeah, it is. Come on, we're moving very, very carefully now. I'm nearly at this fourth event. It has to turn back yellow. Yes. Damn it. No, I'm back here. No. Hang on. It's this path. Oh. Oh, it was that way. It was just there. I was nearly at the fourth one. And it would have been a yellow event. Ah, I just screwed up a little bit. There would have been at least 1,000 yellow at that event. I was like right there. Ah, that would have been so good. It's still a pretty good map, but that would have been so good if I got that extra 1,000 or so yellow. Still stonks. It's still fucking 8k blue. I'm gonna get crit to death in this map though. I'm 100% getting crit to death. I am not crit immune. I'm very tanky, but I'm not actually crit immune. I might be at 9k. Yep. 9k blue juice. Shit, there's so much more. Hang on. Oh god, I'm gonna get crit to death so hard. $9.7k blue. Nearly 9.8. Just gonna go back here. There's a chance I missed a little bit. Okay. Now. Sadly, if I could pull, I'd have to pull 3 points to be able to get the 30% reduction there. Right now, I only have this 30% reduction. It's too big to get over here. Is it worth dropping? You know what? Fuck it. I'll be fine.
Get your Magic Flame characters ready.
I'll be fine. I'm tanky. Let's go.
Lol.
Then, over the 44 month resub. 9.7k blue.
Return to Kitaba.
Sure. So this is just the point where we're looking for, we don't expect too much to drop on the first path. I'm going to avoid all of the mechanics. We're just looking for altars. And we'll try and kill all of the mechanics on the way back. But we will kill all the mechanics on the way back. Just looking for a few altars. More quant, please. Oh, I accidentally hit one. Rip. All right, let's follow it. What the fuck? How could you become a spire right away? How is that allowed? I thought they had to go... I thought they had to move more. Come on. Do a little more damage to the spire, but without killing it, please.
I cannot do this yet.
There we go. There we go. There's both of them. Lovely. Now they just run away. See if there's more altars. We'll come back and kill the rest. Yes. Quant. Easy. More quant. One more quant altar. Just one more. Alright, we're shit on the altars, but that's okay. Okay. There's the second one. You didn't notice it when you first stepped into it. Oh, whoops. Oh, like right then when I just stepped on that one by accident. Come on, let's go. More div, more boxes, more something. Yo, you guys need to die like now. Damn it, I was too slow. Okay, come on. I'm telling you, blue seems like the least good. It gives you the most dangerous thing, crit, and then it just doesn't seem to drop much. Like, not compared to if you have like 9k yellow or purple. But like a mix of 2k of each is worth way more than 10k of one is. By the, like, at least that's been my experience. Like, if I could have 6k but it was 2k of each on every single map, great. Let's try color maps of the bomb. I would rather have 6k split evenly than 10k of any one. Don't stop me. That's gross. Itemization seems like a really sweet spot. I had one that was like 4K yellow, 4K blue, and 2K purple. That was really good. But I would have swapped it around if I could have. I would have had... My perfect design map would be like 4K yellow, 4K purple, 2K blue. That would be me. If I was like designing it for 10K, that's what I'd take. I'd take 4, 4, 2. With blue being the 2. What's that, level 10? I mean, that's just like if I was designing a 10K map, that's the breakdown I would want. I want those percentages. Right? Yo, explodes need to happen. Where are you? There they are. Yeah, 4K yellow for you. 3, 3, and 4. I mean, that would still be very good. This is the most dangerous map because of the fucking 9.7k on the crit and not being crit immune. But it's definitely not the most rewarding map I've had so far. Getting a few divine orbs, but just like single here, single there, single there. Still good. Is it possible for Poison SRS to become an MF build? Yeah. Yeah, because you don't really need your rings. And you don't really need your gloves or your boots. Not really. So yeah. I don't know if it would be the best. But like if it's all you've got. I just want to fucking mirror drop. Everyone else seems to be getting them. Nope. Ah, see, if you just want to mirror drop, then you absolutely want to be focused on as much blue as you can get, right? That's where the mirrors come from. Minion kills, item quantity applies to minion kills and plant. No, both. It's fine. Quantity like on your quantity on your gear and rarity on your gear counts if traps, mines, minions, or totems kill as well. Those are all fine. Ooh, okay. Well, I only got 2 of them spawn there. Killed it too quick. My bad.
Following you guide, drop the mirror. Builds nature, no one has survivability at all. Maximum farms AK was in tier 7s. Yes. I had that exact problem. I was playing one of the most geared Deadeyes I've ever had, and I was dying repetitively. That is why I made the Fulcrum Chieftain instead. It costs a quarter the amount to make, although it can still be quite expensive. And then I accidentally got to level 100 while MFing tier 16 maps. So, is it as quick? No, but I don't lose portals. I don't die. We're good. So I had to abandon my Deadeye for the same reason. Dying is just miserable, even though it was super profitable. Like, you're probably still making tons of money doing it, even though you die and you lose maps and you lose portals all the time. You're probably still making money. It's just not fun to die all the time. It's just not fun to die all the time. Got a second mirror in tier 7 cemeteries. Yeah, look. My advice would be to abandon that and make the Fulcrum Chieftain instead. Like, you can just go with this build at half the price of the Deadeye. You can just jump into tier 16 maps in full MF, do 10k juice, and have no problem and not lose a single portal and accidentally hit level 100. Like, that's... Like, I was full MF the whole time. Ooh. Is impale in general, how important is it to get a 100% impale chance? Even more important than it is for chaos builds to get a 100% chance. As a single target, fucking terrible, absolutely atrocious. But that's fine. Impale, it's real important to have 100% chance, more so than poison, because impale stacks with itself for the amount of impales you have, which is like 5 by default, but can be like 8 or 9 or whatever, right? But it's important because, like, each hit, right, each hit lasts like, what do we got, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Real quick. This gets worse the more you do it, right? But let's just say that you've only got the base 5. So when you hit once, that impale damage is stored for the next 5 hits, right? And then you hit again a second time on the next mob. It's stored for the next 5 hits. Then you hit again, and it's stored for the next 5 hits, which means it affects all of these. And that's great. And then you miss one, and it just doesn't impale at all. And so you end up on the next one here, and you haven't gained any damage. So you got more damage, more damage, more damage, more damage, but now you've lost. You lose the damage here, and because you skip, you've lost 2. So the store goes away as well, because the hit that doesn't impale still uses all of these and just drops your damage back. So there's this really quick ramp up, and then every time you miss, you jump back like multiple stages. And it gets worse the more, like it gets mathematically worse the more maximum impale you have. So you really, really, really want to be at 100%. You do not want to be missing impales. It gets so much worse if you miss 2 in a row. That's the end of my prepped maps. Impale so integrated they came in approach of more impale good. No, more impale is good. The more impale maximum impales you have, the better. But the more maximum impales you have, also the more detriment there is to missing an impale. Right? Like if you only have the 5 base impales and you miss one of them, it's not the end of the world. When you have 12 base impales and you miss one, you miss that damage from all 12 of your next hits, not 5. It takes you another 12 hits to get back up to max again. And if you're missing one out of every, if you're missing 10% impale chance, suddenly you never get to 12. Right? Super good ramp in a single target. Yeah. Unless you've only got 90% impale chance, and then it's significantly worse. It's probably still do a lot of damage, but it's a lot worse. Hello, I'm wondering if I can do the same build on Ruthless without the unique jewels. I've got a fulcrum, 90 res cap, and a lightning coil instead of your armor. I've never done Ruthless before. Is there a way to change my tree so that it looks like Ruthless? How do you even do that? I don't even know what the Ruthless tree looks like. Do you have a build guide for the chieftain on your site? No, in fact, I don't even use that site, and eventually I will get around to removing it. My build guides are going to go somewhere else pretty soon. I have a full guide on YouTube for the fulcrum variant, which is what I was running up until today, which is pretty much the same as this. I was testing out Righteous Fire to see if it was better. Frankly, it's hard to tell the difference. So I would just go with the fulcrum thing. Down the skill tree. Aha! Ruthless. Right, what does Chieftain get in Ruthless? These aren't. You don't get all the same things, do you? What the fuck? I thought you had different ascendancies. You do have different ascendancies. Why does this look like? I've literally never tried to do Ruthless before. This tree looks the same. Nothing looks different. So I don't know anything about Ruthless, but as long as you can be unaffected by Ignite and you have the Explode still, which I assume you do, then yeah, everything will work still. I don't know what's going on here. I've not ever tried to even look at Ruthless stuff. But as long as you still get the unaffected by Ignite and the Explode, then yeah, the Fulcrum will still work. Those are the only two things that matter. Unaffected by Ignite and the Explode and a Fulcrum. Dum bum bum ba dum. Alright, that's going to be enough for today. That was all of our juice maps done. We do have a lot of maps, most of our maps prepped for tomorrow already, because Mug rolled a whole bunch, but I am going to have to roll, was that like 11 more or something? I don't know, however many that is, just to fill that out. And we'll probably test that Warlock version that everybody keeps going on about. I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.